Looking at the 18s, fair enough. The number 6, the race leader Williams Esports Chill Blast car, is currently running down into the hairpin at turn 6. The VRS Commander car is maybe a third of a lap ahead. That's how close they are to going a lap down.
Wow.
Great.
Not the ideal situation, but then it was their choice and they took the risk. Sometimes it works. If you remember to Nico Hülkenberg back in the day, and then his now teammate Magnussen. It sometimes works out going to the slicks at the right time, but in an endurance race, you have less choice sometimes because they had to come in because of fuel, and they decided to choose to go onto the slicks at that time. But what lap is he on of the stint? He's already on lap 6 of the stint. So, it's 12 minutes ago now, and look how wet the track still was. So I think you're right, Lewis. As we get further and further into the rain being on the surface, people will learn how long these things take.
Exactly. We are 60 seconds away from booting Cam out of here again. A reminder, the part 2, by the way, is live at the moment if you want to manually switch over. If you are watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, don't press a button. Don't go anywhere because we're not. Well, Cam is. What have you made of your 4 hours of mixed conditions here at Sebring? It's been interesting.
It has actually, and I'm glad I managed to see a dry to wet transition, and we also had a bit of a wet to dry at the beginning part. And also working with Arjuna and yourself, Lewis, it's been good, been good fun again to see this top split action. And just the last note is obviously Williams. How good are they in these special events? And I do hope, for their sake, that they go on to win the race, commentators goes. But we'll definitely see them in the future, I'm sure. They're just doing such a good job so far in these races.
Yes, indeed. So about halfway done in the race, Comrade Modger jumping out of the commentary booth. We'll kick him out. We'll probably see him again at some point in the near future, but not during this race. It's fine. Like you say, Williams are leading in both the GTPs and the LMP2 category. And of course, we do have the number 2 car, the Drago Racing one, leading in the GTDs. Joining me for the next couple of hours will be one Mr. Joey Tebben, who's on for a little 4-hour stint himself. You got 2 hours of me, 2 hours of Arjuna. I won't be doing a weather report, so that's fine.
Darn, I'm gonna leave now. I'm so disappointed. I expected 2 weather reports.
No, I'm not. I can't replace Arjuna like that. How you doing? Have you been watching the race? Been paying attention?
I've been watching a little bit. I've been keeping track of the transitions between the wets and the dries. I've been watching the strategies and the unfortunate reality of this strategy for VRS Coanda not working out for the number 8. I also applaud the strategy. It was worth a shot, but it just didn't work out. It's kind of, with this new style of racing, with this wet racing, you get a little bit tricked when the sun comes out. It looks so bright. The track looks dry. It gets matted out in places, but unfortunately, that water seeps into the asphalt. It's wetter than it looks for a longer time than you think. And now, after, how long has it been? About 15 minutes since they last made that pit stop. The times have finally started to equalize. The 8 is down into the 2-minute, or into the 1:59s rather, so they're not losing time anymore, but all that time they lost over the last 15 minutes. Unfortunately, I think they're going to learn from that, and they'll have to make all that time back the old-fashioned way in the second half of the day.
Yeah, they're going to get to the point, the VRS Commander car. Well, for one, they don't have to stop, so they'll gain that time back to go onto the slicks, whereas everyone else does have to stop to go onto the slicks. And there will be a portion of this where they'll probably be running about 3 or 4 seconds a lap, maybe even 5 seconds a lap faster than those on the wet tyres. That's fine, because that's basically what happened earlier on in the race. When you're on the slicks, if you've gone onto them a little bit earlier, you will be lapping significantly faster. That's fine. The problem is they were losing 11, 12, 13 seconds a lap. So for every 1 lap they did on the slicks, they were losing 2 laps of what they can gain back, if you follow my logic. Now, what that means is if you're in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, you've actually got quite a lot of time to kind of like leave the circuit at the moment to really dry out so that it's safer for you going on. Here's a replay to see what's happened. Ooh, to the Simify LMP2 car, out to the barrier. I think we're going to see quite a lot of this, Joey. A lot of cars binning it off. They did a lot in the previous wet to dry sequence.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of that because Again, it's just drivers getting used to their cars not driving the same way they used to. This is not like when you're driving in the rain on the road. You're going at about 200 miles per hour through some of these corners. There's going to be less grip. It's going to be different than you're used to tackling at Sebring. And even these drivers who have probably done thousands of laps of practice since this rain was first released, they've done this practice specifically around Sebring in these setups. It's just such a wild card. The track changes with every lap. The level of grip changes with every lap. I'm glad we have this, because now even the best in the world, where sometimes they can get locked in and minimize those mistakes, they're finally being forced into mistakes. They're finally human again for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and they will be probably, like I say, for another 6 months, and then they get used to it, and then it'll be as if nothing's happened. Classic.
That's when we introduce snow.
Yes, and I am all for that. And then after that, I don't know, we'll introduce fire or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But no, like I say, it is very interesting. It has been a great equalizer. By the way, it's the battle for second position at the moment in GTD. It's a Drago 1-2 with the number 2 car running in first position, the 4 car running in second. Marla Racing Team, the previous leaders, currently running in third position, as there's the 26 off and into the barrier. They are the first casualty of this wet to dry sequence into sunset. I promise you they will not be the last. That corner bit hard earlier on in the race. We had the Apex Racing Team car in the LMP2 category go into it. We had both the Team Redline GTPs go into it earlier on. What a disaster day it's been for them. We will see a lot more visited. It is a very hard corner at the best of times. In these conditions, it's up to 11.
It really is. And all of these GTD runners as well, they also tell you how early that decision was for VRS Coanda to come in and put on those dry tires. You saw Ryan Barneveld in the Mala Lamborghini come down pit lane. You saw Gustavo Ariel in the red line number 70 as well. They also put on the wet tires. They are not ready to switch to slicks, which is an interesting choice, because GT3 cars, at the end of the day, a little bit heavier. They're not going to be so affected by the wet as a lighter weight car would. Doesn't have as much gravity to press it down against the contact patch on the ground. But even in GT3, these drivers not ready to switch to the wets. Still just that little bit too slippery. And you can see the rooster tails coming out of every class of vehicle here. It's still wet on track. It might look dry in a couple places. It might look like there's a dry line, but even that dry line isn't especially dry yet. It's still slower than just sticking out in the wet tires.
Yeah, I mean, look at it around here. Cunningham, Collier, down towards Tower, still very wet. Josh Rogers finally, by the way, in the previous lap was faster than the race leader. It's taken him that long on the sides. The best way to see how wet the circuit is still, and how narrow that dry line is at one point. Look, there was a head-on shot at T1. Going into that first corner when we were seeing them come through a little bit earlier on. We'll probably get it as well when they come around this time. That showed perfectly how narrow the racing line is and what happens when you make a mistake, because you're just in the puddles, and if you're on slick tyres and you hit that, you are taking a one-way trip at high speed into the barrier and most likely out of the second of the VCO Grand Slams of 2024.
That's another dynamic that we've literally never seen in one of these events before. It's not the same track anymore. We always talk in these multi-class events about how it essentially becomes another track. You've got about 50 extra chicanes to deal with every single lap. Well, now not only do you have those extra chicanes, you have chicanes that lead into puddles of death that surely mean you're going straight off the track. It's Sebring 3 now, finally. It's not just Sebring 2 anymore. We're getting even deeper into the series.
Again, I'm all for it. I'm very intrigued. I'm enjoying this. I have enjoyed it. The thing is, once it dries up, this is kind of the risk of basically what happens in this, is that we will enter podcast mode. So if you aren't ready for podcast mode,
we'll be back to Sebring 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry. If you aren't ready for a podcast over the final couple of hours of the race, I'm very sorry. It might well be like that. It might be very exciting. I don't know.
It could be.
But the thing is, when it comes to wet weather and the changes, the GTDs, by the way, are in pit lane. Gustavo Ariel and Ryan Barneveld getting ready for those slick tyres. We were talking about this when the rain stopped in the first portion. We were like 2 hours into the race, hour and a half into the race, and we already had like 7 or 8 basically retirements. We already had I think it was only like the top 8 or 9 in the GTPs on the lead lap. Now if it was dry, we'd still be dealing with 8 or 9 GTPs on the lead lap now, like comfortably, because it would be a lot of time. We wouldn't have anywhere near the amount of retirements, because that's what this circuit does. It bites, especially when it rains.
Doesn't. I just looked at Ryan Barneveld's tires very closely as he drove off pit lane. They have indeed put on the slicks, Lewis. Barneveld's put on the slicks, Gustavo Ariel's put on the slicks, and have to imagine that Johnny Vecchio behind them has done exactly the same thing. But there's no dry line on pit exit. He's driving through the puddles. Those tires are soaking wet right now as he brakes for turn 3. You can see there is a little bit of a dry line through the middle of the corner. He's got to send it wide through turn 5, go around the water. It's almost like dirt track racing where you're avoiding all the stuff that's built up in the place where you want to go. You do have to make sure, though, not to touch the curbs. You want to touch the curbs through the exit of the hairpin, through that previous section, through turns 2, 3, and 4, and 5, but they're soaking wet. Water on paint. You can slip on a crosswalk when you're just walking in your shoes, let alone when you're in a Lamborghini.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, the reason why that drying line is kind of in some places offline in a sense is because obviously when you're on the wet tires you're driving offline quite a lot obviously it's where the superior grip is. So even though you're in this scenario where the fastest line you'd want to be is on the normal race line because you're on the slick tires, you can't quite do it because of you have to bring the car onto the wet stuff because that's where it's dry. It's so complicated. You have to be so adaptable in these conditions and just let the circuit dry up bit by bit. You can see here on pit lane Mitchell de Jong is in pit lane for the VRS Commander team, as is the Williams Esports BenQ car Alexander Spets. Whoa, that's a safety car! It's not doing anything, don't worry. Alexander Spets leaving the pit lane on the slick tyres. Ate Kauppinen also brings it in. So Josh Rogers is going to be in second position. It's about what the gap's going to be. It was 20 seconds, or really 25 seconds before the pit stops. How big is it going to be? I suspect it might be quite large.
I do wonder what the pace advantage is going to be for Atte Kauppinen now, because he's no longer Watta Kauppinen. We have to find another name for him. He just has to go back to regular old Atte now and hope that his regular old skills are going to do him well enough.
Disappointing. Well, we do need to think of nicknames for various people. Obviously, with the Team Redline ones, we've got quite a lot of them, like Silly Lully.
We can do Alexander Spitz.
Alexander Spitz, yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't know what else I'd call him, though. I don't know.
What else is water words?
Exactly. Yeah, but this is the thing, is that some of the water words you kind of like, it almost sounds like an insult. Like Alexander Spitz sounds like an insult.
That just sounds like a sentence.
Yeah. What's he doing?
Exactly.
Gap's gone out. I will say, Josh Rogers has done really good to make sure that it's only effectively over that entire sequence, despite all the time he was losing lap on lap. He's only really lost about 10 to 15 seconds compared to where he was.
That's not bad at all. I mean, 35 seconds with 6 hours to go at Sebring, that's basically nothing. That could change very, very quickly. This is going to be a first real test, though. Into the brakes, into the hairpin for the Duracell Williams Esports number 6. And Atte Kauppinen's making it look easy. I don't think he's too worried about this transition right now, but it can bite, and it can bite surprisingly. You can't really fight against aquaplaning or hydroplaning, depending on which side of the hydro/aqua ocean you're on. Seems to be in total control, though, even with those giant rooster tails coming out the back. This level of control, this level of comfortability in the braking zones tells us that I think we are truly in dry mode right now. We're back to Sebring 1 and 2, so for a couple of hours, I think we can probably calm down a little bit, and I think the drivers are going to be able to calm down a little bit too. They'll be comfortable for a little bit.
What side are you on, hydro or aqua?
I think I'm on the aquaplane side.
Yeah, I mean, I am. If I'm using it in a sentence, I would use aquaplane. But I will say hydroplaning does sound way cooler.
It sounds cool, but that sounds like one of those planes that lands on a lake.
Water. Yeah, exactly.
Fire and rescue.
Which what are they called? Because the thing is, are they called flying boats?
I think they're called seaplanes, but I don't know. That could be another thing where we call them seaplanes and you guys call them flying boats.
No. I think it is seaplanes, but flying boats sounds way cooler.
That sounds incredible. That's like we shouldn't call them helicopters. We should call them flying cars.
Yeah, exactly. Or death traps.
That too.
Big fans.
Literally.
Yeah, right.
Helicopter invented in Connecticut, by the way. We'll just drop that fun fact for you.
Nice. I have only I've not been on a helicopter. I've only seen them like like take off next to me once, and I will tell you that was terrifying. That's where you realise how much power a helicopter has. It was at the Assen in Assen for the MotoGP in 2018, and I just went for a little explore, and I crossed over this is after the race. I crossed over the circuit. Mitchell de Jong goes straight on. GG. The second time he's done that this lap, by the way, trying to close down on Dom Hoffman. Yeah, I went for a little explore. I crossed over the circuit because post-race and all that kind of stuff. I was just kind of seeing what was happening in the pit lane, and why not? And then when I was trying to walk back over, the way you have to walk back over the circuit, you have to pass basically where the helicopter, where the medical helicopter is, which is fine most of the time, but obviously that gets closed off when they have to take off the medical helicopter, which they had to do because the race is over, so they want to get rid of it so they can go and do some other stuff, blah, 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 blah. And I stood next to it whilst it took off, and I was like, oh, I'm just going to like video this. I'm stood there looking at it being like, oh my God, the amount of air that thing is pushing around, obviously, but that is scary. That is a lot of power. And all I could think about is, what if one of those blades comes loose? You can't help but think about it when you're next.
And that was how we lost Lewis McGlade. It's such a shame. This broadcast would have been so much better if he was here. It almost sounds like he is here, but I miss him every day.
I am, yeah, and I'm just
Lewis McBlade.
That is terrible.
There we go.
Arjuna will not be happy with you. No, I'm an AI generation now.
I mean, that's always possible.
Exactly. Well, these days it is. But yeah, I know Arjuna hates puns, so he'll hate that. By the way, I have looked for the next 4 hours at least. Dry. There is no more rain happening, and like I say, it could be that until the end of the race. That will take us into the night. It will be nighttime in 4 hours around here. I'm not sure what time the sun is supposed to set, but 8:30 in game. You'd have to say probably the sun will at least be dipping or gone down the horizon. What is the date? Oh, it's March. Oh yeah, the sun will be gone by that point. It is actually March in game as well. So yeah, the sun will be long gone.
Yeah, it's not quite as bad on the East Coast anymore. We did just switch into daylight savings time, so there's no more seasonal affective depression. It's not dark at 5:30 anymore when you walk out of work, but it does still get dark around 7:30, 8. So yeah, around then, a couple of hours time. It won't only be wet.
Goodness.
Won't only be wet. It'll be wet and dark, like a Guinness.
We'll need to go and see a replay from Mitchell de Jong, who is exploring parts of Sebring. And in fact, if we could we cut to him? Can we cut to? Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh dear.
I thought he'd gone much further than he did. There he goes. He's exploring parts of Sebring I genuinely never have been to.
Yeah, I don't know how you really end up out there. I don't know if there was a little bit of contact or if that was just pure aquaplaning that ended up out there. But once he got in that spin, oh yeah, there was definitely a little bit of contact with an LMP2 car coming into Sunset there. But once you're out on the outside there, that's not a racing surface. There's been no vehicular traffic out there to clear the water, so you're essentially like a skimming rock over a lake, and you're just a passenger as you slide into the wall. He's lucky that was a little bit less worse of a collision than it could have been if that wall was a little bit closer.
Honestly,
there it is, Lewis McBlade.
A Lewis McBlade. To be fair, it should be a small C, but we're not going to talk about that. It's fine. No, I thought, because I was looking at Mitchell de Jong when that happened, I thought that he'd actually gone straight on and had cleared the barrier and like gone down some weird escape road,
like
or
that
something.
Camaro in that YouTube video where he ended up on the hotel.
Exactly. I thought it had gone off that way, but no, clearly not. It's fine. Mostly because I wanted to go and explore that then. But no, it's actually really disappointing. You can't do it on iRacing. But we used to always do it when it came to me doing some racing. This is normally in other sims, like with when you have like custom built circuits. The Sherritt Esports blue car, by the way, on the right hand side, just basically kind of drives into Mitchell de Jong. They kind of come together a little bit, but. That is de Jong out into the barrier with now a very broken Porsche 963. But yeah, we always used to do this thing, but so you do all your practice, your hundreds, ever many laps of practice for the event, and then obviously you've got like the actual practice for the event just before it, so like the 2 hours or whatever it is where you warm yourself up, and that's fine for about an hour, but then you get really bored, and then we just always used to start exploring the track, so we'd find a way of flipping ourselves over the barrier as Dominic Hoffman's going to go straight on whilst battling with Alexander Spets, and Spets is going to be able to clear off into the distance now. Big moments as Dominic Hoffman tries to rejoin. Yeah, it was a little bit like that as we would flip over the circuit and go and explore what was happening.
Yeah, you thought the asphalt on the outside of Sunset was wet for Josh Rogers to be sliding around. Imagine ending up in the wet grass and ending up in the mud here. where there's even more of a risk as one of the Audis takes a backwards trip into the tires, and I think Dominic Hoffman might be coming onto the scene just a couple of corners after that. Not really target fixation. The Audi was very much out of the way, but once again showing that it might be slightly dry. It might be possible to make it around in the slicks, but the second you have one little bobble, the second you end up being the slightest bit out of control, suddenly the water takes control of your vehicle, and you can just enjoy the trip into the wall and hope it's not too bad.
Yeah, indeed. That I mean, like again, the grass is going to remain pretty wet for a long time, so if you do go out onto there at some point in the race, yeah, you're still probably visiting a barrier, but either way, the 119, by the way, the PGZ car is into pit lane as well from second in LMP2, as well as a couple of other cars. Yes, we're at that point where just there's going to be a few people in pit lane. To be fair, I think Joshua Rogers isn't a million miles away from coming into pit lane, obviously, because he did pit significantly earlier. I would suspect as this circuit does get drier and drier, that Porsche 93 is going to get stronger. Let's see what happened on this replay. We're going to get quite a lot of these. This is obviously what happened to the Drago Racing car, so it's just committed to the outside, just catches that puddle.
Yeah, I mean, it was far less bad than it really could have been, and he was lucky, kept the car rolling. I don't think he got in the throttle while he was in the grass, and got it back on the asphalt as quickly as he could. You do have to be careful a little bit more in open wheel cars when you're dealing with very, very wet tracks and wet grass, because you can actually get stuck in the mud now. If you spin up the tires too fast, the car can dig into the mud, and you're basically forced to tow at that point, which is another realistic bit of physics here on iRacing now, because that's exactly what happens if it's swamped in the mud on a real racetrack and you're digging the tires in full throttle. You're not getting out of there in real life either.
Yeah, like I said, commentating on Real Motorsports Championships in the UK. I commentate on GB3, which is open wheels in the UK. And I can tell you that definitely does happen. I saw it quite a lot last year of drivers ending up in the mud, in a gravel trap or something in the wet, as Simufy are exploring a whole new part of Sebring there in their LMP2 category. They have gone right down the escape road. They won't be the last one to do so, but
I think that was actually the Camaro escape road, potentially, from the YouTube video.
It's gone. Yeah,
they're back.
They have found their way back onto the race surface, and also I don't believe with any damage, so at least there's that. Let's see what happened.
Straight on. That's actually not the Camaro escape road. It's not the hairpin, but it's a whole other place. It's kind of like how on GTA, where to unlock the map, you actually have to drive there for the first place. I think we might have unlocked all of Sebring finally. We might have covered all of it today.
We've certainly used all of the escape roads, that's for sure. Unfortunately, we've not got far enough into the game to unlock the next island yet, so there's still all barricades and stuff all over the place. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just yeesh. Just some big moments there coming in. But oh, did he hit the barrier there?
He did.
It's
not going well.
Don't tell me you've locked up, gone straight down an escape road, avoided the barrier, and then you hit the barrier a few corners later in the final corner. My God. How?
I think Lucas Camba Moreno wants us to take the camera away from him. We're putting too much pressure on. We're making him choke a little bit.
Which is different to this commentator's broadcaster's curse. There is a thing where it's like if you know the camera's on you, that you do, like, your heart starts racing a little bit. So it's fine. I remember once I was running in. We'll see them drive straight into the barrier. I was running in the lead of a race, and I started thinking about what I was going to say in the post-race interview. Then binned it really hard. Just out 2 wheels was on the wet stuff there on the left. Try to keep your foot in. Bounce off the barrier. Yeesh.
A little bit of a bonk. And at that point, it's kind of like when you're in an Indy car on an oval and you're in the dirty air, you're approaching the wall. Once you realize you're a little bit too committed, the only thing you could have done is probably think back about 5 seconds earlier, and they're off again in the same place as before. Not quite as far off as the last time, but the mistakes stack up. When you get in a rhythm like this, you're getting the tires very, very wet. You're probably heating them up as well, again, as you're getting back on track and trying to get heat in them as fast as humanly possible. When you start to make one mistake in the wet, it is especially difficult to get back in the rhythm, and I do feel bad for old Lucas here, because yeah, he's having a tough old time of things, and it's not going to get any easier until maybe about 40 minutes from now when the track is completely dry.
And it is being viewed by every single person watching this broadcast on RaceSpot YouTube, on iRacing's YouTube, on iRacing's Twitch. So sozzles, but hashtag blame Dane.
He's going for an overtake anyway, though. He's got a little bit of confidence. Backs out of it.
I mean, to be fair, I would have respected that so much. It wasn't also, that wasn't an actual move for position, that was just for the lap. They're going to come into pit lane now to get that car repaired. I think part of the other offs would have been, or that final off would have been down to the maybe some damage. The 18, by the way, still in pit lane. Another one of the LMP2s came in pit lane just behind this, so maybe pit lane is fairly busy. So we'll look at our race leader in the GTP category just flying away. Pulled out an extra second on Josh Rogers as Kauppinen.
Hey, he might not be Watt Kauppinen anymore, but he's certainly in control. Here's the Acura under the braking, coming into the same corner that we saw the Simify go off a little bit earlier. And yeah, same thing. Little bit of a lockup. That started to look a little bit more like a dry weather mistake, though. That didn't look like aquaplaning as much as it just looked like a little bit too much speed carried, maybe a little bit too much confidence in thinking the track was slightly grippier than it was, and just throwing it off the road into the grass. But no harm, no foul there. Just a little bit of time lost, and get to live to fight another day.
I mean, you've got to remember when it comes down, we actually see it here as we keep our eye on the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. The problem with the reason why Cunningham, the braking zone for Cunningham for turn 10 is so hard is because you're kind of coming across the race circuit. You're not driving across it you're not coming out of the Fangio S's, bringing it back over to the left hand side and then getting onto the brakes in a straight line. You're kind of dragging it diagonally across the race surface, and when you do that, it's so easy to kind of take the dry line normally, which would take you basically almost out to the grass, and in doing so clipping a puddle, which will instantly lock that front left, or even giving a little bit too much room to it and then snagging a puddle on the right hand side, instantly locking the front right. It's kind of generally where those lockups come from. It's why those are so tricky, where that's why we see so many problems coming down into the final corner, because again, the braking zone isn't in a straight line. When it's in a straight line, it's fine, even in the wet. Like, for example, going down realistically into the hairpin at turn 6, it shouldn't really be much of a problem down there. But those diagonal braking zones where you're effectively trail braking, they're an absolute nightmare in these conditions.
And Sebring's difficult enough with that just because of the bumps, where you have to think about slightly alternate lines that you would think about otherwise if Sebring was totally repaved and totally flat like it was back when it was first paved as the World War II airfield. But now it's almost like a dirt track in that way, where you do need to think about where the dry line is when you're dealing with rain. You need to think about where the bumps aren't in terms of getting the tires lifted up and throwing yourself off the road, because you can't brake when the tires are in the air. And you also have to think about stuff like this, where you're dealing with all three classes of traffic. Kauppinen's going to get around the BS LMP2, but the LMP2 later on the brakes. And that is not good news for Atte. He was forced out a little bit wide into the water again, and had to slot in line.
And that is the BS competition car that's running 5 laps down in the LMP2 category, now jumping out of the way of Williams Esports Chill Blast, who's lost out 2 or 3 seconds to VRS Commander. Obviously, that's going to ebb and flow, don't worry about it. But we'll keep our eye on that for more the bigger picture to see what is going to happen in that grouping, in that battle for the race lead, whether the VRS Commander team are going to be able to drag that one back. At the moment, everything's very calm. Relatively speaking, around Sebring when it comes to positional battles, because there's not really any. It's quite close to third, realistically, in the GTP category. I say quite close, like it's 5 seconds between them or whatever it is. So, relatively speaking, it's fairly close. As there's the Williams Esports BenQ car. Drago Racing is about 5 seconds behind. This is your first, obviously, chance to see the new Williams liveries. Thoughts?
I mean, I'm a fan. The leading one, the number 6, it's got the silver on the front. I'm a fan of that, and the BenQ car has the purple on the front. I think that's easily differentiable enough. I do miss like the creamy white one that they used to have, but I think they're good enough.
Interesting. Me and I quite like them. I don't know if it's still in the race, but the Williams Esports Academy car in the GTD category, in my opinion, is their best one. Mostly because, again, the sort of like the day glow yellow, almost like lime green-esque. It's Valentino Rossi yellow, basically. It looks great with the purple. I am not sold on this sort of grey. I think it would look better, but you said silver. I think it would look much better as like silver or even like chrome. I think it's
really not being helped by the fact that we're racing in bad weather, so the sky's gray and it's reflecting the gray sky on the slightly matte silver. I think if it was a sunny day, it might look a little bit better, a little bit shinier.
No, we saw it earlier on in the sun. It doesn't. Sorry, I'm just very negative. Incy, no. Look, it wouldn't be an iRacing special event if I wasn't complaining about some part of a Williams livery. Thankfully, we don't have the question of brown orange gate, whatever you want to call it, where I did say it was brown. Arjuna is slam dunking that the fact that it wasn't brown, but they did change it to a more orange, thus proving that they did admit that it wasn't orange enough. And then they did change the entire livery, but they have kept the orange. I have noticed that because they do still have the Placey one, and they have made sure that it is as orange as possible. So there's that.
And this one's absolutely gray, by the way. The GTD car, when it's got more of that gray on it, and this Sotomuto Audi, yeah, that's absolutely gray. That's not silver.
Yeah, exactly. Also, the number board, as you can see on the position board, the position readout slapped straight over the Golf logo. Or really, the Golf logo has tried slapping it straight over the position board, but they've failed on that one. 0 out of 10. I think the livery does look good. The way they've actually introduced the Duracell logo on the wing end plates as well is quite a nice one. As they're trying to close down on the Marla car that is laps ahead of them. Don't worry about it. It's Ryan Barneveld currently behind the wheel of that one. This car, by the way, was leading until it oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of the BenQ car. I think actually, it was leading until it disconnected from the race lead, which is brutal.
More technical issues. Never like to see those, but I suppose it is realistic in some way. You have your engine failures and your parts failures in real life, and then when you get into sim racing, you have your computer failures, and you have your internet failures, and you have your power getting cut to your house. Extra realism, extra anger. How about that?
Yeah, indeed. I was telling some people, I feel like every time I commentate on a race in Sebring, I feel like I have to tell this story. But I was in... I was actually in a race. I was driving in this one at Sebring, a Sebring 12-hour in a different sim. And it's not the time I ran out of fuel. No, it was the time I ran out of fuel from the race lead, but it's a different story from that one. Basically what happened, we were in the middle of the race, and all of the Italians disconnected. Which we were all like, that's a little bit weird. One or two people disconnecting is fair enough, whatever, things happen. But when very specifically, all of the Italians, every single one, disconnected, we were like, there's something weird with that.
Italy's been wiped off the map.
It was genuinely, it was a proper thing with a certain Italian internet supplier that had a major fault. Disconnected the entire lot. They were out for about an hour. When they did rejoin, the race director was nice enough to give them most of their laps back.
Most of their laps back?
As many as they could without giving them an extra lap. Right? It's kind of one of those ones like, you can get, let's say for example you lose 10.5 laps or even 10.8 laps, right? You can give back 10 laps. You can't really give back the 0.8. And it's unfair to give them an 11th lap back. So it's kind of like, it sucks. You've just got to accept it's 10. Sorry.
That makes sense. Poor Italy.
Poor Italy.
We don't say that often enough. Poor old Italy.
Yeah, it's fine. It is. It's fine. It is.
I'm sure they're fine now. They've got the undersea cable reconnected.
I hope so. Yeah, exactly. They unplugged it. They blew on it like it was a cartridge for an old video game, slapped it back in, off we go.
And then the internet's back. I've always wanted to visit one of those undersea cables. I've never seen one.
I'm sure it's underwhelming.
It's undersea, without a doubt. I want to go down there.
I'd hope so.
I want to go straight out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, take one of those James Cameron diver things down and see the cable. Because how many people get to see those?
Yeah, as long as No, we're just no. Sorry, that's sorry. That topic is it's too open for me digging my own grave. So we're going to move straight on from that. We've got 5.5 hours left to go in this race. Doer Esports, the focus of our attention here in the LMP2 category. Is this for position with one of the Grid and Go cars? I believe it might well be. It's hard to tell.
It is hard to tell. There's too many cars, too many different laps, and with LMP2 and GTP in the wet, it's a very odd situation in that the LMP2 cars are actually a little bit faster in the full wet. That's kind of switched back now that everybody's on slicks, but everybody's kind of intersected. There's GTPs ahead of LMP2s. There's LMP2s ahead of GTPs. But now you can see with the handy dandy race spot ticker, you can see this is the battle for third, for position, Door Esports, Grid and Go. And how about that? The closest battle on track. We finally got something that's actually for position, and we might just see the battle for the podium, at least for now. Could even be the battle for the win if something happens to Williams Esports Chill Blast. Then suddenly first through third separated by only about 15 seconds.
Carl Jansen will not be happy that you said something might potentially happen to him in this race. But at the moment, I say a minute 20 ahead of Team PGZ. This is as you say, in the battle for third position. Gabriel Straightmatter behind the wheel of the Grid and Go car. Jonas Wanner, the one behind the wheel of the Dur Esports car. And they've also been joined by one of the GTPs, as we'll see the switch in position now, going out onto the Ullman straight. Little cheeky bit of 3 wide as our overall third position car works its way through. It might be the race leader. It's hard to tell from them sometimes. It was indeed Ate Kalpanen, our overall race leader, working his way past as the Dur Esports car very easily and very relaxed makes his way past the Grid and Go car because it kind of just let him go, which is disappointing.
Yeah, Gabriel Straightmatter, I mean, there wasn't even really a battle into the corner. It was entirely a straight matter.
I was going to say, yeah. No, I was going to say something that wasn't quite as good as that. That's a good one. Mine was, yeah. That's good.
I'm basically just going by puns per hour.
At least an 8 out of 10. You're not as bad as other people that I've commentated with when it comes to puns.
Because basically, if I give enough puns per hour, I get to leave early. So if I do like 10 puns per hour, after 3 hours, I get the same amount of pay as 4 hours, and I get to go home.
You're paid per pun.
Exactly.
Nice.
$5 million per pun, everybody. That's the race spot money we're dealing with. I
was going to say, RaceSpotTV Global. You know, we've got the cheddar cheese.
Exactly.
And we're spending. To be fair, it's probably VCO's money you're spending there with that. So you've clearly hooked up some excellent deal with Florin. He does love a good pun. To be fair,
who doesn't?
Don't think he loves them that much. Oh, Juna hates puns.
Exactly. That's why he's paying me per pun. If I say enough of them, I can just waste the race spot money supply, and then they have to fire me.
Gotcha.
But how about some Audi GT3 trouble here? Our old favorite corner through Cunningham hasn't caused much trouble in a while, and then it finally does. But that was with the old classic grass clip instead of the old classic water clip, and also that wasn't through Cunningham. That was a little bit later through turn 13.
Yeah, indeed. It was the Falcon sim racing team car as well that had its dart off there. I don't know, a Falcon sim racing, a Falcon livery on an Audi R8. Just, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right for me. There is the forecast. Don't need no meteorologist Arjuna to jump into the scene to tell us that this one's clear all the way for the next 4 hours. So if you wanted to see any more rain, tough. As far as we're aware, by the way, because I think we were kind of wondering how this was going to work. As far as we're aware, the weather is different time slot to time slot. So, for example, if you do like the one earlier on in the day and then this one, that time slot weather's slightly different just because of how it is. But in like the splits, whether you're in split 1 or split 37 or split 61 or whatever, like the weather should be the same in each of them, which I think is great. That's how it should be.
Yeah, I mean, you want to have the same race essentially when you're in the same time slot, just split up by skill level with the splitting system. So I would be surprised if it was something different. And there may be some splits that are slightly different just with the way things go, but yeah, that's a good thing that everybody in split 21 or whatever is going to be dealing with exactly the same conditions as the pros, and
well, apparently not
seeing how well they're doing. Although there may have been some slight differences.
Apparently, Split 21 didn't get the second band of rain. I don't know if that's our broadcast director at the moment, Dane Baird. If he's got contacts in every single split and it's only Split 21 that are complaining.
Dane's actually secretly driving in Split 21 right now.
Oh, sorry, no, he did say Split 2, not 21. It's hard to read whilst you talk.
It is.
But to be fair, if he'd have typed it correctly the first time, then we wouldn't have the problem, would it?
Blame Dane.
Blame Dane. Exactly. It's too easy. It is too easy. Poor Dane. It's all right. Arjuna's going to be back in an hour and 20 minutes to save us from Dane, who did have the lovely time of showing us a replay of absolutely nothing earlier on. That was quality.
I liked when
Love
we saw
that.
the safety car a little bit earlier. That was fun.
That was really nice as well. Yeah, no, we don't get to see the safety car very often. So that's
Does the safety car put on wets or slicks, or do they have a tire for all seasons?
Surely it's on a road tire. That's just
It must be
good for all of it. Surely. Love this shot.
Love
there
the
it is.
There. Can we get a hard zoom in? Can we see the tread on the
You
iRacing
are
stand pace
asking
car?
a lot from Dane here. Poor guy. He's just kind of been like, no, we don't have the facilities for that, big man. There you go. That's as close as you're going to get.
They look
Tires are flat.
unfortunately.
Yeah, they're sunk into the ground.
Which one of those fans was it? I think it was the guy in the green shirt.
You reckon?
I think he slashed him.
No, I think it's the guy on the right-hand side who's constantly cheering. He's having an absolute whale of a time.
Are any of those people a doctor? Because that might be an issue. He might have lock arm.
That's a famous syndrome of race fans, lock arm.
You don't want to get that.
No, certainly not. But he's living his best life. That's the important bit.
He is in Florida, so probably not.
Well, yeah, but he's spent the last 6 hours and 40 minutes staring at a safety car. So,
what more could you possibly want in your life, Lewis? That sounds like a dream.
Something has been consumed between that group. It's fine. And again, they're just having a whale of a time as Williams Esports Steel Blast head down into the final corner. This race really has calmed down. Some gaps are still fairly close, but for the most part, all the gaps are either large or growing. Or they're closing and staying the same. There you go. I do want me to tick that one off. But at the moment, basically, it's just. It's fairly unchanging. VRS Commander have closed it down to 26 seconds. It was 35 earlier, so I guess there's that.
Yeah, that could develop. There we go.
Here's a
this is
replay of
potentially a replay of nothing. I'm hearing, but that could be wrong. Let's see is it nothing or is it something into Tower or into Cunningham? No,
God,
it is nothing.
To get this. You need to get that.
They look
sorted
they look exactly the same until you see the runoff. That's the problem.
What do you mean they look exactly? One of them has got this curvy. Oh, he's just slowing it down as well. That's it. It would be better if it was
This is
zoomed in
Tower.
Slightly.
Oh, this is the one we already saw. Now I get it.
See, the thing is that you don't know if it's going to be a replay of nothing or we're going to get some deep information. That's Fira going off right into the barrier. Oh, you can't cut.
No. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Unreal. that car was absolutely slapping the barrier. VRS Commander, by the way, into pit lane. The number 8, Charles Collins, Sir Charles, sorry, Collins jumps behind the wheel. They've already flicked tyres, I do believe, onto a fresh set of slicks. So Josh Rogers will be able to breathe. Probably be back in for the final stint of this race before we'll see Collins back out. He did qualify that car in 4th place earlier on.
I like Sir Charles Collins. I like
Charles Collins.
Charles Lord Collins.
Yeah, indeed. Well, he is English. This is the thing, is it gets put down as being a Welshman because he does live in Wales. But I got the opportunity to talk to him in Sweden, where we had a conversation. He was born and raised in London. I had no idea.
I think it was
Chalins.
Chalins. Was it Chalins at Daytona?
Chalins and Brolins. Yeah,
Chalins
exactly.
and Brolins.
Chalins and Brolins. We don't have Brolins in this one, though, I don't believe.
Darn.
He might be racing a different split, I don't know, but he's not in this split anyway. It's old Brolins.
Lots of bralees, umbrellas.
That is true. I like how you had to clarify that as if no one knows what a brolly is.
It's probably about 50-50 out of the viewership, I'd say.
Yeah.
There's about 50 people who have got their bralees out right now, and there's 50 that have got their umbrellas out.
That's true. And some of them don't even have that. They just wear a waterproof.
Exactly, just like those people by the safety car.
That's true. Oh, to be fair, we haven't even checked that out. That's such a small and stupid thing. There's so many details when it comes to wet weather stuff in iRacing, like with how the drying line, blah, 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 blah. I didn't ever think to check to see if the fans pop out any umbrellas or anything, or if there's anything like that. Or they just stood out there in a t-shirt in the pouring rain.
I didn't see any umbrellas over there, but that may have been slightly covered. You got fans in the tent over there. They're covered
Yeah, but
by
it's not raining at the moment, though, so
That is true. Yeah, we might have to wait. Well, we got to wait 4 hours now until next time.
Yeah, exactly. Although to be fair, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, who knows? I was going to say to be fair anything, but I don't know. I'm just gonna,
Maybe if I look deeply in my graphic settings, it'll be like
umbrella mode.
Tick fan umbrella opening. And I hope you get one of them who's got like the cartoon thing where it blows out the other way,
nice,
flips around.
Yeah, I mean, we've all dealt with it. Let's be honest. My umbrella is massive though, because it's a golf umbrella, so it's just huge. So I just get blown around by it on a windy day. It is quite windy out there.
We got poncho watch.
But the thing is, it's not raining at the moment. So unless that's like a speedy rewatch. Oh, okay. So he's looking back for some rain. Hold on, let's keep our eye open. No, it's either not raining there, it's dry. We're seeing some old replays here. WSR Esports Butt Kicker and Firer. That was from ages ago. We're literally just looking. We're not worried about the content of the replay here, ladies and gents. We're worried about the umbrellas. I didn't see one.
No, I think in this universe, because as we know, iRacing is not stationed in the real universe. It's in its own dimension. It's in its own realm. Maybe these people have like a hydrophobic coating on them, on their skin that they've evolved. So when it rains, they don't have to use umbrellas anymore.
Oh, God, I'd love that. That'd be so handy. I think
we're doing science fiction today, folks.
It would be. Well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to sweat. So it would be. I think it'd be disastrous for you. You can't just spray yourself down in Rain-X. So don't do it. Because it'll be that is bad for you. Very bad for you. But still, who knows? All we do know is that they don't have umbrellas, do the fans, and so that is hopefully coming out in the that's next season. That's the next season job. I want a big trailer for that, by the way.
Yeah, that'll be a big release.
Yeah.
You see all the fans opening the umbrellas at the same time, and it'll be like one of those North Korean like military displays where it's like a painting.
I would love to see that it's raining. They've not even reacted.
No.
Even the safety car turns on its windscreen wipers and no one in the crowd reacts.
Yeah, the pace car driver's not even offering them like a seat in the back seat, get out of the rain.
I'm sure there's a rule probably on that one. I don't know. I feel like now that there is the opportunity. They've only got like a week, but there is a great April Fool's trailer in there for that. Really dramatic, like, you know, you got to imagine it, like really dramatic music. The clouds are rolling in, it starts raining, and then you have one of the fans open up an umbrella, and then it's just sort of like really dramatic close-ups of umbrellas opening and stuff. Boom, next iRacing patch.
There we go. I mean, if that comes out, you've got an email to send.
Exactly.
Took my idea.
Well, yeah, exactly. Give me everything for free on iRacing now.
Exactly. As if you don't own all of it already.
I don't own all of it already.
You own Millbridge Speedway yet?
I don't own Millbridge Speedway. I don't even own the Super Formula Lights.
Oh.
I quite like that. I was watching a race in them last night. They look quite good, actually.
Yeah. It's like it's the new edition of the F3 car. And if I'm not mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong, but isn't the Super Formula Lights car the same as your GB3 car?
I actually don't know. That's a good point. I don't really know. I'm trying to think.
Let's check the old Wikipedia.
Our one is the Tartus MSV 022.
Oh, I think definitely not, because this is a Dallara.
Yeah, it can't be. Yeah, I was gonna say I did think that it was a Dallara on the Super Formula Lights. Of course, yeah, the Super Formula will be Dallara. Yeah, no, we're definitely Tartus or Tartus or Tatius. I don't know what you call them.
Dallara 320 is Super Formula Lights. So that is.
I think it's very
Euro Formula Open.
No, Euro Formula Open still uses the old F3 car.
The old one?
Yeah. But I don't. This is the thing with junior Formula at the moment at the same kind of level as like GB3. Obviously, you've got you could probably chuck Super Formula Lights in there. You could probably chuck over even Indy Lights is a little ahead of it, but yeah, fair enough. Yeah, in that kind of category, that kind of speed of car, you've obviously got GB3. You've got Frecker. You've got Euro Formula Open. You've got Euro Cup 3 as well, which is a championship I'm sure most people haven't heard of. But Euro Cup 3 is a fairly new one, started last year. All of them basically in the same kind of kettle of fish when it comes to speed. And this year at Zandvoort, there is a sports car-y type meet. I think there's like some LMP3 stuff that's happening there, and there is at Zandvoort there is GB3, British Formula 4 and Euro Cup 3 all on the same weekend.
How about
a little open wheel special weekend. Yeah,
bring me out to the Netherlands. I'll show up. I'll pull up.
Indeed, I might not be going. I might be in Snetterton for that one, for various reasons. I also went to Zandvoort last year, and it was cold and miserable. So my want to return is fairly low.
And we were talking about exploring the radius of the track or whatever, and finding places that aren't on track and exploring. If you do buy Millbridge, there's actually a house that you can go to. The guy's house who owns Millbridge Speedway, it's been scanned, so you can go over there too.
Nice.
Because it's on the property. The racetrack is basically in his backyard.
Are you speaking from experience? Have you gone to explore?
I haven't gone. Well, I have gone to explore in the sim. Unfortunately, I haven't gone to his house yet. I did actually. I will tell all you people right now. I did actually race against the guy who owns that house at a go-kart track in Charlotte earlier this year. So I'll have that to tell the people until I get to go to his house.
Yeah, no, well, fair enough. I mean, that's it's some claim to fame, I guess.
Exactly.
I haven't karted against anyone. No, I was gonna say I haven't karted against anyone famous, but I have karted against the first ever GB4 champion, which I got absolutely slapped, of course, because I'm not very good in a kart. Mostly because I weigh a fair amount.
Yeah, that's always the problem with especially indoor go-karting. It's like if you're not an 80-pound kid, you're losing.
Yeah, exactly. I weigh 105 kilos, and I can tell you on the straights that makes a difference. So yeah, it's not. Yeah, that can be fairly frustrating. I do enjoy karting, but then it is what it is. I think everyone enjoys karting. It's just I'm not very good at it. That's why I choose sim racing, where weight doesn't matter. Sim racing is the way forward.
Exactly. We've got so many sizes and shapes of people in sim racing. We haven't seen the cameras for a while, unfortunately. We haven't seen how the drivers are.
Dane's terrified of them.
Exactly. We haven't seen how the drivers are coping with their wet to dry switch. But unfortunately, I have a feeling we'll just be seeing a lot of sim racer face. They don't tend to emote much when they're in hour 7 of a 12-hour race.
No, that's true. We don't get the Marc Marquez, Valentino Rossi leans quite as much in endurance racing. You do obviously see it a lot in sprint racing. There's one, yeah, Nicholas Pateo. Obviously, we saw Josh Rogers a little bit earlier on. We've had a little bit of no cap Carl, who I don't believe is behind the wheel anymore. Is Carl Jansen, or is he?
Huh?
He is still behind the wheel. My goodness, how many laps has he done? There he is, no cap Carl.
Well, look at him. He's having a chill blast right now.
That is terrible.
That has to have been done before. How long has chill blast been around? Somebody's definitely done that before.
Yeah, for sure. He's done the last 80 laps. He did 60 laps at the start of the race. He's done the last 80 laps behind the wheel of the Williams Esports chill blast car. I mean, he is from Sweden, so maybe it is quite cold out there. It was cold when I went, to be fair. I can't remember where he is from in Sweden. I think he's from I don't want to say North Sweden, but I think it's...
Let's see. I'll do a little bit of doxing on my second screen.
Nice.
See if he has it. Does he have it listed anywhere?
I'm pretty sure he was living from somewhere that... I think it was within an hour of... oh my god, I can't remember where he went. I can't remember where DreamHack is. I've blanked Jönköping. Goodness me, that took way too long to figure out. I think it's he's within an hour of that kind of area. I don't think it's Gothenburg. I think it's the other way from Gothenburg, from Jönköping, but I don't know. But that kind of area. We are just like this. We are very sorry, ladies. This is full waffle o'clock. Nothing is happening in this race. Literally nothing. And when it comes to weather, by the way, nothing is happening weather-wise until I'm pretty sure until the end of the race now.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for a couple of hours. Also, Carl Jansen only has 3 Instagram posts, and none of them have his location. He has an old photo from go-karting from 5 years ago, and 2 sim racing announcements, and that's it.
That does, to be fair, sound like Carl Jansen. He's a busy man doing things in Sweden, and driving very quickly. I'm pretty sure this is a bit faster than what he drives normally in real life, but. Yeah. The thing is, I can imagine, right? This is the whole. I've said this all with complacency and stuff in sim racing, and the most dangerous part of driving is complacency. There is Cholins behind the wheel. when you're literally just driving around, normally at this part of a special event, you're still like battling someone on strategy. You're still like being really close. Whereas there's quite a lot of cars that they're literally just driving around by themselves at the moment. That there's just not really anything happening. You got the odd bit of traffic, and that's it.
And I wonder how different this is from a normal 12 hours of Sebring, because in every other year before this is exactly the conditions you would have been practicing in. You would have had thousands upon thousands of laps in the dry, and it would just come down to who could be the most consistent and minimize those tiny little mistakes that you get at the highest level for 12 hours. But now there's been a lot of wet practice, I'm sure, as everybody's been trying their best to figure out a whole new way of racing in this sim, and now suddenly they're back to normal. Did they do a special amount of dry practice over the course of the last couple of weeks and months, or is everybody falling back on their expertise and their experience from previous years? I don't know. Is there a little bit of rust that comes into this? Because right now it looks like everybody is just kind of back to 2023 mode, and it looks like a typical race at Sebring where everybody's got this under control.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I don't know. We saw a little bit of Sir Chollins there. Poncho watch. I don't think it is. I think this is something else watch. It's watch a car go into the barrier. And that is the Dual Esports. There we go. Thank you, Broadcast Director Dane. A bit of a shame there for Dual Esports. Out and into the barrier in the GTD category. They were a fair way down. I think they were running in... No, I'm going to have to count out. I'm in game. They're running outside of the top 10. Let's put it that way. I think it's like 14th or 15th position. And they have returned into pit lane. And they were like 11 laps down on the next car.
Yeah, it's basically just getting punched while you're down. And if you already have that little bit of damage, it is still a little bit slick out there as well. All that stacks up, unfortunately, to another mistake in the Dual Esports number 20. I'm sure they'll get more repairs. They'll get back out there. There's still 5 hours to go. They're not going to give up just yet. But that is just another unfortunate punch. And that'll hurt even more, considering they were already 11 laps down.
So what you could say is they've not quite closed the door on this race yet.
Not quite. It's still very much open.
Nice. Fantastic. Race Clutch here on our screen, currently running in 5th position. Again, I cannot recall the last time where I'm looking at a grid in top split. In fact, I don't believe this has ever happened, where we're not that far past halfway in this race, in top split. The Race Clutch car here, Sean Campbell behind the wheel, who was so disappointed with himself, he posted in YouTube chat earlier on, is 1 lap down and still inside the top 5. 7 hours into it. Like, that is crazy. That is very uncommon. Let's see what's happened. Unfortunately, once more to the Parnell Racing car. It's going to go straight under the barrier. I can feel it.
Ooh, no.
Yep. There she goes. Wasn't that hard, to be fair.
Yeah, that was Mal Dadinka, and it was a very big Dadinka in the wall, unfortunately. A little bit of onomatopoeia for you there. How about that?
Nice.
Yeah, and it's still not dry out there. It's absolutely dry on the racetrack now, but it's a little bit like Hockenheim a couple of years ago in F1. You end up out on the drag strip out there, and yeah, straight on into the wall. No hope.
That, for anyone who didn't join us earlier on, that is basically what happened to the red line cars earlier on, only much harder into the barrier. So at least they're in good company of those that have taken a little visit out into the barrier there. As we'll see this battle, it is Fyra. It's not for position. It is Fyra though, trying to keep the Williams Esports. Oh, it is for position. Never mind. I've checked this. I didn't realise the Williams Esports Chill Blast car was that far down. But so Tamuto behind the wheel, trying to get past Fyra. We do actually have a battle for position.
Yeah, I don't know how long this is going to last, because I feel like Sotomuto is a little bit lower in the order than he should really be. He's definitely going to be looking forward, but it's tough when you're in Audi versus Audi land. You got a little bit of LMP2 traffic coming through as well. He's got to find the opportunity to force Rasmus Christensen into a mistake. Into turn 13, though, door might be opened by the LMP2 car. Not quite open, though. Still one by one. I think this is a little bit of a foregone conclusion, though. We can continue to watch this because Sota's got to find a way to get past somehow, but he absolutely has a pace advantage right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely a faster car right now, but he's got to wait maybe until sunset to actually try and get it done.
And you can see there's a little bit of damage on the rear of that car.
Oh,
Well, you don't have to
not
wait until
until
sunset.
sunset.
My goodness me. Straight on the inside at Le Mans corner. Dives it in with a bit of a slide in the exit as well as the Porsche Commander will work its way past. That one being the Mitchell de Jong driven number 18 VRS. I keep saying Porsche Commander. I'm so used to saying Porsche Commander. The VRS Commander. Make sure we're ticking all our boxes to make sure they're happy. Yeah, just a bit of a slide there. Big dive there from Sotomuto. Lovely move. Highly committed. Just a really nice one. Disappointed, by the way, that Fire haven't submitted a livery. Just because I really like the Fire livery. Yeah. Have you seen the Fire livery? Do you know what it looks like?
Not recently, but it's confusing with this one because it kind of just looks like the Falcon car with the default black and teal.
Either that or that's generally like the livery that Triton used to enter in back in the day. If they were entering in a generic livery, those are the Triton colours. A Polish sim racing team. It's not Triton. That is Fira. Fira, they're generally it's like a black, red, and pink sort of like gradient across the car.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's like a galaxy. It's like a nebula.
Yeah, because we're in game, we can actually see it on our own. They've not submitted it, so we don't have it. But in game, looks great. So 0 out of 10.
Get better next time, guys. And also, I think the reason you saw that move from Sotomuto that was so aggressive was I think he agreed exactly with what I was saying, that he was absolutely faster. He was deeper in the field than he should really be. And he said, you know what? It's not worth it to wait at all. I can make this move. I can get aggressive and I'll probably not be fought too hard. And it worked out for him. It was calculated risk.
Yeah, indeed. Williams Esports Chill Blast, by the way, are out of the pit lane and finally out of the car for the first time in about 85 laps. We do have Carl Janssen out. Kenneth Gulbranson is behind the wheel now of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that remains our race leader in the LMP2 category. Williams Esports Chill Blast, the other Chill Blast, leading in the GTP car. The other Chill Blast car is down the order, but still inside the top 10 in the GTD category. That is your Williams Esports Chill Blast update. Why they entered 3 different cars with the same sponsorship. I get it. Yeah, obviously, yeah, fair enough. It's just very frustrating as a commentator to have 3 cars with basically the exact same name.
Gotta spread your net wide. But also, it's very Scandinavian in LMP2. They got a Swede and a Norwegian in the same car.
I'm surprised I actually got them to get along, to be honest, because there's quite a lot of infighting between Swedes and Scandinavians.
Interesting.
Let's be honest. If you're watching like the Olympic Games, right, and Sweden gets knocked out of something, no Swede is going to go and support a Norwegian as their second country. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Really weird way of putting it, but it's true. Though.
Interesting.
It's just true.
Look at that. We're bringing down national and political barriers with sim racing. Swedes and Norwegians like each other. How about that? They're having a blast together.
Maybe
right now.
I'm still like this. The whole thing with like the whole like supporting a second country. The reason why I talk about it is because everyone always says England is no one's second country to support, and it's so true. As soon as like, let's say for example, like in the Euros, which is coming up this year, football, something, or whatever, I don't know,
or Eurovision for that matter.
But no, that's too far from me.
That's all the way down on the bottom.
Williams Esports Chill Blaster in the pit lane. Yeah, no, that I can't do. That's too far for me. No, thank you. But when like say if you like support, I don't know, the Netherlands, if you're Dutch, as soon as like you get kicked out of like I don't know, you're no longer in contention for like time trial of cycling gold. At no point do you go, I want Team GB to win this. You don't do it. You're always like straight onto like Ghana or whatever from so that's confusing now that I said that. People Ghana from Italy, not Ghana from Ghana. Fine, we'll just move on. It's fine. England is no one's second country. To be fair, nor is the United States, so have it.
That's true. We'll get you to watch Eurovision this year, though, Lewis.
Absolutely not.
Even me as an American, I'm tuning into Eurovision.
Why is it Eurovision when Australia isn't it?
That is also a good question. And like Azerbaijan and like, yeah.
That's more twisted topic, but yeah. No,
lots of bangers.
I'm not about it. I am not about it. I just can't do it. It's every time like everyone when it's on, it's like it's overwhelmingly like everyone's like so into it, and every time like maybe it's not what I thought it was, and then I turn it on. The exact same thing happened with Love Island, right? Is that I knew quite a lot of people that I thought were like very intelligent. I'm actually going to say it, Oscar Hardwick. I looked up to Oscar, and Oscar was watching. Poor guy's getting absolutely named off this broadcast for watching Love Island ages ago. And I thought maybe I was thinking about maybe I got it wrong about the show, and it's the same thing about Eurovision. Maybe I got it wrong about it, what it is. So I started watching it, and no, it's total garbage. Anyway,
I would agree with that for Love Island, but you heard it here first, folks. Today, Lewis McGlade comes out as music hater #1.
Whoa, that's a big move from Drago Racing. I might be a music hater, but I do love a good move. That's a big one from Drago Racing, who's going to see it side by side on the start-finish straight to drag us clear of this topic. Continuing down to the first corner, Drago Racing straight around the outside. Dominic Hoffman and Alexander Spets, welcome back to top split iRacing special event racing, as Spets is able to fend off the Drago Racing car. That ends that conversation.
Yes, it does. Proper Motorsports has finally returned, and I don't think this battle's going to be over anytime soon either, as Hoffman's still very much within draft range. Might be a little bit too far back to think about a move into the hairpin, but this is not as treacherous of a track as it once was. There's multiple dry lines. There's still a little bit of water out there, a little bit of puddling, but other than that, it is clean, it is fresh, and it is very, very grippy as the sun starts to come out. So Dominic Hoffman thinking about where he can make this move, just trying to stay as close as humanly possible to the back of Spets, probably until they get onto the back straight, and he'll maybe think about repaying the favor into Sunset. Right now, though, in the middle sector through these 90-degree corners and high-speed corners, it's all about minimizing the dirty air and staying as close as possible to make sure you're still in draft range for those long straights.
Yeah, we weren't ready for actual racing on the circuit, but we are getting it now. Dom Hoffman trying to take on Alexander Spets. And once again, it was a great attempt going into Sunset. There could be downforce differences between the cars. Obviously, it's wide open on the setup. And some drivers, some teams may have prepared themselves more for wet weather conditions. In doing so, you put on more wing, you put on more downforce, put on more grip, basically. And in doing so, obviously, it can make you even quicker at these kind of parts of the race where maybe we're talking about tyre wear and stuff, and going for a big move. That was a big look down the inside from Dominic Hoffman again. Arguably one of the best GTP drivers on the entire platform, and has been for the last couple of years.
Unfortunately, didn't get a chance into Sunset that time. Was just too far back to really take advantage of the draft, and unfortunately also potentially a little bit worse in terms of downforce, like you mentioned. Just definitely quick through the middle sectors. He's keeping that car planted down to the ground, but when you need straight line speed to make a move at Sebring a lot of the time, to take advantage of the hairpin and take advantage of Sunset and turn one for that matter, if you are slightly disadvantaged with a slightly higher downforce level, you need to be that much closer to actually have anything going in the draft. And yeah, he was about half a second back. Probably needs to be within about 2 or 3 tenths if he wants to use any part of the draft whatsoever, because if he's any further than that, I don't think he's actually going to be able to do anything and be forced to continue following in line and enjoying that dirty air he's getting spit.
Indeed, there are other battles, by the way, that are getting closer, and I will just allude to the lead battle at the moment. I would say between the 6 and the 8. Right now, the 8 is faster. Technically speaking, it's later in its stint, so it should be lighter at the moment. So it's a little bit, it's not as clear cut as the 8 is definitely faster. But as an overall, that 8 is definitely closing in on the 6. So VRS Commander certainly closing in on Williams Esports Chill Blast. I wouldn't expect themselves to expect there to be a major fight in the near future, but again, maybe. I think there might have been an issue, by the way, for the 119. It was supposed to be Loic Rabier behind the wheel, but they have gone missing and have dropped down the order, promoting Jarno Koch inside the top 3.
Yeah, I just investigated that. I was seeing if it was just a pit stop, but no, coming through Sunset, Loic Rabier disappeared out of the corporeal realm, and I think that may have been it. Yes, and now it's confirmed. Packet loss, internet disconnection, unfortunately, for Rabier, right 5 feet away from pit lane. Basically, he was on pit entry when that happened.
Indeed. So into the pit lane, they will return now after getting the escape, the clear run. And whilst we're talking of LMP2s, I think we should probably talk to arguably the fastest driver of the day at the moment in the LMP2 category, because no cap Carl Janssen, as the Fire car just decides to completely rejoin the thing. It's very confusing. Carl Janssen joined us after a whopping 80-odd lap stint. Started the race with 60 or so it was. Obviously from the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that's leading at the moment in LMP2. How was your stint, mate?
It was good. A little bit of trucker back pain there for a few hours, but the last hour was good. No pain then. So yeah, other than that, it was quite uneventful, I would say.
You've had to deal, though, with quite a lot of wet weather racing at the moment. Obviously, you did the first stint of the race where it was wet to dry. You've done the last stint where you've gone basically from dry to wet and then wet back to dry again. How are you finding it?
It's okay. I would say it's very, very close to like real life stuff. So yeah, having done so much karting and stuff in the past, it actually does help quite a bit. But yeah, like the wet to dry stuff is because in these races where the strategy works like how it works, where you want to get the maximum out of the stint, sometimes it's preferable to drive on the wets longer than you should, and the other way around also. So yeah, I mean it's been quite easy for us in LMP2, I think, to change the tires and do the correct tire change because the switchovers have been right on our pit stops. So it hasn't really been that it's caught anyone out, I would say, which is very nice for the LMP2 drivers. But I saw Rogers was on the slicks there in the wet, and it didn't look too fun.
Yeah, that looked like a brutal stint. Thankfully, so he didn't have to go through that one. I was going to ask, what do you think the big separator is from you to the rest of the field when it comes to this car in the wet? Is it setup, or is it kind of like your approach to driving? I'm
not sure really, but I think it might be down quite a bit to approach to driving. Because like this have kind of been the same thing throughout my entire like racing career before I started with sim racing also. I was really, really, really fast in the wet everywhere we went. Any track, any kart, really, like any class, I was just fast in the wet. More so than I was in the dry itself. So I have quite a few wins on the wet, and then I think the wet wins are probably more than it is dry wins at this point. So yeah, I think it's a lot down to the approach of driving and just having confidence in myself where I put the car is the correct place. It's honestly it's a lot down to confidence in these conditions. Just knowing exactly like how fast you can go and having a you just need to absolutely trust the car to it 100% when you go into the corner. Because if you don't, you're just going to go slower in than you can go. So when you actually enter the corner, like, I don't know if it's going to stick or not, but I mean, I kind of trust the car that it will stick. Most of the times today it's been sticking. So yeah, I think that's down a lot to just having the ultimate confidence in the car and yourself, really.
Obviously, I'm going to expect that you're probably going to jump in behind the wheel again before the end of the race. You seem to be enjoying this car track combo, especially with a cheeky bit of weather. But the thing is, now you've got nearly a minute 40 of a lead. How do you keep yourself focused without getting like complacent and making a mistake that way? How do you keep your eye on the prize?
I think really it's just been you just do what you've been doing the entire race, really. Like. Now in the wet, I took it a bit easier than I did the last time, because then the goal last time when it went from wet to dry was really to build the gap. Now when we had like a 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30 gap, there's no point in pushing the limits that much. And I also forgot to restart iRacing itself, so Yeah, had quite a lot of stutters. The game was running at like 80 FPS, so that kept me on my toes for sure. The stuttering into the corners was quite something. So yeah, I mean that kind of kept me on the toes for the stint. It wasn't optimal in any way, but it kind of kept me focused in every corner. I think it just comes down a lot to it. Like it's not really where you have a single class race where you just do like GT3s around Sebring for 12 hours. Like you still have LNDHs coming to pass you. You have GT3s you have to pass. You have so much happening around you that you just keep focusing on that instead of how much the gap is and all that stuff. So you just keep a very high focus on just everything else around you than the gap itself, you know.
Finally, quickly before I let you go, obviously new livery on the Williams bunch this round. Reckon that's making you any quicker? They do say a good livery's worth a couple of tenths.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. New livery is just so much faster than anything else.
All right, go. I'll let you get back to it. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Oh dear. There you go, Joey Jansen, obviously race leader in the LMP2 category. Nice to hear from him, isn't it?
Yeah, and proving the scientific hypothesis that it's absolutely true. New livery, it's always going to add a couple of extra tenths. I wonder where that ends, though. If you have a new livery every year, how much can that bring the lap time down? Are we going to get down to like 1 second lap times?
No, because it's not necessarily new livery. It's good livery. And so this is the thing: is that if you release a new livery every year, then eventually you're going to do what R8G have done and release an absolute stinker.
There you go.
So you know it happens. Sorry, R8G. That's just, absolutely just out.
Absolute nuclear missile sent over there.
Sorry. Clearly, our broadcast director Dane absolutely loves Carl Jansen.
Yeah.
We'll see his reaction as he's rejoining his teammate. Exactly. Poor guy doesn't even realise. What if he started picking his nose?
It could happen. I hope he gets to like go eat some food or something. I don't know what time it is in Sweden right now. Probably like 10, 11, 12.
I can't remember if it's +2 or +1. I think this is +1, isn't it?
I don't know. I guess it is the middle of the night for him, so it's probably best if he doesn't.
It'll be 9 o'clock.
Yeah, probably best that he doesn't go get some food then. But maybe he will. Who knows?
Exactly. Well, I mean, once I'm done with my stint, I'm going to grab myself some food. I'm going to sit back and watch the Formula 3 race as well. That's on. That's on a little bit. That's on in a couple of hours. Keep my eye on my boys. And obviously, we've got plenty of sim race. This is the thing these days when it comes to with like real world motorsport and stuff. Is I see a grid like Formula 3. You know, 2 steps down from Formula 1, one of the largest championships in the world, seeing all these future talent stuff, and I'm looking at them being half of them are sim racers. I mean, Max Esterson's driving around with a big old iRacing logo slapped on the side of his car.
I think he's the only American in F3 now, because there was one year about 3 years ago where there were like 5 American drivers in F3, and it was like, is this finally the time when the American pipeline grows? And now it's just down to Max holding up the flag now, and holding up the flag for iRacing for that matter, I guess, with the biggest logo.
True. That is true, but then there are at least other drivers in it that take part in iRacing, like, for example, Luke Browning, Alex Dunn, obviously one of the Apex Racing drivers. There's plenty. I think there's a couple of Americans in F2. I think there was like 3 or 4 last year.
Jack Crawford.
Yep.
Araya, I think he's still around.
Is he still... Yeah, he's still doing F2. Obviously, Brad Benavides last year as well. There's still some American talent.
Yeah.
No one in F1 this round, though. Sorry.
Unfortunate.
Sorry.
But...
Ooh. Is
that too much of a loss?
It's one of those ones, as we'll see. Ooh, a little bit... I kind of understand that one a little bit as the Falcon. So I've never seen a car in that bit of grass, to be honest. But the Falcon
unlocked another zone.
team gets sent over there with a car that was I think it was one of the WSR Sports bucket cars that was lagging around the outside and then made that contact, and away they went into an unfamiliar part of Sebring. It's kind of one of those ones with F1. It's completely off topic because we're just chatting rubbish now. So I understand it. I don't like it, but I do get it. And it is probably a decision which I agree with, but I don't like. But I do agree with it.
Yeah, and also I'm slightly distracted because I have like a double screen set situation going here. I'm watching the race. I am commentating on the race, so don't worry. But also the NASCAR Truck Series is about to have an overtime restart at COTA.
Oh, is it really?
I've got to have that up as well.
That's where.
Speaking of series where there's a ton of iRacers, look through the NASCAR Truck Series field.
Yeah, right. I didn't realise there was quite as many. I've not watched the trucks in a while, to be honest. So fair enough.
We'll see how that
obviously
goes.
at COTA, so yeah, it's good.
Yeah, only road course race of the year. Unfortunately, eNASCAR's Vicente Salas did not have the best day. I think he had some damage in qualifying, and he's a little bit down in the order right now. But you see Corey Heim in official races sometimes. Ty Majeski, of course, over 10,000 I rating. That's a big one. And Connor Zilish, basically everybody. Roger Caruth.
I was mostly looking forward to seeing how Salas did in that, because I said before, like because I would commentate on quite a lot of like the bigger esports championships and stuff, and then like a lot of the time when it's like when there's another one on, like even like PESC, I see the results, I flick through the broadcast and stuff, I see what happens, oh good, Seb's on again, great, cool. I generally don't sit down and watch the whole broadcast, mostly because I can't stand Arjuna, but also partially because it's kind of like I don't want to watch another sim racing broadcast. I'll commentate on enough of these, so like I sort of like watch from afar. eNASCAR is the one where I'm like, I do watch that, I do sit down and watch it. But I enjoy the eNASCAR. It's great. Also, I'm quite a big Casey Cohen fan. I did go a bit uwu when he was in IMSA.
Nice.
I was like,
And you're a big Evan Pasoko fan too.
Who's that? No, I'm joking. Yeah, I do like him actually. He's obviously a quality commentator. It's one discipline I don't think I could really do. Mostly because I'm British, but also I think it'd just be really weird. And here he comes through the final corner to become the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series champion. Doesn't work.
It doesn't.
No. Would be funny though. But no, I do like Evan. He's a good lad.
Maybe for the April Fool's Day broadcast.
I'd be all over that.
I wonder, because March is 31 days, so darn. Monday's April 1st.
What a joke. I know, I'm commentating on it. On April 1st.
I think I might be commentating on April 1st this year too.
I am at Alton Park commentating on the first round of the GB3 and GB4 championship.
Oh.
Because we race on Saturdays and Mondays because we love being awkward because tradition. I love this country.
I wonder what kind of prank you're going to go with. Just welcome to Cadwell Park.
Well, hopefully, yeah. No, I was going to say I was going to start telling a story, which is really kind of, it's not really probably that appropriate, but I'm still going to tell it anyway. Of last year on the Monday, I spent most of the time running in and out of the commentary booth because. I'll put it as I caught a bit of a bug, and keeping food down was hard work. Let's put it that way. I did not have a good time that day. But, we battled through it because we love motorsport. It was a good round, actually. And that was the time where... I think I might have actually been on the Saturday. There is a clip that went fairly viral, which is of a car rolling backwards onto the racing line at the final corner of Alton Park. I was commentating on that. I genuinely was terrified. I have seen that clip so many times. Every time it comes up on like Instagram or something, someone sends it to me being like, is this you? And I'm like, yes. That is me, terrified. Thank you.
There you go.
Good times.
Cede the floor to the... I haven't been getting any questions in the chat. I've been looking at chat. They've been they've been having conversations with each other. They've been making friends. We heard that we already knew that Super Formula Lights and Euro Formula Open same, but in
I didn't think they were, but yeah, maybe they are.
In Euro Formula Open, they have the Toyota GR Yaris engine, and the Super Formula Lights have a Volkswagen. No, it's the other way around. The Japanese one. Japanese one has the Toyota, and Euro Formula Open has the VW.
It's a 3-cylinder engine, if I remember correctly.
Interesting.
On the yeah, no, I did. I thought Euro Formula Open. Maybe they've changed this year. I don't know. Again, I don't generally watch Euro Formula Open because I can't stand George Morgan. No, it's a joke. I get along well with George. That's fine. I realize
there's gonna be some first time viewers here
exactly.
who don't know who you, George, or
Exactly.
Arjuna are, and they're just gonna be like, "Wow, this guy
hates everyone.
this guy hates sim racing."
If I did hate them, I wouldn't be saying them on broadcast. No, I get along well with George. That's why I was like, I'll instantly just clarify. I do actually like George. We do get along quite well. It's fine. But obviously, he commentates on Euro Formula Open and. GT Open, International GT Open, as well as sometimes commentating on Frecker.
What'd you just call me?
Formula Regional, European
Championship
powered by Alpine or something like that. I can't remember. Everyone just calls it Frecker, and I'm always like, oh, what does that stand for again? Yeah, I know it's Formula Regional. Everyone just calls it Formula Regional or Frecker.
Formula Regional Oceania Championship presented by Alpine. Froca, Asia.
Yeah. Well, what was it? It was Fremek, wasn't it? It was Formula Regional Eastern. Middle East Championship. That wasn't powered by Alpine or sponsored by Alpine, I don't think. Or maybe it was Fremeca. I don't know, but it's just that's too many letters for me.
Yeah, we did just get a question in the Twitch chat, by the way, which I don't think you can answer because I don't know if this has made it to your. Oh, but actually, more importantly, Grid and Go 003 Jarno Koch has had a little bit of trouble in turn 10. That was the first big slide we've seen in a while.
Yeah, exactly. Went for a little bit of a slip and slide and messed it up. I'll say that. You can fill in the blanks whatever you want. What's the question? I'm curious.
Okay, we'll go back to that now. Jarno's okay. He says, does Diet Dr. Pepper taste more like regular Dr. Pepper? Which is not. That's like half a question. I feel like there should be a second sentence there.
Yeah, no, I don't really know.
Diet Dr. Pepper does taste pretty identical to regular Dr. Pepper, but I don't even think you have Dr. Pepper there.
Well, of course you have Dr. Pepper over here.
You do? It's made it? It's made it?
Dr. Pepper's always been over here. In fact, actually, I bought 2 bottles of Dr. Pepper the other day, and 2 litre bottles of Dr. Pepper. Obviously, I didn't drink it in one go, but I do remember after drinking some of it, because I've been trying to cut down a little bit on caffeine. I love Dr. Pepper, especially with a certain alcoholic beverage. It goes very nicely. But my goodness me, the sugar and the caffeine went straight. I was very jittery. I was like, oh my god, I feel I had to go and like lie down because I felt so bad. Because it is a lot of caffeine and a lot of sugar. And I just remember being like, my goodness me, please, someone come in here and sort me out because I'm not feeling good right now. And that will probably be the last time I have Dr. Pepper for a while.
Dr. Pepper Cleanse. You guys do have Mezzo Mix though, and we don't have Mezzo Mix in the US, and that makes me sad.
Mix?
It's half Fanta, half Coke.
Yeah, but surely you can just make that anyway.
You can, but it's not as special.
Sure, that's mud water. That's horrendous.
It's delicious mud water.
I was going to say that is not a thing here. If anyone puts anything orange, yeah, of course, but in the same way that you can, like, I don't know, mix coffee and tea together, just don't.
Blur did it. No, that was coffee and TV. What am I talking about?
No, I think the idea of putting anything orange related anywhere near Coke is crazy to me.
If you go to a Burger King in the UK and you go to the Freestyle machine, you can get Mezzo Mix and Diet Mezzo Mix.
Yeah, of course you can.
I went with Diet.
Yeah, of course you can. That's the same with any place where you get to pour your own beverage. Or to be fair, you could just at a bar or something order a Fanta and a Coke and an extra glass. Bosh.
I should just do that. I should just do that.
Be classified as a psycho though.
Yes, probably. But it's extra work. It's an extra button because you have to press the Diet Coke button and then you have to press the Diet Fanta button. When then in Burger King you just press the Diet Mezzo Mix button. It's easy. I've
never seen that button.
Also, Dane reminds me, other fast food restaurants are available and also are better.
I don't know. I've actually quite like a cheeky BK. The Steakhouse Angus. Let's get an extra patty in there. Oh. Bosh. Done. It's a bit more expenny than the other ones, but do you know what? When you're on a road trip, Slide that one down your gullet. Obviously, you've got the gap at the bottom of your screen. We'll talk a little bit on topic just for a brief while before we run our mouth on something completely irrelevant. Charlie Collins, Sir Chollins is closing down 16 seconds now off the rear end of Josh Ladd. So it's closed down an extra 5 seconds as we're wisely informed that Elvis Rankin is off the road.
Oh. I wonder where it could have been. Let's see. How about that? Instantly, and it's off at our favorite corner.
Allingham.
Still a little bit wet over there. Gets it pointed in a straight line so he doesn't get stuck in the mud, though. But that's the first time we've seen a mistake through there in a couple of laps. Everybody had it figured out, but poor old Elvis Rankin, once again realizing there's still a little bit of water left on the track, and just locking it up that little bit, throwing it off the road.
Curious to see where Elvis Rankin is actually racing from, because obviously was recently a part of the Apex Racing team. Was racing from Corby. The last time I had a conversation with him, when he was in the Porsche Commander squad, I was like, oh, "Where are you racing from in this?" And he was like, "You'll never guess." And I was like, "Is it Corby still?" And he's like, "Yeah, it is actually." I was like, "Really?" Not the actual Apex Racing facility. I think his like grandparents live somewhere in that kind of area. But I just thought that was really funny. So he still might be racing from that area despite not being a part of the team. So he's not going to get invited to the golf range with Pete Berryman anytime soon. It's fine. Jonas Wanner into the pit lane, as I believe is Pedro Sanchez Albert in the LMP2 category. So we're probably entering that pit window sequence. I am just going to very quickly check weather because the weather report works about the next 4 hours, so that'll take us almost up to the end of the race. It is 0% for that entire time.
Oh dear.
I don't believe we are getting any more rain, to the point where I am absolutely sure that Dane Baird has not updated this graphic, or is not. Well, he doesn't need to.
Exactly.
Same as it was earlier. But I at least would want him to like spice it up a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, last laps or so, a little bit of transition, but I guess that's the magic of the weather. It's extra realistic. Sometimes we come onto a racing weekend and you see the forecast. It's like 100% chance of rain like a week before, and you're like, yeah, we're finally gonna get a wet race. It's gonna be awesome. As there's a nice dive from Mr. Chollins, and then it gets to the weekend and it's totally dry.
Again, so in 2022 it was my first year commentating on GB3, and we were expecting it to be wet all the time because it's this country. You know what it's like. We didn't have a wet race. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I can't remember when our first wet race was. It wasn't for like at least the first 10 races. Remember, it's a 24 race season. I think we only had like 1 or 2 wet races that round. I think it was Silverstone. It was the second time we went to Silverstone. It was the third race was wet. Other than that, completely dry all the way through, which is crazy because again it's this country. And then last year was exactly what you would expect. Pretty much every race was wet, including when we went to the Netherlands where it was disgusting. There we go, he spiced it up a little bit. Not 3 hours, sorry, not 4 hours. He's put 1, 2 and 3. So and it's again, it's still clear, infinite. It will be dry here until the end of time.
Till the end, it will never be wet again. Sorry everybody, we had a couple of hours of wet
crops.
racing and we're never going to see it again. But also NASCAR last year, I think it was something, some amount of double digits of weekends that were affected by rain.
Yeah.
So you want your road racing series to have rain because that's okay. And then you get to the ovals where we can't race in the wet, and they all decide to start pouring it down.
The first ever Daytona 500 that I ever watched was influenced largely by wet weather. Pretty sure the delay was something like 5 or 6 hours. And then Dale Earnhardt Jr. won.
And Austin Dillon flew into the fence.
Wrong year, I think.
No.
Was it that year?
Which year was it?
14.
Yeah, that was that year, I think.
Was it?
Or was that 15?
Nah, I think Austin Dillon was the year after, yeah. I don't recall it was. I don't think Austin Dillon was 14. Austin Dillon made his debut in 14. Didn't he have the pole position?
Yeah, you're right. And also, when he flew into the fence, that was the July race anyway.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Goodness me, I don't even remember.
There we go.
I've watched my fair share of NASCAR. To be fair, I've not watched much since this new generation of car. Every time I'm like, oh, cool, some of the racing's like really interesting, and I'm like, I don't really care. I don't know what it is. I don't have the same vibe about this new generation of car, even though I think it does look pretty sick. Same as with supercars. To be fair, V8 supercars, I've always thought since the Mustang came into it, I was like, no, not V8 supercars to me. My first season of V8 supercars, again, it's 2014 as well. It was when you had it was one of the earlier years of this of that generation of supercar, where it's all, you know, saloons. So 4-door saloons, and you had obviously the Holden Commodore, you had the Falcon, but then you also had the Mercedes, you had the Volvo, and you had the Ultima, which the Ultima did last a couple of seasons afterwards, but like the Volvo only lasted like really like 2 seasons, and then it was binned off, and then Scott McLaughlin went over to the Falcons, obviously, but I don't know. I miss every time I look back at it. I'm like, that for me is like, it's almost like that's peak V8 supercars. Seeing all 5 of those and, you know, the variety and stuff, but it feeling like V8 supercars and the crazy racing. I miss it.
Have you seen the SpongeBob Camaro?
It does look good. I will say 10 out of 10. But it still doesn't feel like V8 supercars.
Yeah, they're a little bit like, they're almost like GT4 cars at this point.
They're almost, I think they're faster than GT4 cars. They're not far off GT3 cars at some points. I mean, they're faster in a straight line than GT3 cars, which have got less downforce. Which, like I say, when you see like a Ford Falcon, right, and then someone like someone who's like well into GT3 racing, and I tell them they go faster into the chase than a GT3 car, and they go, no, they don't. And I'm like, no, they're pushing nearly 200 miles an hour going into the chase. You go, I don't believe that, until you see it and you think that is basically just a normal road car. It's basically a Ford Mondeo in this country, whatever, or, you know, it's a normal road car doing 200 miles an hour into the chase. There's something that feels crazy about it. Seeing a Mustang or a Camaro do it, I don't really care. You kind of get where I mean. It's not as special.
Yeah, they're expected to do that.
Yeah,
and that's what all the NASCAR Cup cars are now too. Except for even with the Camry's been taken away, so it's a Supra now. They're all sporty cars.
I don't know. There's just something fun about seeing a non-sporty car do sport. It's why my favourite car in Super GT is the Prius.
I love it.
I think that thing is hilarious. It's because it's so stupid. I love it. To be fair, I've not really watched Super GT in a little while, but again, I like that. It's why I quite like British touring cars, because it's just like, it's just, I don't know. It's a Vauxhall Astra winning races. How cool is that?
It makes me want the Lexus in GT3 in iRacing still, which we still need to get, because that's like the only one left that's like a regular road car pretty much. You see a Lamborghini, and it's probably similar, the price of a road-going Lamborghini and the price of a GT3 Lamborghini, but the price of a road-going Lexus and a GT3 Lexus, that's probably the widest range you're possibly going to get. Yeah,
as I say, I like the idea that it's just a road. The problem is with the Lexus, even though there is like fair enough, like there is a slightly newer one, whatever, it just looks dated at all times. It looks dated. But then again, I've said before, I think the GT3s and stuff in iRacing is that we just need more of them.
Yes, please.
For example, where on earth is the 720? How is it that we've still got the MP4-12C? There's been like 2 McLarens since between that.
Yeah.
That said, if you did get rid of it, people would complain because it is the fire breather, which is just excellent.
And in the same thing, I will miss the Ford. I'll miss the Ford GT when inevitably it's gone and they replace it with the Mustang, but I will miss it.
I will miss it less because it wasn't proper. You know what I mean?
No, it was fake from the beginning, basically.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, as much as I understand, like it's a cool meme machine. It's just it's not got quite the same gusto, but people do love it. I know people that still, obviously even now, like, they'll still like the Bathurst 12-hour. Ryan Walker's one of them. I think Ethan Bass as well. They'll always do well, if there's a Ford available, they'll take it. That's the GT. Because it's ridiculous. There's something about the stupidity of it.
And there's certain places where it's like especially fast. I remember the old Bassmaster Ethan Bass. He almost won a league race at Le Mans in the Ford because it was just so grunty and it had such straight line speed that he could have pulled off the upset. Fuji as well. He was really fast at Fuji in that thing too.
And like I say, you got to respect it. You got to respect the grind. You got to respect the consistency of someone just to stay with a car, regardless of whether it's good or bad. So again, fair enough. This is the second, by the way, of the VRS Coanders. Waffler Clock will have a little breather for a second. They do have the race clutch red car directly ahead, and they're both a little ways down the order. What happened to that? Have I missed something? Oh yeah, no, I have. I'm just trying to remember. This is the thing. I said this to our junior earlier. I've seen so many crashes in the race so far. They all kind of like merge into one, and I can't fully remember what happened to the VRS Commander car, but something happened to this VRS Commander car, as we'll see a replay of it. Hey,
was this the crash? No, that was the off a couple of laps ago. I think the crash was into sunset right here actually, and it was straight into the wall when it was a little bit more wet out there.
Yeah, potentially. But either way, it dropped down a little bit because I do remember them. Yeah. Because I even got a message from Seb Hawkins saying, well, now VRS Commander do have a car they can experiment with on strategy, which is hilarious and true. Bearing in mind our conversation from earlier. Here is the replay of what happened. Yes, because then they got the contact on the inside and it went straight on. I do remember it now because Mitch de Jong was exploring parts of Sebring. See, as soon as I see it, I'm like, ah, yes, now I remember. But
registers back in the mind.
Yeah, exactly. I can't. Someone asked me earlier, like, what happened to the Apex Racing Team car? I had no idea until our junior explained it to me bit by bit. Terrible.
No memory. This is some fun traffic here. You got the Apex Audi, you got the Grid and Go LMP2, and you've got a sandwich of GTPs that are both 5 laps down. These are some of those magical situations where you get a little bit bored. Probably at times when you're just making laps, you're not dealing with anything, you're not racing for position, but now suddenly you are racing for position, and you also have about 3 different classes coming together at one place on the track. This is necessary. This wakes up some of the drivers that may get a little bit complacent, a little bit bored, gets the blood flowing again, gets the neurons firing again, and it gives us a little bit of something to talk about that isn't Diet Dr. Pepper. Exactly.
No, it's basically what Carl Janssen was saying earlier in his interview, where he was basically suggesting that it's not quite like doing a race where it's only GT3s, like when we did the Fuji 8 hour last year, or even Nordschleifer and stuff, where it is you and the track, and sometimes in the middle of the night or late in the race, you can become a little bit complacent, not really focus on what's happening, drift off, fade away into obscurity in your mind, and then suddenly you're coming back to reality as you're visiting a barrier at high speed. In this, you're constantly kind of like knocked out of your rhythm by all the cars around you, so it's fine. As one of the cars rejoins the racetrack from the pit lane, I believe, or maybe it's just running really, really wide. I don't know. But yeah, it's enough to keep you in the rhythm. Sometimes that can be dangerous. That is why I ran out of fuel from a 2-lap lead in Sebring. Because I was so focused on like lapping traffic and doing that solidly, I completely forgot to pit, and it was coming down to this corner, the car shut down. We're
just having you reveal all of your past sim racing trauma today, Lewis.
I know, it's bad, isn't it?
We gotta remember all the bad moments.
Every time I commentate on Sebring, every time I remember it. And
I'll get you to remember a good moment one of these days.
I don't have many good moments at Sebring, unfortunately.
Neither do I.
I've got good moments on other tracks. Albert Park, great moments at Albert Park, but not at Sebring. I do really enjoy racing Sebring actually, but no good moments at Sebring, sadly.
Yeah. All my good moments are at Watkins Glen.
Really?
I think my crowning sim racing achievement was like probably 5 weeks into getting iRacing in the first place. I was in a BMW GT4 like single make series back when the BMW was the only GT4, and I was in third, and a guy named Zach Brown was in the race.
Oh, nice.
He got really mad and got into an in-car argument with another driver, and they killed each other in the carousel, and that's how I won one of my first road races, and I think only GT4 race I've ever won.
It's top tier. What iRating are you?
On road, not very high. I don't participate as much as I should. I think I'm at 2059 right now.
That's okay. It's definitely higher than Cam Roger. You're okay.
Because I'm above average because I actually participate sometimes. But this was pre-commentary when I actually had time and motivation to do multiple races per week. Now it's a little bit more scarce.
Yeah, no, I don't. I really don't drive anymore. It's very rare that I do drive for two reasons. Number one, I'm slower than I used to be, which does kill me. And number two, most of the it's like I commentate on so many races where it's just like, the idea of like, oh, here's your spare time, go do some racing. I'm like, no, thank you. This, by the way, again, it is a Battle 4 position, 7th position on the road. They're 5 laps down, but they are on the same lap, so it is a genuine battle between Elvis Rankin and the race clutch car that's being driven by Jere Lehtinen at the moment. See if there's going to be a move from Elvis Rankin here. A little bit of a look to the inside, didn't quite commit to it going down to Cunningham. Bit of lap traffic for them to deal with in the form of one of the Drago racing cars. One of the people, by the way, in this broadcast booth has won at Sebring, so it looks like that. Dane Baird, I'm pretty sure he won split 79. I still have no idea. It's probably if I were a betting man, I would say split 9. No, 8.
16 apparently. I mean, you were close. I mean, if we're talking like on a scale of how many splits there are, if there were 100 splits, I would say he would be split 79, but if there were like 21, 16 makes sense.
Exactly. Well done, Dane. We're proud of you. He was 2K, so this is about where you are.
There you go. That would be my split. Me and Dane need to race now.
That's true. My I rating is far higher than it should be because I decided it was a good idea to grind Formula 4 cars at Scuba a little while ago. It wasn't actually that long ago, but I went from, I think it was like 2.5k to 3.5k in 1 week, which is fine. And now I refuse to drive. I think it's 3.2. I lost a bit doing other races, and now I'm like, no, I won't do it again.
The other week, I said I was going to take out the rig again and do a little bit of racing, get back in the rhythm, and it was the Formula 4 series at Snetterton.
Nice.
And then it would have been nice, but that Brundle-Nelson complex...
Bad, isn't it?
It's awful. I hate it.
It's bad. It is bad. Followed by a corner called Bombhole, which is...
Bombhole's great. I love Bombhole. And then you have to do the same thing, basically, through the final 2 corners.
Yeah, Coram into Murray's. Yeah, indeed. And also, it is one of the worst circuits for navigator as a commentator.
Yeah, it all looks the same, and it's flat.
Not even that. So let's say, for example, I'm going to, again, more stories with Lewis, sorry. You got 17 and a half minutes of me for this stint, and then I'm off for 2 hours, and I'm back on, don't worry.
And then stories with Arjuna.
So, exactly. You've got the start finish straight, right? On the left-hand side, you have the timing tower, right? Which is also the commentary box for British GT and for GB3, and that's where they do British touring cars as well. It's under the timing tower, right? Which is on the left-hand side. And obviously the pit lane is on the right-hand side. So you would think that the distance between the commentary booth and the paddock area is no more than a 60-second walk, right? It is less than 100 metres. It's very close. You have to walk over as the race clutch red car of Jere Lehtinen does come into the pit lane, relieving Elvis Rankin in that position for 7th spot. So you would assume then that it would be a nice, easy walk over to the paddock area. It's not. You can't do it. So what you have to do is you have to get in your car. You have to drive. It is I'm not joking, it is like a 2.5 mile drive. Because you have to drive all the way back round to the main entrance, which is going all the way around the circuit. Then you have to cross over the bridge and drive all the way back round on the inside of the circuit to the start to the paddock area. And generally speaking, when I do that after a race, I am doing that for one interview. How infuriating is that?
It sounds terrible.
It's not fun.
Frustrating track to drive and frustrating track to commentate.
Yeah,
but it's still
exactly.
around.
Exactly, and it's also in Norfolk, so that is a lose-lose. You've commentated with Zach Sweeney?
I think so, a couple times.
Norfolk, exactly. That's the problem.
I would like to see
Norfolk
Cadwell Park on iRacing just to suffer.
Love Cadwell Park. It's not really it's not really a car racing circuit, really. As much as they do race cars around there, it's more it's more of a bike racing track. Supercars work quite well around there. Anything larger than, say, like an MX-5 is too big for Cadwell Park.
Yeah.
Great track though.
But I would like to see GTP LMP2 GTD at Cadwell Park.
Absolutely.
Just for the heck of it. Just for the heck of it.
I would honestly, I'd give it a go. I would give it a go. Cadwell, it's not really like represented too much in the world of sim racing. I think it's on probably on AMS2. It's probably the only place that's a solid build of it at the moment. But I don't think. No, see, Dane's just said it doesn't Formula V have the lap record around there. I don't believe so, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think it is something silly because I think it is something like a supercart. I think a supercart might have the lap record around Cadwell Park because it's so small.
Let's see. Let's check the facts here. Wikipedia, second monitor. Yeah, 2021 supercart.
See?
121.
I know my stuff. That doesn't shock me because again, supercarts, if you're thinking of like normal kart racing, if you don't know what a supercart is, you're wrong. It is the size of a kart, but a thing that is absolutely unrealistically fast. They are so quick. They race around circuits like Snetterton because they're that quick. And so somewhere like Cadwell Park, where the reason why it won't be a bike is because a bike, obviously, you've only got 2 wheels for grip, so going around corners, you'll be slower. You've got a supercar, which is something small, which accelerates really quickly, which is small so it can use a lot of the track, and it has 4 wheels, so it's got a lot of balance and stability going through that middle portion of the track. Those things are rapid. They're terrifyingly quick.
I need to go on, like, the UK, like, Motorsports Grand Tour. Whenever I end up back in Britain, I'm going to hit all the spots. I wanted to see the European Truck Racing Championship or the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch when I was there, but it didn't line up, and I need to get all these life experiences back. I've missed them all.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing with some of the racing, some of the weird racing stuff. I know a friend of mine went to the truck racing stuff at I think it was the last event of the year last year. Might have been the year before, at Brands Hatch, which was truck racing, and they all like set off like fireworks and stuff, and it was great. Apparently it's great. I've never seen truck racing. It is one form of motorsport that absolutely terrifies me. I know one of the people who's been on the Williams esports stream today, Chaz Draycott, does the European truck racing championship. It terrifies me because I always think back to like all the South American truck racing stuff where you'll see like an instant of this truck bomb it off the road at about 120 miles an hour and no brakes because obviously they overheat and then they go whatever and they've got no brakes and then it goes towards the barrier and it's almost like a Looney Tunes cutout of a truck like bombing it through the and you're just like brilliant. And all I can think about is that I'll be stood there watching truck racing and you've got to treat it like rally racing where you can't stand on the outside of a corner because you'll just get flattened by a lorry whose brakes have failed and the barrier is used to stopping a car hitting it at 120, but a lorry that weighs 8 times more than a car or whatever hitting it at half the speed is enough to just absolutely detonate that part of the barrier.
I'm still sold.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
I'm absolutely sold.
Fair enough.
I will be
out truck racing in America.
I don't think so, which is kind of weird.
You do. Yeah, right.
Like, why is that a European thing to have semi trucks racing?
That seems ridiculous.
Is there an American Truck Racing Championship? Let's see.
You've got to have American.
Because they do like school bus racing at like the local short tracks.
Exactly.
Let's see.
That just seems crazy to me.
Formula Truck in Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about. Is that's the one where I see where like they'll go off the road and they'll hit a barrier and just completely pierce it.
I found a series called the Bandit Big Rig series.
Oh, now
are they still running?
Sounds American.
Are they still running? Let's see. Supposedly they'll be at Elko Speedway in Minnesota on June 5th. But this looks like it's like a short track thing.
Yeah,
it's not like,
exactly.
Yeah, it's not road course racing.
Yeah, you wouldn't get like a truck racing it around here. By the way, we don't mean like with like a trailer, so not an 18-wheeler. It's just the lorry itself, the truck. Yeah. Dane has a question, which I feel like I can answer. Why do you call small trucks, like for example a Ford F-150, a truck, but then you call the big trucks, like a lorry, semi-trucks? Now
I don't know.
Well, surely it's because the semi, like it's because then that's not the full truck. Like you park it onto a trailer and then it becomes the full truck, right?
Or it might be that
surely it's to do with that.
It might be that if there's multiple trailers, that might be like a tractor trailer, and if it's a semi truck, that's just like the one trailer. But I don't know. I don't know my truck etymology.
Well, semi is it means half.
Yeah.
So, whoa, my goodness me, that was a late time to dive that one down in there for the PGZ car. I thought it was going to be a crash straight away. But yeah, the semi, surely, like the semi is half. He's Googled it, and Lewis is right. I was right on the Super Cup thing. I'm right on this. Arjuna will not believe me. It's ridiculous.
He is not going to be able to follow this up. Also, why is it called a lorry? I don't know why that.
No, that I have no idea.
Is there a guy, John Lorry or something?
No, but yeah, no, I don't know. But then why is a truck called a truck?
Good question. This is linguistics chat. I'm glad we've got to this.
Exactly. There's like, when's a rock a boulder? All that kind of stuff. The word lorry was first used in Britain to categorize a low-loading trolley pulled by a horse-drawn vehicle to carry other vehicles and large loads. Lorry was also used to describe a freight-carrying rail car. Was it? These are likely to have been where the first transport lorries.
That doesn't tell me where it comes from, though.
No,
it
exactly.
tells me like the history.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's like the whole like trying to find out why we drive on the left. It's a really complicated. Like, it's not something that you could just Google, find one answer, and be like, that is the answer. There's a lot more to it. British railroad word. We don't really call them railroads, but that's fine. Probably the verb lurry, to pull or tug in the 1570s, which is of uncertain origin. So basically, no one knows.
Interesting. I also looked up lorry etymology, and from the Oxford English Dictionary, it says it comes from like the name Laurie, like Hugh Laurie. So I don't know who to believe.
Not, but but Hugh Laurie is Laurie, not L-O-R-R-Y.
It says that it got changed from that apparently in the mid 19th century, according to Oxford.
I don't believe that.
Who knows?
I don't believe
any linguists in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, please tell us.
Is anyone still awake watching this at the moment? Oh my god.
We're really lurrying along.
Oh. Yeah, to be fair, when I said the verb lurry, I did. It is spelled L-U-R-R-Y, whereas it's L-O-R-R-Y. So again, this is words and changing and time and science and, like I say, linguistics stuff which I am not smart enough to understand. I only speak one language and I barely speak that.
Exactly, me too.
So all of you people out there that can speak multiple languages, nice. Hats off to you.
Yeah, basically every driver in this field who isn't British or American, pretty much.
Pretty much. Vince Kissy said, by the way, Lewis is always right. So, and that's why he was the first commentator to win the Simi twice. Have it, Arjuna. He's not even it.
He might be able to hear us. He might be getting ready.
Vince is he's my hero, and also did take part in. I was going to say, well, I can't remember what it was that he took part in. It was something that he raced in recently that I remember seeing him racing in. I want to say Prime Time, but I don't think it was. I think it was something else. Anyway, science. The race is still happening. You've got 7 more minutes of me. So, Dane can speak multiple languages. I don't believe you.
I think he was just making fun of your sentence where you said I can speak multiple language.
Right, yeah, fair enough. That doesn't make sense. I don't believe he can speak more than one language. I think it is just English. I always, when someone English says that I can speak another language, most of the time I don't believe them. I'm like, no, you can't.
Me neither.
You can say some words in like German. I can count to 10 in Polish, right? That doesn't mean I can speak Polish. I can say a lot of things in Polish that are really inappropriate.
We'll say them in 7 minutes time.
Yeah, exactly, and I will do. Dane apparently got 100% in his Latin GCSE. So
yeah, but nobody speaks that anymore.
Yeah, no, it doesn't count.
That's dead language.
Yeah, I think I got a solid grade in Latin as well. Who are you, the Pope? All it does is it proves that you went to a posh school. That's all that statement tells me. So, moving on. It is what it is. There's no, again, all we're looking at the moment is we're looking at potential gaps. This is a battle for 4th position on the road. The Williams Esports BenQ car getting onto the rear end of the W1 Grid and Go car is an actual battle for position, so that's solid. The gap for the race lead is closing down. Josh Ladd is being closed in on by Sir Chollins, but it's not quite down enough. I say it's all potential brewing at the moment rather than anything meaty.
There could be some meat being created here, though. Cody Deeth versus Louis Nasser. with the Falcon Audi kind of hunting in the background, a couple of laps down. This is not the same foregone conclusion as the previous Williams versus fellow Audi battle, though, when Sotomuto was carving his way through the field. No offense to Louis Nasser, but he's just not quite as quick as Cody Deeth right now. Cody gets a little bit of a gap, a little bit of LMP2 action as the Simufy LMP2 has figured out how to keep it on the road over the last couple of hours, and still can't find a way to get by, though, so the train continues.
Yeah, indeed. It's, like I said, it can be fairly frustrating. Again, it's Williams Esports BenQ car was leading earlier on before a very unfortunate disconnection in the hands of this man, by the way. Also, I didn't explain the full story on that. He disconnected on apparently the last lap of his stint as well. How painful is that?
Not well. I mean, it could be worse. So it's somewhat lucky, and also the tow time was so short because it was basically.
I don't think he was all the way around. I think the tow time was still like enough.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking about the Grid and Go LMP2. I think, or somebody else.
Fair, so much has happened in this race. Like I said, it all does kind of merge into one. We've seen replays of things that are completely irrelevant, replays of things that are relevant, replays of things that we wanted to see that weren't relevant, replays that we didn't want to see that were relevant, and now we're talking.
Yeah, words. Phonemes.
It's just this again. It's just it's a whole waiting game. I didn't realize, by the way, the LMP2 Williams esports car now has a lap lead. I knew it was quite close. They were up to 100 seconds when we were interviewing Carl Jansen, but Kenneth Gulbranson has managed to pull out a whopper, and they now lead the entire field by a lap in LMP2. How boring is that? Oh, there's a bit of a look.
But anything can happen. There's a lot that can happen in the next 4 hours. There's not going to be any rain, but there's always those interesting traffic interactions. There's always those mistakes. It's always possible that the Swede and the Norwegian could be finished.
Norwegian. Norwegian doesn't really work. Swindon. No, that's near me.
That's different.
Swindon is near me, the home of the Magic Roundabout. Are you aware as to what the Magic Roundabout is?
Probably seen it.
Whoa!
Oh dear.
That's the Falcon sim racing team car being sent around. Oh, we've got a replay. Woo! Spool it up, baby. The Magic Roundabout. You don't really have roundabouts much in the US. As we'll see, the Falcon. It's just the race clutch car that absolutely slaps him round. That was embroiled in that fight trying to get past the commander. It is a roundabout that you can technically go both ways round because it's 5 little roundabouts around a roundabout.
It's like a solar system.
Yeah, and do you know what the worst about it is? It really works. It genuinely works. It is good for traffic flow. And also doesn't cause as many accidents as everyone thinks. It's a common misconception. Everyone's like, because you see it from above and you think that's a disaster. But it's better for traffic because if you want to go onto the roundabout and let's say turn... you were going to be leaving on the 4th exit, right? Now on a normal roundabout, you have to join and then go all the way round. Whereas on this, you just turn right and then just go one roundabout down and then right and off. You don't then mess over all the traffic on the other side. Now, I'm sorry to talk about that, but it's only because you brought up Swindon.
I think I would make people very mad if I was regularly driving on roundabouts. We do have them. New Jersey has a lot of them, and Connecticut has a lot of them as well, but they confuse me.
You just straight line them.
I get scared. Yeah,
How do you get scared? It's a roundabout. Yeah, to be fair, we have so many areas
just like that GIF, full throttle over the curb, over the grass on the inside.
Nice. I do attack roundabouts at quite high speed, so again, it's the whole. Honestly, yes. Absolutely.
You got to pretend you're like at Long Beach in the fountain section.
As I'm driving up to a roundabout, I don't know if I should say this because it's against the law. It's fine. But as I'm driving up to a roundabout, I'll like pop it into 3rd gear, and I'll be watching to the right, obviously where the direction of traffic is coming from. And if there's no traffic, you're absolutely right. I'm slamming that throttle down.
There you go.
I don't encourage that kind of driving though. Be safe drivers.
Yeah, if the motoring police are listening, you didn't hear that. That was AI. That wasn't Lewis.
No, exactly. We are 30 seconds away from me jumping out of the booth, so I have no summary to give you. Just that it's been exciting. I have had a great time, and with you, Joe, we had a good bit of banter.
We did.
Kind of chatting about absolute rubbish. But Williams Esports Chill Blast are leading both the GTP category and LMP2. Drago Racing currently leading in the GTD category, but in the GTPs and the GTDs, gaps are closing in. It is only the LMP2s that are looking sort of set in their ways with the Williams Esports Chill Blast. The most important note as well is that there is no rain expected over the end portion of this race. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of our junior, who's going to take back over not just commentary but also broadcast duty, so we shouldn't have any pointless replays. Have fun.
Well, welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, for more hours. Unfortunately, no rain. But yes, our Junior Kanky Party back alongside with Joey Tebben to take us to those final 2 hours. And Joey, I mean, you head into these closing stages, you always know that at this point the gaps are liable to open up, even with the advent of the rain here today. It's still been a fascinating race, to say the very least.
It has been. There's been a lot of thrills. There's been a lot of spills. Most of them coming in the wet situations. But now it's kind of a reverse from what we expected. We expected the 2024 12 Hours of Sebring to be a wild card because of the wet weather, but now it's a little bit of a wild card because of the lack of wet weather. For the next 4 hours, there is no rain left in the forecast, despite it being absolutely soaked at times in the first 8 hours. So now everybody has to readjust. If you were focused on that wet weather running, if you were focused on practicing that in the weeks and months before the race, that suddenly goes out the window. You're back to regular old Sebring mode, and you got to work out a way to do anything in these final 4 hours in the total dry.
It doesn't look as orange ready as it did a couple of years ago in that World Endurance Championship race. That looked rather scary, but interesting track conditions to say the least for these drivers. Even though they are familiar, they are still fun. That is what we are going to enjoy. On board with third place, Door Esports and Jesse Jones, the camera operator for us right now. You can see the lap times ebb and flow as they carve their way through traffic. Jesse, someone that has raced his fair share on 2 wheels, but as far as part of this Door Esports lineup, has been able to work their way forward 10 positions so far today. And Joey, one thing I was talking about with Cam, are you a 12-hour race? Are you an advocate of the 2-driver lineup or the 3-driver lineup?
Good question. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends. If you have 2 nuclear-powered fast drivers like Williams Esports Chill Blast, they have Carl Jansen and Kenneth Gulbrandsen, why add another 3rd driver to the equation? But if you have so many fantastic high-level drivers to choose from, why not put 3 in? And then when you do 3, you have a potential backup. If your 2nd driver runs into trouble or can't get in the car for whatever reason or has technical issues, then you have a reserve driver of sorts who can help you. So I can go both ways. I didn't answer your question at all. That was very political.
No, I think the answer is, in a lot of ways, it doesn't really matter. It's all just about the preference of the team and how the lineups, I guess, kind of work out. But I always feel like, you know, the amount of effort that these drivers put in, to justify the amount of practice, you want to try and do as many hours as possible. So 6 and 6 is easy, and therefore, you know, everyone feels like they're doing enough of the race. You're correct, completely correct. How many instances today have we seen of, you know, teams unfortunately having drivers have technical issues and therefore having to drop back a lap or so. So having backup's important so you can get back into the race as soon as possible. But yeah, just something to keep in mind. Did see, by the way, that pit stop's underway. Now, I got a note on my timing screen that the VRS Coanda machine had quote-unquote crashed. It wasn't actually a crash. It was just that young Elvis Rankin, I think, forgot to get the message that he was coming down to pit lane, Joey.
Oof. Is he gonna? Oh, he had to drive through the cones.
Code murder.
Yeah, what a shame to be thrown into jail for murder at that age. Throwing away your life, Elvis Rankin. But also, are you allowed to do that, or is that going to be an unsafe pit entry penalty for him? I didn't look at the entries list. I don't see a black flag, so I think he's probably okay. But there was a little bit of murder.
They've been there for 90 seconds and counting, so I think, unfortunately, no luck has shone their way. Now, I'll be completely honest in saying that as much as I'm sure Lewis McLeod's commentary was absolutely riveting, I wasn't paying too much attention to what he was saying, and therefore, by extension, Joey, what you were saying as well. But Did you guys see what happened to the Falcon Sim Racing Audi just before you switched over to me being here?
Oof. No, we did not. We didn't see that specifically. That is a hellacious crash, and it's a hellacious crash on a straight pretty much, which you don't normally expect, but it was a little bit of a GTP interaction. I think that's the overall race leader in the number 6 trying to get around the outside with the Falcon Audi in the middle of the road. The GTP goes to the outside, and a little bit of contact means that that concrete wall, it was very inconveniently placed there. The Falcon Audi ends up in a very unlikely place to crash.
You're right, it was the race leader. Let's ride back out of the exit of turn 2, 3, 4, 5, as Lewis and myself have henceforth named it. I mean, you've got to place the blame on both sides there, right? Because they both have enough time to take avoiding action, but both seem to assume the other's going to do so.
Yeah, that's somewhat of a racing driver mentality, although the Audi, I mean, it was a little bit of a blend. I think maybe the timing was a little bit misjudged, and Damon Woods didn't expect the number 6 to get to his outside that fast, and maybe expected him to be able to switch it back to the inside if he moved to the outside, but they met in the middle. One car gets to survive and live another day and continue on with its 15-second lead, and another car is destroyed in the concrete wall. Unfortunately, that's the magic of traffic sometimes.
You say magic, some say pain. Pit stops underway for, well, Team Redline, Gianni Vecchio, as well as Reina Talvar in the Marla Racing Team Lamborghini. So it's going to be Vecchio out, and in jumps Gustavo Ariel. And I don't know if we should expect any other driver changes at this point, although it would be a decent time to do so just before we head into that transition cut-over point between the sun setting and actually being in the nighttime running. There is a look at your race leader, and race leader at this point by a full lap. It's been a dominant display after the Apex Racing Team's 199 unfortunately had its issues after what was a fun fight in the opening hour. Carl Jansen had to fight wheel to wheel with Michele Costantini, but not looking back, and both drivers, I mean, Carl's looking calm, Kenneth's looking like this stint's not proving to be too much of a challenge for him, at least just yet.
They're Scandinavian and they're cool all the time, so should we really be surprised? I don't think we really should. The only thing that's going to end this race for these guys is something out of their control, I think. You're not going to see either of these two drivers make a race-ending mistake in the dry in this car, so it's going to come down to potentially an instance like we saw with the GTP and the Falcon Audi a couple of moments ago. Just a bad traffic interaction, a misjudged gap, or somebody missing the corner and taking them out, because these two guys are absolutely locked in, and I haven't seen either of them make a mistake in hours now.
Times are dropping, though, in terms of temperature as well, so keep your mind on the fact that as the temperature drops off, grip will increase, and therefore drivers will be pushing. At one point I saw the track temperature up to as high as 38, 40 degrees Celsius, so drivers have not just had to deal with adjustments in setup for the rain, but also potentially for different conditions across even the dry as well. More pit stops in LMP2. I saw Jesse Jones came in from 3rd, Simufy and Lucas Perez bring their car in from 5th position, so 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. Probably going to be another 6 or so laps at the very least before we see Gulbrandsen down and into the lane in a brand new livery. It's currently running 1 and 2. In terms of GTD, let's go back to some of the fighting that we do have now that the pit stops have cycled on out. The Williams Esports Ben Q car, Louis Nager, going to defend from Cody Deeth in the virtual coach by Grin and Go machine.
Yeah, we saw this battle a little bit earlier. It was the other way around, as Louis Nasser was able to get by Cody Deeth, but now Cody's got the job of trying to stick with Nasser here and not lose him too much. Pit stops are going to be coming around soon. The Williams Esports Audis have been very, very fast all day. You saw Sotomuto earlier just carving through the field when he was a little bit lower than he would have liked. Louis Nasser doing the same thing right now. If you want to prevent them from continuing their drive forward and putting themselves back in the fight for the win in GTD, basically all you can do is just try and stick with them, stay in the draft, maybe save a little bit of fuel if possible, and just keep yourself alive and hope for some bad luck, because they've been very fast.
These races can so often be won by good and bad luck as well, but as we did kind of see in the 2 showers that we have seen today, if you get a chance to break away, don't look back. You'll be able to sort of take that advantage. And there were some teams that made let's be honest, mistakes. You know who I'm talking about here, VRS Coanda with the choice to go to slicks a little bit early, but outside of that, it's not like anyone has really done anything too different in terms of strategy calls as interrupting this fight for fourth position. Traffic cuts underneath through turn number 1.
Hello, Grid and Go LMP2. How are you doing? Actually, that's not the Grid and Go.
PGZ.
That's one of the Team PGZ ones. But they look almost the same. There's many black and yellow LMP2s out in the field. We didn't get confused by that very much in the last 2 hours, Arjuna, because the Williams Esports cars are actually differently painted. There's silver ones and there's purple ones, and everybody else has done a good job of being separated. But now I have just noticed Grid and Go and PGZ almost identical.
You know what's actually, you're right. The thing is, when it comes to Grid and Go in particular, it's a very vibrant sort of a yellow. So when, the light bounces off correctly, it can be easy to see. And that virtual coach machine actually has the colors inverted. So the main color is yellow rather than blue compared to the regular Grid and Go cars. Let's go back and check in with second place. So you can see here, this is a bit darker and a bit harder to pick up those yellow highlights. So that's what I mean. Well, maybe we need to advocate for them to invert all the paint so they're all super bright.
I think we just need to advocate for the sun not being setting right now, because when the sun's setting, every car looks the same unless you're looking closely at it.
Yes, at that point you've got to
This is my war against the sun. I don't like it.
You've got to use those LED boards and things like that to try and figure out who is who. We're going to get to that point as well where Sebring's not got any track lighting by endurance racing definitions. Of course, it still uses an airfield, but we don't have any of those fun additions. So headlights are on. They're going to pave the way sooner rather than later. And as they come out of Sunset Bend, I mean, look how close to the wall that they get. 3 hours and 48 minutes to go. Still only half a second or so that splits these two drivers in their fight as they sit at this point riding, 50 seconds off of your leaders. They're a ways behind at this point. So it's surprising to think even with a disconnect, that 13 machine is still somewhat in contention.
Yeah, a little bit of rallycross there through turn 1 for Cody Deeth, getting a little bit wide. I was going to mention through the final corner that there's a lot more comfort going around there now. You don't get as close to the wall as you did when you were in the wet, or you do get closer to the wall than you could in the wet, rather, because you're more comfortable. You're not going to run into a puddle that's going to spit you into the wall. You can take a little bit more of a risk through there, but through turn 1, that risk is still the same. You carry too much speed through there, you end up in the grass, and you are doing a little bit of rallycross for the next couple 100 meters. You're only seeing a couple splashes of water out on track, by the way, which tells you that it is basically completely dry. The only risk you're going to have, I think, is still if you go off at Sunset, if you go off at the hairpin, or turn 10 for that matter, where no cars have been. There might still be a little bit of standing water out there, but anywhere else on track, you're not thinking about the rain anymore. Even the curbs are safe and dry now.
Enjoying some of these looks from around the track, just showing you the conditions that the drivers are now enjoying. It's been challenging in a lot of ways. I mean, attrition has played a big part and played a big part from early on in this race. And Sim RC retired only 15-20 laps into the race, and since then 50 entered. We've been whipping down to what seems to be around 35 who are maybe still out there and running. Seems to be down to 34 with the Falcon Sim Racing car in GTD being the most recent of the retirees. So keep your mind that there is less traffic around than there was at the start of the race, and so therefore, as the conditions just continue to drop, I think drivers are going to push. This is what you're talking about, though, with the confidence they have. Even though there's that big bobble through Sunset Bend, no worries in the mind of Cody D.
Not at all. And also 22 degrees Celsius for those of you on this side of the earth, 71 degrees Fahrenheit in Florida. So not really Florida temperature. It's pretty cold on track. It's pretty cold in the air as well. 20 degrees Celsius, about 65 or so. So it's getting chilly. The sun's going down. We didn't see any ponchos come out when the rain came out. We had a very long segment on poncho watch, seeing if anybody had any umbrellas. But we might be on winter coat watch now because it is Florida.
Yeah, you know, when I was in Daytona earlier this year, it was surprising how temperatures just kind of plummet. I know Daytona's being early in the year, the one race where they do actually bring the low temperature tires occasionally to the track just to cover off any potential worries about just how cold it might be. But Sebring being just a little bit later on in the year, but also a 12-hour race, definitely not those same concerns. I think, again, everyone just knows that you come here with one thing on your mind, that is respect the bumps, and hope that after 12 hours of respecting said bumps, you're still pointed in the right direction and in some sort of a fight. And at least there's a fight right now within the top 5 of one of our classes, because it is quite, let's be honest, separated out right now. There's a check-in with your leader, Drago Racing Manuel Troncoso. 12 seconds in front of the sole non-Audi that's still running in the class.
Manuel just got back in the car after a nice little stint from Nicolas Matteo. So Manuel gets to continue his reign of terror out front. This Lamborghini for the Mala Racing team, they've been oh dear, trouble for the 33 in LMP2 actually, distracting us from that. It's not too consequential though. The Simify Esports number 14 has gotten into lots of trouble today. They're about 5 laps down, and I think they're going to stay 5 laps down with that one.
Yeah, unfortunate, because we know that they can be quick, but maybe just a sign of, you know, one team's able to stay out there and not put too much damage on the car. They're minimizing the impact of mistakes, which is something that's relatively important as well. Take a look at the replay. Let's figure out what happened.
See, was there any interaction with the BMW? No, there wasn't any contact there. I think there was a little bit of a bobble from the BMW that potentially made Lucas Perez in the Simify number 14 think the door was open, but he goes and clips the curb, slams on the brakes to not take out the BMW, and ends up spinning himself in that way, totally locks it up. Does a good job of getting it locked up, though, and not hitting the wall to not add even more damage to that car that has been in the wall a couple of times today.
Yeah, a handful of times, unfortunately. Still inside of the top 5. Remarkable just to hear those words come out of my mouth. Now, grid and go in the LMP2 class down to pit lane, and it is going to be Rico Wenzel that jumps into the 003. Here comes Jesse Jones, who's going to fire it out of Sunset Bend and now wait to see if he's going to be able to beat Rico Wenzel out of turn 1. I think the answer to that is no, given that Grid and Go's car is going to release itself from the limiter and build itself back up to speed. Now what's going to be close to a 6 or 7 second advantage, so very well judged pit cycle there, and that margin grows to almost 6 times what it was before the pit cycle actually begun.
Yeah, it's not gone the most entertaining way in LMP2, but sometimes that's just the way things happen. The team has things absolutely figured out. A pair of drivers have things absolutely figured out, and that's exactly what Williams Esports Chill Blast have done so far. But there's still almost 4 hours to go. Lots of things can happen. Old Sir Charles Collins, or Chalins, or Charles Lord Collins, or all the names we called him in the previous stint. He finally, I think, gets to take a break and gets to put good old Josh Rogers back in the car. He's back to work.
He's Sir Charles. I think that it just suits him because it doesn't suit him, and that's what makes it so great. So as Jaden Munoz cycles to second, it's once again Williams Esports 1 and 2, Chill Blast leading Ben Q. Rogers just waiting to drop and roll away. Got the red light behind him in the Porsche Coanda hub. Purple lights behind Charlie Collins. I wonder if that's a personal preference or just how the lights are all set up. I'm pretty sure, can you imagine if all the lights, as far as I'm aware, can be controlled from like an iPad or something?
Ooh.
Fancy.
There's probably some people in the chat right now who can do some international hacking. If you want to hack into the Coanda LEDs and do some crazy stuff, I'm up for that.
Kenneth Branson's going to also roll off and away from pit lane after coming in for a full service. Still a full lap ahead of the rest of his class. It's not a blip on the timing screen, as sometimes you see at the end of these endurance races when a leader ends up not lapped by the overall leader of the race, and other people in their class do in the final stages. This is just a brutal all-out assault in pace that's seen them just continue to pull away from those behind who have had various sorts of issues, as Joey's alluding to, especially with, for example, Simify, still being up in that top 5. Back over to where we have 2 cars at least within touching distance of one another right now. I think this might actually be the only 2 cars within 5 seconds of each other right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the way things are going, they may not be within 5 seconds of each other in the near future, because Louis Nasser is running away with this. I think Cody Deeth is at the end of his stint, most likely. He's been in the car for a little while now. I do wonder if Sven Haase might be getting ready to get back in the car, potentially, or even Nicholas Rubelar, for that matter. we'll have to wait and see.
That was a car that was in the wall and definitely not going anywhere quick. So we're going to go take a look at an incident. I'm guessing through turn 1 that's going to be quite large in its nature. And it's a Door Esports Audi that's much like the Simify car. Not really had the best of runs today. High speed entry, car's already sideways and into the wall with a one-way ticket back to pit lane.
Bonk indeed, and they were blending in with the wall, so you could barely see them by the time they towed. But yeah, that was not a wet weather mistake anymore. That was the fact that this car has been damaged and crashed multiple times. It's not very stable, and into turn 1, hot tires, a little bit of dirty air, a little bit of checking up, and ends up with the Door Esports Audi getting even more damage. But somehow it's still rolling. I think they're going to bring that car to the finish of the race, and it's going to have about 25-minute repairs on it. But somehow it'll still be rolling. It's a very strong Audi.
It is apparently a very strong Audi. Now, as Lucas Prada brings in the WSR Esports butt kicker number 23 from 10th in LMP2. See if we can test out what this is going to look like. We have a new graphic here at RaceSpotTV, which helps us to go and dive into stint comparisons and all sorts of wonderful things like that. Now, we are 268 laps into this race. I don't know what this is going to look like. Let's hit the button. I mean, it's interesting just to see how those boxes all play out in first, second, and fourth. If I hide it and remove it again, let's see if we can add Drago Racing to that as well.
Yes, please. Ooh. Yeah, that's the reason they are different is because VRS Coanda had their little moment of going experimental and getting a little bit goofy, coming down pit lane a couple laps earlier than anybody else. All those laps ago to there you go. Give me a telestrated circle when that happened.
Was it 155 or 182? I'm trying to remember.
It's I think 155 is when they pitted, because 182 they came in a little bit earlier than they needed to because they switched back onto the wets. Or did that not happen? Did I imagine
It's
that?
somewhere in here.
Somewhere around there is when everything switched up. That's why it's slightly different, but now all 4 of those teams, or specifically one of those teams and the other 3, need to be counting back to the end from here because they don't know who's going to be, well, they know who's going to be at an advantage at the end of the race. Commentators don't, because we're bad at doing math, and there's still hundreds of laps to go.
If you want to know how hard it is to write with a mouse, just open up MS Paint.
Oh yeah, it's awful.
And try doing that. So that was the danger zone for VRS Coanda. That took me way more mental effort than it really should have, but yes. If you ever wanted to know, danger zones exist in sim racing as well. And right now, not on the highway to one because no rain on the forecast. Although, having said that, how many hours have we got left in this race? 3 hours and 37 minutes. We are 4 hours away from seeing rain. So as it stands right now, I don't think we're going to get a shower at the end.
I think I know the reason why this happened. Before I got in the air today, I drove home from the DMV on Connecticut Route 15 in very, very heavy rain. And I was like, I'm inspired. I was driving in the rain. I was making overtakes. I was in the spray. And then they decided to flip everything on the head. And I could use none of my road going experience in my Buick to apply to this race. What a shame.
They were all rained out, it seems.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, we had 2 showers. That was really it. One that came right at the start, one that sort of interrupted us getting towards the halfway point. And it takes 30, 45 minutes for the track to dry after rain as well, if it's heavy in its nature. That does mean, of course, that it's a little bit lengthier of a period. We didn't necessarily see the awkward shower where it was 15 minutes, 5 minutes in length, and maybe a bit more of a question as to whether it was worth coming in and grabbing wet tires or not, which the forecast could change, right? So hypothetically right now, there's rain 4 hours from now, but not 3 hours and 30 minutes from now. That could suddenly become there is rain 3 hours and 30 minutes from now. And could you imagine if we got the level of rain that we got midway through this race right at the very end?
I don't know. I'm looking up to the sky right now. I'm asking the weather gods if that's going to happen, because that would be perfect. That would be textbook questionable weather and a perfect scenario for this race. If you've gotten back into the dry rhythm, you've kind of forgotten about your wet racing stuff, you're back into the normal 12 hours of Sebring rhythm that you've done for about a decade since now, or until now, then suddenly it starts pouring again. I don't know. That could be the thing that opens up LMP2 potentially. That could spice everything up. I hope it happens, but I don't know. It depends on what the radar says.
And unfortunately, we're not going to get any more weather reports, at least here today, based on the radar as it seems right now. But that was a lot of fun, and I think we're looking forward to what that's going to look to be in the future as a staple of these special events moving forward. In some ways, I'm glad that we didn't have it at Daytona, all of this rain mix-up, because we had the 4 GTPs for the very first time. There was so much other excitement with which to focus on. It's been interesting having the rain for this, and now I'm sure the drivers, especially given that there are some official series that have the rain enabled for every single week, are going to get more and more familiar with it. So when we go racing once again for the next of our VCO Grand Slams, that's going to be middle of June for the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. I'm not sure if it's going to rain there in the first place. B, they'll have a lot more knowledge going into that one than they did this one.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. It was a wild card this week, even with the amount of practice they got, but even as unpredictable as rain is, the track isn't the same on any single lap, so you can't really practice it to 100%. You can still get used to the physics of it and realize your strategy, figure out how to avoid the puddles, figure out how to minimize aquaplaning. So I think what we actually need to do is we need to make sure these guys don't get complacent, and we need to introduce snow for the first time.
It's funny you mentioned that. Williams Esports and Michael Preston did actually kind of mention that we need to do a fake weather report with the mention of snow in order for me to get one of their very tasty new Puma team shirts. And so,
yes,
you know,
please.
I'm all for that. But first
I'll do an acid rain report if it means a new t-shirt.
First me, then Joey. That's the order of operations. Might have been a disconnect in the PGZ 119 because I have just seen them jump to pit lane, and I think slightly off sequence as well. So hope all's okay in their camp. Has been a race which has seen plenty of that is for sure. Let's see, by the way, if I can press the right button. There's that weather report, and apparently I can't spell either. Let me make sure the Y gets added to the end of that bottom line. But that's what I meant when I talked about how close it could be. And Sean Campbell has jumped into the chat as well to say that, you know, we had a bit of confusion about the forecast and the radar and the rain when it started to come. We could end up seeing rain at the very end of this race.
I'm surprised Sean is in the YouTube chat when he's not driving. He usually saves that for when he's in the car.
No, he's being serious today, Joey.
Boo, we don't like that.
I think if he sent us a webcam, there'd be no Nick Cage watching over his shoulder today.
Darn. But also, that is a critical graphic there, because for basically the last hour, we've seen that it was going to be 0% rain until the end of the show. But that could change. It could all change very quickly. That's the magic of dynamic weather. It might look like a beautiful day, but the clouds can come in, the winds can change, and it can start to rain again. Also, what you were mentioning with the PGZ 119, that was kind of awkward. I went back and looked at it. Lassi Urinen was in the car, pulled into pit lane, and then seemingly disconnected about 5 feet away from his pit stall, which is very strange because that same car had a similar issue a couple of hours ago when Loic Rabier disconnected on pit entry and forced Lassie to get back in the car in the first place.
And they're not having fun when it rains, it pours, although not literally here today on iRacing. Wondering if anyone's going to be relatively close to incident limits. We're probably getting to that point where those violations would start to rack up. 50 incident points will give you a drive-through penalty, and then every 20 incident points after that is another drive-through. Now you get 4 incident points for every big bit of contact. Smaller bits of contact could be 2 incident points, but every time you run off the track, and we are seeing lots of gravel and stuff being kicked up on occasion, you get a single incident point. You're not necessarily going to be the driver that gets 50. It's the team as a whole that gets penalized for that. You might be the one that has to serve the penalty, though. And in being that driver in that situation, at least in my personal experience, boy, it's frustrating.
Yeah, just for the record, I would be the driver who got the 50 incident points, which is precisely why I don't compete in these events as a driver anymore. So yeah, you don't want to be the driver who disappoints the rest of your team. Which I could tell you from personal experience, it's not fun because they gotta bear the brunt of it and come back from what you've done.
Yeah, and I've been on both sides, the crashy and the teammate that's watching the crash happening. Not great on either side, to be fair. It's just about having a good team environment that lets people not feel too bad about it, and pressure to be relieved. We ride on board with Vlad Kimichev in the 696, sailing off down into Sunset Bend. And the one thing that I really piqued my attention in the transition from wet to dry, didn't really get the same sense from dry to wet, was how much teams were struggling when they got slightly off what seemed to be the optimal line. Sunset Bend was one place they had issues. The other one was down at Cunningham Corner, where we had a carousel of entertainment. I know, Joey, you love that. Dane Baird was the one that got to cue that up here today.
I do. I absolutely love a carousel of entertainment, and everybody was seemingly running into the same puddle through there and not quite realizing that it was there. It's an awkward corner, both through Cunningham and through Tower at turn 13. They're 90-degree corners, but you're kind of moving diagonally in the braking zone over to the left side of the track. Unfortunately for all those drivers who had issues through those corners, there were puddles, there were big bunches of water over on the left side of the track, so they may have been on the optimal racing line in the dry, they were not on the optimal racing line in the wet. Again, it's a whole nother dynamic, a dynamic track. You need to adjust your lines with every single lap, knowing where the water is, and knowing where you can actually get the car slowed down, because it's a different track than it was before.
Yeah, here's a look from a tower cam that basically can see most of, if not all, of the racing around the facility. This is that dart down in towards the Lamar section, penultimate couple of corners. Still at this point now with Virtual Coach dropping off the back of Williams Esports, BenQ in the GTD class. Gap starting to build through the field. Let's focus on where potentially there might be some intrigue for a podium spot, as Gustavo Ariel on the hunt, and now around 3 seconds off the back of the Mahler Racing Team Lamborghini in Rainer Talvar's hands, at least for the time being. You can see visually Gap's getting closer as sun continuing to set.
GTD is going to be the most exciting one, I think. LMP2's basically solved. GTP is going to be a strategy battle, but GTD could very well be a battle on track for position at the end of the day in 3.5 hours' time. Because Manuel Troncoso in the lead. Very strong driver, very fast. He's absolutely in control right now. But Rainer Talvar and Ryan Barneveld, so fast as well in a GT3 car. And Gustavo Ariel in third place in that Audi has been making up time every single lap, except for the most recent one where he had a little bit of trouble, but he's coming. All of these signs, all of these numbers suggest that those top three merging together in a battle for the lead. I don't think it's going to be that soon, but in about 2.5 hours time maybe, would I be surprised to see that 12.5 second gap come down to maybe 3 or 4? I would not.
It is still weird to see BS competition, because the Mahler Racing Team, I heard Lewis mention earlier that he said that Mahler has sometimes been in the confusing triangle of is it powered by BS competition, is it powered by Williams, for 2024 seemingly going to be only powered by the BS competition crew, but therefore you traditionally kind of expect them to be in a BMW, as they are of course in the GTP class, where they are running under the label of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. So we saw them in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series in a Mercedes trying to fight for the championship, and boy, what a fight that was, and interesting end saw them win the championship not just in the GT3 class but GT4 class as well. Haven't seen them really, I think, in a Ferrari, and I'm honestly trying to think of outside of that times that we haven't seen them in the BMW M4, and I can't think of very many. It's quite funny actually. Do you know what Phil Denez was racing last year in the Italian GT Championship, Joey?
Presumably a Lamborghini.
Yeah, you know what he's racing this year?
Not a Lamborghini?
Not a Lamborghini. He's finally in a BMW. Let's go!
Look at that. I got 100% record on that. I'm almost as right as Lewis was in the last stint.
No, don't worry. Lewis is never actually right about anything. He just tells himself he is.
He was on a hot streak. There were 2 hours where he was actually getting some linguistic facts right, and he left as soon as he could flip that around.
I was going to say, like, you know, while you have a hot streak, you've got to make sure you step away from the plate before things start to go wrong. That was a baseball reference from someone that's never actually watched baseball properly, but such is the power of the commentator. Konstantin Stolzenberg has apparently been scared by the power of some GTPs, and his WSR Esports butt kicker car still in 9th position, although now a little bit closer to his sister car that's down in 10th. After going from winning the Daytona 24 in what was a strategy game all the way to the very end, WSI Esports butt kicker struggling a little bit more here today.
Whenever we load up that replay, oh, here we go. I'm going to try and do a cricket reference here. No, I don't know cricket enough.
It wasn't a sticky wicket.
There was a sticky wicket. He ended up in
That's not
in
actually a cricket reference,
left field.
but we tried.
Left field. He knocked the thingy off the thingy, and it didn't go well for him. I should know cricket better. I should start learning.
The stumps. I mean, here's the thing, Joey. World Cup of Cricket's coming to the U.S.
I know it's burgeoning. American people seem to like cricket more, but I don't understand it. The games are like, so there's cricket games that are like a week long. There's cricket games that are like 6 hours long.
There are games that are as long as a baseball game. There are games that are a full day, and then yes, you have games that legitimately take you 5 days, and you might not actually have a winner at the end of the 5 days, which I can imagine for the American sports audience and the way they consume sports, that's going to be very, very confusing, as what's happened to Rainer Talvar. I mean, I swear, this race, as soon as you look away from someone, something happens to them. Gustavo Ariel through to second, and now the Mahler Racing Lamborghini trying to recover after whatever has happened.
This is just the Arjuna effect. We had 2 hours with me and Lewis where basically nothing happened in the last hour, and now suddenly you come into the booth and things have decided to go a little bit crazy and have decided to get exciting again. Rainer Talvar through turn 1, everything looks okay. The Coanda Porsche coming through, or the Coanda LMP2 rather coming through. And I think it might be GT3 on GT3 violence. Yes, it is.
Now that, I think, is one of the Drago Racing cars, so that is a car that's a couple of laps down, and I don't think Mahler is going to be very thrilled with how that's ended up getting played out. They will close back up to Gustavo Ariel, and they both pitted on the same lap most recently, so expect them to do the same. Let's see, by the way, we saw strategy in your GTP. If I can reset the graphic and click all the fancy buttons to try and do the same here in the GTD class. Let's see if we can pull up the front three as they run right now. Bam, look at that. That's a lot more synchronized, although you can see Drago Racing cutting out that one pit stop compared to the rest.
Yeah, I'm looking at the... Yes, you're exactly right. I had to look very closely, but that lap 168, that was when the wet to dry transition happened, and Redline and Mala initially came in for for wet tires rather, and they very quickly realized that was the wrong decision. Track was drying out, came in immediately after to put on the dry tires. Drago Racing didn't have to do the same thing, and that's why they're in the lead. So that's why I was talking about the blend looking towards Drago getting caught in the lead. They're legitimately in the lead, but they're not in the lead because they've been the fastest over the first 8.5 hours rather. They're in the lead because they were able to cut out that pit stop. They're going to be caught though, and it's going to be a race of defense for the final 3.5 hours now.
Oh, look at that. I can slide it out and make it all sorts of fancy. We're going to play with that graphic over the course of the rest of the year, and I hope make it even more intriguing, because the one thing that I don't think right now it does show you is which tires they switched onto at what time. Now, we don't have 100% reliability on that data just yet, but once we do, it would be great to then be able to actually see at what stop people made the decision to be able to switch on over. And I would highly recommend, if you're watching on and you're trying to follow along, timing.RaceSpotTV will give you a sort of basic view of the race. You head on to timing71.org, you can use their analysis tools that many a commentator in the real world will use to follow races. You can use their same tools here in the sim racing world as well to try and follow along with what is happening. And what is happening right now is pit stops for Jaden Muniz from second.
It'll be interesting to see if he gets out of the car. He's been in for basically one stint, so I don't really see him getting out of the car. I see him staying in and continuing on for a little while longer. He had Alexander Spets in the car for quite a while. He did a good job. And now it's Jade's machine. Yeah, still behind the wheel. Usual pit stop, getting back out there. This is one of those 3-car teams as well. It's Matt Farrow, Jaden Munoz, and Alexander Spets. Meanwhile, their teammate at Chill Blast, I think that's just a 2-driver entry with Atte Kauppinen and Josh Ladd. So even in the same team, they can't agree on that.
I think, again, it's much down to personal preference. There isn't a right or wrong answer. Pit stop's booming, by the way, because Josh Ladd has just come in. We're on board with Dennis Wolf, who's just dropped in waiting to roll. It's great to see, by the way, how many of the teams have actually made sure that their paint schemes also include pit boards, and as off and away they go. One Williams Esports car in, one Williams Esports car out, fiercely forward, about to rev off the engine, and far off as well. There's Josh Rogers then, who's been on track for 12 laps since he went back out on track. So big delta, of course, here in the strategy as it's played out here in the GTP class.
I kind of just want to fast forward. I want to get 2.5 hours out of this race, get us to the final 50 minutes, because I think that's going to be very, very exciting. It's going to be exciting to watch it develop, but the storylines are there. The ingredients are there for a fantastic run to the finish here. They're just a little bit separated right now. But that would actually be quite a comeback. I think a lot of people would be excited if Coanda can pull that out. Not necessarily because they're underdogs by any means, but they made a bad strategy call. They had to fight back. They had some extra trouble as well with their 18 car being eliminated, or at least becoming an experimental car 5 laps down. So they would be the comeback kids today at least.
And we did hear at the start that the Porsche was a car that expected to struggle in the rain, but be a little bit more competitive potentially in the dry. Although we had a swarm of Acuras, one BMW M Hybrid in the form of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition, who have been a bit of a cannonball today, unfortunately, and find themselves 109 laps down, but have still been in and out of the race, just circulating here and there. And then, of course, the 2 Porsches for VRS Coanda. No Cadillacs in the mix. And then that free revving Acura, which I always wondered why I enjoyed the engine so much, Joey, and the way that it kind of just sings. And then I heard the story about how that engine was actually meant to be an IndyCar engine, but somehow ended up in a sports car racing prototype.
There you go. They sound very similar, which I'm sure people who are more in tune with engine noise and actual race car specifications will get mad at me for saying, but GTP engines and IndyCar engines sound pretty similar, and they're a similar level of volume as well, which is good. They're not as nuclearly loud as some of these prototypes used to be.
Let's get the IndyCar engine formula just matching what IMSA does. Lots of people have been asking for that. Focus on second, though. GridandGo.com have been caught, and here comes Jesse Jones on Rico Wenzel.
The chase is on, and it's going to be a battle for second in LMP2. You're not going to be thinking about the lead, as I mentioned before, unless there's a meteor strike or a nuclear attack or something, and things change for Williams Esports Chill Blast, because they've just been totally dominant. You can fight for second, though. You can fight for a little bit of extra glory. It's not gonna get you much, but it always feels better to finish second than it does to finish third. And Door Esports have had some bad luck so far today. Their GTD car has been a bowling ball or a bowling pin, depending on which way you look at it. Getting a podium in LMP2 would be at least a little bit of solace for them.
As it sits right now, they have 80 seconds back to 4th place Simufy, because of course we mentioned Team PGZ's had a couple of different disconnections that's really dropped them out of contention for this podium fight of their own as well. So 2 cars, the rain lights are still going off, because seemingly from what we can tell, the number of puddles that we still have around the circuit means that iRacing still technically considers the track as being wet, even though you can definitely tell at this point the drivers are very much on the preferred compound of dry tires. Now, no intermediates have been really coming into play, so that's just something to factor in. The crossover isn't really that much more complicated, and a couple of the teams had actually sent Lewis messages about what they thought the crossover time was going to be, I believe, and he was quite interested, Joey, to see if different teams thought the crossover point on tires was slightly different.
Well, we got that with Coanda and literally the entire rest of the field, basically, and also in GTD with Drago versus Redline and Mala. So when we get to a potential crossover in the other direction at the end of the race, if it does actually switch from dry to wet, if we do get that beautiful finale that we all want, there's been some learning already, and there may have to be some extra risks. If you're on the back foot, if you don't have the race-winning pace necessarily, you might see a team who's out of contention, maybe one of the teams in 4th in GTD, come down early, put on the wet tires, and hope that everybody else either has to stay out in the wet on dries or come in for an extra pit stop. to try and flip that strategy around. But those are all conversations the strategists are having right now as they anxiously watch that weather forecast and hope that a little bit of green and a little bit of red don't magically pop up.
And when the teams had to make the call to start on the wet compound of tire, instantly that slightly adjusts how high your car is sitting, because the wet tires have a little bit more height to them to accommodate the groove to let you actually, move some of the water out of the way. And so, instantly your ride height slightly changed, and so the balance in the dry has probably changed as well, really attacking the curves, much like we saw them do in the wet, to be fair, in these LMP2 machines. That's where Kenneth Gulbrandsen and Carl Janssen seem to just have a lot of confidence in their car to grip underneath them, to stick, and to find them with aerodynamic performance fighting through the corner. So 1.5 seconds between Wenzel and Jesse Jones, but Jesse Jones 20 laps into the run, which really means he'll be back down to pit lane soon.
It'll be very soon, and I think we might actually see him get out of the car as well. He's been in this for a fairly titanic stint, Mr. JJ. And Jonas Vanner is waiting on pit lane as well. He had his own titanic stint at the start of the race. They've been giving both of these guys a lot of racing time. They both had huge chunks of being out on track. I don't know. I don't think they get exhausted. They've done so much practice around Sebring that they're probably used to it. But once the wet weather comes around, it's probably slightly more physically taxing. But when you're in the dry, I think these guys are locked in. They're okay for some fairly long stints.
It looked scary at times in the rain when we jumped on board with some of the drivers to take a look at their faces. I mean, Josh Ladd
Ladd's asleep.
Josh Ladd doesn't look very different, though, much of the day. I mean, he doesn't seem to talk very much on the radio. Gives his ears a bit of a quick breather there as he fires it off towards the hairpin. But, yeah, I mean, you say he looks like he could be asleep. I'm going to send you a picture of the Porsche Esports Super Cup, Joey, where Jordan Caruso, I made a joke in the last round that we had, legitimately looked like he was sleeping and having a nice little nap.
Even the eyes. I don't know if he's tired or what, or if that's just what he normally looks like. But yeah, he's just totally chilled out, totally in the zone.
Did you see that?
Barely alive. Where?
He had this little bit of like a flick, like he was trying to keep himself awake there for a second, maybe.
I hope he doesn't fall asleep at the wheel. It is possible.
No. Okay, I say no, but I've definitely never done that in Le Mans.
If it can happen on the road in real life, it can happen in the virtual world.
Yeah, but there's something about race cars where it's very difficult to actually fall asleep in a real race car, at least I would assume. Yeah, but when you don't have the sensation of being thrown around, especially over the bumps, he does look very calm right now. Jesse Jones, by the way, is into pit lane, so right around on cue, we stopped focusing on that little fight. Maybe a bit of an indication about the fuel situation as well. Stretching his neck. He's getting comfortable. He might be digging in for the long haul here.
Stretch the neck, stretch the hands a little bit and the wrists on the straights. I don't know. We need an extra challenge for him. Sean Campbell has his YouTube chatting challenge. Usually when he's in the car, somebody needs to be like, I don't know, throw some cherries at Josh Ladd or something. Clap your hands in his face. Do something. Get him extra distracted.
You'd be happy, by the way, Joey. I managed to make a Mambo number 5. We managed to sing Mambo number 5 on the broadcast earlier today.
About Josh Ladd?
No, but there was a moment where Sir Cam Roger made a little bit of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reference, and so I took us down the rabbit hole because it did. I'm not ashamed to say this. It took me a while to remember where that came from.
There you go. I'm proud of you. I'm not proud of the YouTube chat, though, because I put out a request for the people of Twitch and YouTube to hack into the Coanda LED computer, and they failed to do so. That's still Coanda pink and purple. That's not internationally recognized biohazard green or something, so do better.
And you can see that Josh right now had a quick comment over the radio, maybe just commenting on the traffic in front of him. Is he going to lunge up the inside? Oof. Oh, that was a bit naughty, if I'm honest. Josh forces the issue, and now I'm just waiting. Lights not flashing from the door Audi. To be fair to Jonas Rutten, he is what? 28 laps down from his class leader? Something like that.
If you're that far back, you're kind of at the whims of the traffic. If you're the Door Esports Audi or the Falcon Audi or any of those cars, Yeah, you're a bowling pin at this point. Just try and stay out of the way because those GTPs are not going to value your life whatsoever.
Yeah, GTP going to pass, LMB2 let me pass, GTD going to die. That's how we've kind of phrased it out. Now, I cannot quite believe what I'm saying here. I think we've just had another disconnection for Lucas Perez, and who's trying to now jump back into the Simify LMP2 car. There are some teams that are just having some rotten luck right now with technical issues. It's just not their day, it would seem.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. It looks like Lucas was able to get it back to pit lane, and then Mark Perez got behind the wheel, and suddenly it was a very different story, and they still haven't left pit lane yet. So I wonder if it was actually Mark that had some trouble.
Yes.
And Mark couldn't get into the car, or he got into the car and couldn't get out, and now more trouble. Yeah, it's not a good day to be named Perez. And it's not good when both of your drivers are named Perez, because both of them have run into a little bit of trouble.
I think what happened is, we can take a quick look here at the replay. They actually left pit lane initially, so you're right in that Mark Perez got into the car. Then just watch here. It's basically going to happen as soon as they come out on pit exit.
Yeah, instant.
Yeah.
And you imagine Lucas is probably away from his computer right now. He got out of the car after a titanic stint. He went to go and have a break, and now suddenly he might be needed to take the car over again. But also Mark has just reconnected to the session, so he might get back in overall. But either way, they're losing tons of time.
Regardless, Lucas might also just be in a position, right, where he's not ready to get back into the car. Maybe he needs to go and grab something to eat before you go and do another stint at this point of the race. And Simify not had a great run. I mean, Tristan Iglesias in the Audi GTD entry qualified second. I mean, I've got to just say, Tristan Iglesias is up there in terms of the best qualifiers on iRacing when the pressure is on right now, and keep an eye on him moving forward for the rest of the year, not just in special events, but some of the big sort of races that we have where qualifying is going to be important. I think he is going to be a contender. That's a car that won't be a contender for very much longer. Daniel Lafuente's Williams Esports Tour Blast car is looking worse for the wear, and I think that's, I was going to say turn one, and I was right.
And that's a very awkward place to crash, which makes me think there was some interaction with the prototype that got him over there. That's a shame for this car. Very fast. Sota Muto was driving that car forward. Daniel was doing the same, but into turn one, no prototype interaction, but technical interaction without a doubt. Just not even close to making the corner, straight on, trying to get it turned. And I imagine his wheel said, absolutely not, Daniel, you're going straight into the wall. Yeah, look at that. That's not what it normally looks like.
I'm just, you know, there's times when you're speechless because there's so much craziness going out on track. Sometimes you're speechless because you can't believe the bad luck that's being thrown the way of some of these very, very capable drivers, because Lafuente qualified up in P4, was pretty happy with his qualifying performance as well, has already had a PC crash earlier today. That took them out of really contention for a good result, and so, you know, that new livery for Williams Esports not going to get its chance to finish off, I think, in GTD. Although, credit where credit's due, Williams are still leading two of our three classes.
And it's the silver ones that are still running. Those are the ones that are still alive. So maybe the more beautiful livery gets to continue running. Carl Jansen said it added a couple of extra tenths.
This is not... Did Carl Jansen really say this is the more beautiful livery?
Not specifically, but he did say a new livery adds a couple extra tenths.
New livery, yes. But I think unequivocally, I'm sorry, Javi, if you are listening, or anyone else behind the scenes at Williams Esports, the purple is just so much more beautiful.
I just missed the creamy white one.
That's what Lewis and I have said, Joey. We have made the plea that they return the Chill Blast colors, or as John Heimdorf would affectionately sometimes refer to it, the Chili Blast colors to the white. Because yes, you're right.
It was beautiful, it was creamy, it was delicious, and now it's either silver or gray, and we couldn't decide which one it was.
Gray. Gray.
Because I didn't know if it was just gray because of the sky being gray and reflecting off of it. But
no, gray.
Gray.
It's about as gray as gray gets.
Look at this. This is creamy and white.
And then you've got the green and stuff as well, right? You get all sorts of
delicious,
fun little elements going on. Do enjoy a Mahler Racing livery. And Mahler's been a big supporter of sim racing now for going on 4 years or so, not just, of course, in their collaborations in the virtual world, but you know about regularity rallies and stuff like that, right, Joey?
I don't know what a regularity rally is, no.
So basically, it's when rallying is when you try and go as fast as possible.
Oh, it's when you try and reach a time specifically?
Exactly, there you go. I didn't know quite how to describe it, but you get a time and you try and hit it. And so Marla Racing Team have not just been competing in one of those eco rallies where I believe they even use like electric cars and stuff, where Bikes Visser has been joined by one of the BS competition drivers. I feel very silly for forgetting it right now. But they've actually become the title sponsor of the Eco Rally as well. So it's great to see, everything that Marla does, not just in the sim world, but outside with the BS competition guys as well.
There you go. I was thinking regularity rally was some kind of engineering thing. Or it was like the Mala Parts sponsoring some nerd stuff there. I don't know. But also, Josh Chin says in the chat, stop saying creamy, and I refuse. I'm going to say that a couple more times now just because he said that.
Yeah, Josh Chin on Photo Man duties as part of the VCO content team. So shout out to him. Shout out to Ruben Luque. And as Josh Chin actually messaged me during the first couple of hours. Let me go back and read the message. There's been a couple of messages that I've been tagged in. I don't know how you guys are doing this. I can barely keep track of everything going on. It was one of the wildest starts that we've ever seen, and boy, was it great. We're still watching, of course, Rainer Talvar hunting down Gustavo Ariel as we see the sun just continuing to set. And you take a look at where we are, 7:21 p.m. We're probably only around 30 or so, 40 minutes away from getting into those nighttime hours, and boy, there's going to be a lot of that dark running.
How did Rainer Talvar do in the rain earlier?
It's a good question.
Was he successful? Did he live up to his name?
I don't know. So there's...
Because Atte Kauppinen was very fast, and I gave him his new name of Watte Kauppinen.
Okay.
But Rainer Talvar's already built in. If he's a good wet boy, he's already built in.
Rainer Talvar, I don't actually remember, if I'm being completely honest, how he performed when the rain was at its peak. I don't even know if he was in the car, to be completely honest. That's one of the things that we got to remember. This is a two-driver lineup in the Marla Racing Team at number 10. So goes back up to the Brazilian Gustavo Ariel in the sole surviving red line car. We have seen 3 red line cars bite the dust. 2 in GTP, 1 in GTD. And both of the GTPs as well, Joey, went out in basically identical fashion at Sunset Bend.
Yes, they did. And also, I think you're exactly right. The Rainer Talvar hasn't actually driven a lap in the rain yet. It was Kornbach and Barneveld that drove all of the laps in that car in the rain so far. So Rainer, maybe he'll get to live up to his name at the end of the race, but we'll see if that actually happens. Rico Wenzel just finally made his pit stop. He's rejoined in second. And Jonas Wanner not even in the same shot. The second place battle that was close for a little bit. It looked like it was going to develop rather excitingly. It's still only 3 seconds, but it's not quite as exciting as it once was. Door's got some work to do.
I think technically that's actually a net win for Door, because I think when we last saw the Grid and Go car out of pit lane, it was closer to 6 seconds. And Grid and Go, they spend a bit more time with less fuel at the end of their run after Door have come down to pit lane. So hypothetically, you do expect them to go potentially a bit quicker. So to have closed that gap down slightly, I think they will actually, in some ways, be quite happy. But long way still to go left in this race, that is for sure. And there's a smile on the face of young Jonas. I mean, look how happy he looks for a moment. Or looks for a moment, I should say.
It's the first time I've ever seen a sim racer smile.
Does he know he's on Candid Cam right now as well? That's the type of environment I love about endurance racing, when you're just enjoying it. Not even if you're in a fight for P3, which, to be fair, always makes it a bit fun as well.
I wonder what they're talking about. I wish we had team radio. They're probably telling some very funny German jokes right now.
I think, as we have learned in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, radio from the teams is not a great idea.
It's in German. It's in German. We won't know what they mean.
What is a great idea, though, is having pit reporters in every single one of their radios. So when something's happening, we can steal information from them and go and figure it out. That was one of the great things that we did in the initial season back in 2022, to which at some point we had teams going, when they realized that we had joined just as something critical was said over the radio, they'd sometimes send us a message and go, can you not be specific about what lap we're coming down to pit lane on?
was thinking about German jokes now, because they've got some of them. People think Germans are not full of humor. They think they're a humorless people, but that's not true. There's very funny Germans out there. There's very funny German jokes. Maybe when Jonas gets out of the car, you can come in here and tell us some of his favorite German humor.
Yes, we got about an hour left or so, I guess, for him before he's out of the car, because traditionally you leave your drivers in for about 2 hours at a time, so we might get that chance to speak to him. He's been out on track for 6 laps or so. These are shorter stints in the P2 as well, going on 40 or so minutes. Bit of fog. Is that fog, or what is that? Because it's a rather hazy sort of a sunset that we're seeing right now. Not quite sure how I describe it. You could just see in the horizon. There's something in the air.
Arjuna, I haven't the foggiest.
Oh, wow. It's clear skies, by the way, so I'm amazed. It's not even that hot, so it's not heat
That's a
haze.
lie. Clear skies is a lie. That's not true. What are these weather people doing? They're not looking at the sky.
I mean, that it could be clear skies and then just a lot of fog.
It could be a forest fire too.
Is that seasonal for Florida? Actually, I don't even know.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think there was just a torrential downpour about 5 hours ago. So if there's a forest fire, that means that a volcano erupted or something. That would be bad.
Well, no, we would have to be very concerned. Been keeping an eye on the weather conditions, by the way. See if we can get you an update on that graphic in a few moments' time. But what I have sort of been noting is that rain isn't getting any sooner. It is becoming more likely, and we're getting closer as well to potential fog conditions. Don't know what that's going to mean. If it's foggy and hazy now, in my opinion, just watching these shots, we're going to get more.
Yeah, visibility is decreased enough in the nighttime, but nighttime and fog and potentially the spray of the rain at the end, it's going to be blind racing, basically. I've always had a dream of hosting a race where all the drivers are blindfolded and we just see how much they remember the track. And it's going to be the closest we've ever gotten to that, I think, with those conditions.
Yeah. Well, I think we're in for a bit of a roller coaster to the end, I think, in terms of seeing how many cars will survive. I don't know if we're necessarily expecting there to be too many chances for fights up towards the front. High humidity will make it look a little bit foggy, is what a comment in the RaceSpot chat was. I did see 88% humidity, so that could have been it as well. And maybe that's where the fog's going to be building from. So, you need a bit of a basis to start to see the springboard. So, curious what's going to happen. So, as mentioned, get the graphic up on your screen in a few moments' time that shows the weather patterns as they play right now as we head into the final 3 hours of this race. Get you an update, a rundown on where each class sits, how the storylines have been shaking out as we get onto the other side of pit stop cycles. Both LMP2 and GTD currently making their way through their pit stop routines. We're currently around 27 laps into this run. There is the weather forecast. You can see we've got 3 hours left to go. The rain only coming after it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd be interested to see like 2 hours 45, if that's even possible, if there's a chance of rain then, because if it comes in the last like 15 minutes, the track can be fully wet in like a lap's time, depending on how hard the rain is. So even if it comes with only like 6 or 7 laps to go, it could be interesting, but that is not a glitch there. That's not a stationary image. That is the live radar, and it's all gray and it's all unchanged.
Yeah, I wish I could go there and draw some rain on for you and suddenly magically do a rain dance and it would appear. But iRacing's weather system allows you to play a god initially in terms of setting up the weather to progress however you'd like, but once that timeline has been created, you don't have the ability to go back in mid-race and change it to your will if the race isn't necessarily going to plan. Although that sounds like something that I would love to have in an AI race. You turned it up a bit too strong. They're too quick for you in the dry, but you're better than them in the rain. Well,
those are just the Bernie Ecclestone sprinklers.
Exactly. There you go. You read my mind. It's Bernie Ecclestone's plan come to life.
The dream. And also the representatives of Grid and Go have come into the chat to defend the German sense of humor. They say they're hilarious. And I believe you. I just want to hear some of the jokes.
Well, that was the joke. We're hilarious. Cody Deeth.
Very meta.
Cody Deeth is out. Nico Rubelar going to jump into the 001 car. That did actually, as far as I can see, do one of its fastest lap times in the closing stages of the stint. So we are seeing the conditions just get that little bit faster as well. And so while the virtual coach by Grid and Go entry is now down on pit lane, the gridandgo.com LMP2 car has got Jonas Wanner within 1 second and now within touching distance.
There we go. That is touching distance indeed. I mentioned that they weren't in the same camera shot a couple of moments ago, but that's changed very, very quickly because Jonas has been destructive. He's been very, very fast, and he's about a corner away from potentially being in draft range. He's still smiling, but I don't think his teammates are telling him German jokes anymore. He does have to get in the zone a little bit. Because yeah, when you can see the car that closely in front of you, when you're only a couple of tenths away from draft range, all you have to do is push a little bit, get in that range, get closer, try and make the overtake, and then, I don't know, they might be able to run away with how fast Jonas has been going.
I've got a joke for you about Germans. How many Germans does it take to change a light bulb?
I'm just going to stay silent and let you say it.
No, come on, guess. Give me an answer.
9.
That's actually not a bad one. No, 1. They are efficient and have no humor.
There you go.
That was what Reddit, by the way, gave me as a joke.
Well, they say, Gringo says in the chat, you want it raw, German, or translated? And I'm going to say both.
Kala, drop me a DM. Let's get some of those jokes on air. What I will also do is, you know, it's that time when we go into podcast mode that I also go and dial up ChatGPT. Let's go and get some suggestions. German jokes about motorsport from ChatGPT. Yes, that sounds like a great idea, Joey. Come on.
Sounds like I want to go outside in the rain and drown myself, potentially.
That was Team PGZ that left pit lane. They are 1 lap now down, though, from this fight. So you'll see them on track. You won't see them in the fight. The margin, which across the LMP2 classes, are quite considerable in its nature. Now, we did mention that pit stops were going to be imminent for GTD. There's Felix Quirnbach into the Mahler Racing Team car, taking over from Rainer Talvar. Johnny Vecchio taking over from Gustavo Ariel. 2 new drivers in this fight for second.
2 new drivers in the same situation, though, trying to chase down Manuel Troncoso. And they've gotten a little bit closer. That gap was 16, 17 seconds a little bit earlier, especially after the Mahler car fell behind the red line car. But it's now down to 14 seconds. Still 3 hours to go. Do the math. 3 hours divided by 14. I think that's about 1 second every 15 minutes or so. I think they'll have to bring down if they want to catch Drago. I think that's possible. If they stay in line, if they don't focus on battling too hard for second and lose even more time, I think we could still absolutely have a battle for the lead in GTD. It's just going to be a chase for basically the entirety of the rest of the race.
And hope you stay out of trouble as well. The second red line car that is a DNF on the day got a bit of contact out through Sunset Bend that was, let's be honest, a healthy dose of net code between them and a passing prototype machine that took them out of contention. And you know, really not much they can do. You just got to give that margin at this point. You don't want to leave yourself with no room to make a mistake. ChatGPT, by the way, I've asked it for a joke, a German joke about motorsport. Why did the German race car driver bring a ladder to the track? Because he heard the competition was taking things to a whole new level. ChatGPT, ladies and gentlemen.
Nope. I'm shaking my head in silence. Humans still have the power of humor, everybody. If it's any solace, yes. There's new AI things that can like generate whole new songs. I just learned about that the other day. You put in a prompt and you say like country song about the 12 hours of Sebring, and it just generates a full song with vocals and instrumentals. I don't like that. I don't like that that's happening. I like human works. I don't like it. I'm scared.
I did ask ChatGPT, would a German actually say that joke, and they then wrote a paragraph, basically a college essay where you're not actually saying very much. But anyway,
I don't like the future, Arjuna.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a very funny joke. There have been some decent jokes on occasion, but it's never really lived up to all the hype that you would expect from what people say. Now, as these two get closer and closer, We are at that point where Sun is just continuing to set. I wonder how the balance of the car has played out. They forced the Falcon Sim Racing Audi just that little bit wide on the run out of Le Mans corner onto the Ullman straight. Now, PGZ weaving back and forth, like I mentioned, one lap down. Jonas Wanner to the inside. I'm going to force Rico Wenzel off the optimal racing line. Lots of bumps and one contact between the two of them. But a change for second, and Door Esports make their way through.
That was aggressive, and that was necessary, and now Jonas can start to look forward, if you can't even look forward at this point. Williams Esports Chill Blast, a full lap ahead. If you look at where they are on track, actually, Williams Esports are coming through the hairpin right now, so they're about 3 or 4 corners ahead of Door, a lap ahead at that. So if you want to catch them, you might be able to get your lap back if you're fast enough, but it's going to be a whole nother game once you do that, actually catching them again in these next 3 hours. But second place will at least be somewhat better than third place for Jonas Vanner, at least right now.
Now, I did hear you and Lewis talking about a lot of things along the way.
Swindon, waffles,
it was
Dr. Pepper.
It was a lot of waffling as well. I mean, that's Lewis McLeod's specialty, and 50 minutes away from having to suffer through more of the waffling, although it's going to be even worse because he'll be waffling with me once again. But Joey, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, first time you've had the chance to work with Lewis.
Nah, second time, I think.
Second time. I apologize that you've had to work with him that many times. I know it's hard work, but the thing that I was really keeping an eye on, outside of the fact that he claimed to be correct so much, was he didn't talk much about golf with you, did he?
No, I suck at golf.
Yeah, but did he bring it up once?
Yes, actually, I think.
I was going to say 2 hours without talking about golf for Lewis. That's
He brought up
hard
golfing
effort.
with Peter Berryman.
Did he?
Or it was some reference to some driver not being invited on the golf trip with Peter Berryman or something if he performed bad. I don't remember. It was 2 hours ago.
Okay, now I've just learned there are Apex Racing Team golf trips, which I need to get an invite for.
I tried Top Golf once and I sucked at it.
We need to
Because I don't even know what you do. Like, I don't know how the arm movement works. I don't know how you set it up. I don't know how you follow through. I just thought swinging would be easy, and it's not.
We need to get you into VR golf. It's amazing. It will change your life. Not as much as VR cricket will change your life, but yes, it is a whole new world, a whole new
I think
experience.
VR cricket might be good to put me to sleep.
No. Oh.
Give me that as a sleep aid.
I may have stayed up a little bit too long last night playing VR cricket. Now the clocks have moved in the US, they'll happen in Europe soon. These races only start at 5:30 in the morning for me, which means I only have to wake up at 4:30 rather than 3:30. So I thought, you know what, I'll play some cricket. Suddenly, an hour and a bit later, I'm 400 runs up. I was playing against Virtual Australia. I was very proud of myself. And then I look at the clock and I go, wow, I got to be up in just a couple of hours' time.
How do you even win? Do you just have to like knock the things off?
Oh,
You
no,
knock
it's
the pins.
in VR cricket. Well, so they have a mode where you could be the pitcher in baseball vernacular, right? The one that's doing the chucking, the throwing. But it's not very fun, in my opinion. It's much more fun to be the batsman and to be smacking balls all around. Because the great thing about cricket, right, is it is a 360 sport. Baseball is effectively, what, a 90-degree playing area? It's a right angle?
Something like that.
Yeah. So and trust me, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, because I've tried baseball out in cages. I've been to a couple of games, and I'm going to be going actually to a couple more later this year, and I'm looking forward to it. A lot of respect, and quite honestly, the speed at which a baseball is traveling, it's just instinct so much, and so you've got muscle memory, repetition, drilling it in. There's a lot that goes into it and making those reads on the fly. But I just appreciate in baseball, the ball only moves in the air, right? You've got your curved balls, etc., etc. In cricket, not only does the ball move in the air, but the ball actually, when it bounces off the pitch, depending on what the bowler has done, it will bounce in a slightly different way. So you've got that factor. You've got the fact that if you literally wanted to, you could stand square to the ball as it's coming at you and try and scoop it over your head, which is amazing to watch. It's great. You'll love it. You love cricket. Come on.
Maybe.
We'll get you to
If they make it an Olympic sport, I'll watch it.
I think there's an India-Pakistan game in the US, which is going to be A, intense because, you know, rivalry across the two sporting countries, but also B, because a lot of fans in the US don't often get to go and, you know, kind of migrated over, don't get to go and see these countries play. So I think there's going to be lots of people there that have never really gotten to cheer for their favorites, and so I'm hoping.
Where is it?
I'll be honest, I don't know, and I'm hoping that I grab a ticket in the, you know, they do one of those ballots where you put your name in.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that my name gets pulled.
I would hope it would be in like New Jersey or something. Because you want to talk about a state with a big Indian population, you'd pack a New Jersey cricket stadium if they brought that there.
Do you know where the U.S. headquarters for cricket is? It's not New Jersey, I'll tell you that.
I don't know, Wyoming?
Texas.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Texas is actually a really interesting place for it. Sindre Setsource, by the way, in the iRacing Esports Network chat. You know the broadcast has been going for a while when they talk about cricket. Sindre, we're educating people here. Cricket's great. It's lovely. And at the same time, there's literally nothing happening on track right now with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go.
Also, India versus Pakistan will be on Long Island.
Oh, wow, that's incredible.
York.
Oh. Okay, you know what?
I don't know, maybe. Let's see, where on Long Island is it?
Where on Long Island? Where do they have a cricket ground that can hold 80,000 people? Because that's how many would actually want to go and show up there. Like, you need to use a college football stadium to actually pack in enough, you know, Indians.
Is not helping me. This news article's not helping me. Al Jazeera is not helping me.
You need ChatGPT, you see?
34,000 seat modular stadium in Long Island. So are they building a new one?
Modular stadium implies that, yeah, they'll probably just have they'll have a cricket surface, because you need a special type of surface to actually play at the World Cup level, but then they'll be able to plug in grandstands when, you know, there's big events, and they'll be able to remove them when there's smaller events and whatever the case may be. Drago
Nassau County International Cricket Stadium.
Oh, there you go. James Ho, however you say it, I apologize for butchering your name, but I butchered plenty of things here today on the broadcast. Indian Premier League just started as well this week, so that, I'll be honest, I used to in college, classes would run whatever, like 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I just have the IPL on in class and totally not be paying attention. And VR cricket is solo, and so you can set the game length for everybody. So there's a lot of good points there. We are educating people on cricket. Let's also talk about IMSA Esports for 2024, because 2023 champions, they get an auto invite for 2024's championship. Winners in the VCO Grand Slams and the GTP and the GTD classes, they also will get an invitation as well. So we'll talk about that in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Who's heading to the championship later this year? But Joey, it's been 2 fun years so far, and I'm very excited to say news is coming soon.
News is always coming soon. You've always got something cooking, and I'm always excited to hear about it. And also, just to close the door on the cricket conversation, to get a standard ticket for India versus Pakistan, guess how much it is?
$500.
$1,248.
Honestly, I knew I was underselling that, and
actually, that's 2 tickets, so it's actually $600 each.
So I was
but actually, now that I click on it, it's $1,605 each. So I think it's changing with every click.
Ah, okay. It's one of those things where it just keeps adding fees as it tries to figure out who you are and where you're trying to buy the ticket from. I see. But yes, I'm not surprised. End of the day, there are, like I say, a lot of people that will want to go to that game, and it sounds like I'm unfortunately going to be priced out of it. My Indy 500 ticket, in comparison, $130-something this year.
Yeah, easy. Deal.
Forget what Daytona 24 tickets are. What's the price for a regular IMSA race?
I don't know. Not much. Price for like IndyCar at Mid-Ohio was like somewhere between 50 and 80 usually. So
that's pretty good.
A good deal.
I'm seeing that 2-day packages for Rolex this year was $75 for adults. So, and with that you get access to the grid walk. And I'm going to make a controversial statement here. You know what that controversial statement is?
It is
that the access that IMSA has is great, but it also means that it's very difficult on the grid walk to go and see any cars.
Yeah, there's 9 billion people there.
It was quite fun the day before the 24, because you had the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge race, and legitimately, I'm not saying there was no one there because it was quite fun. There was a decent number of people, but you could walk up to basically every one of the cars. Most of the drivers were around, or engineers, or stuff on the car for you to grab. And I've got a keychain now from Random Vandals Racing. And a shout out to Kenton Cook. But yeah, no, it was just crazy. IMSA has really exploded, Joey, to the point where I got to the starting grid just as they opened the track, basically. I timed it perfectly. I finished commentating on the DNLS. I got parked, and then I went down to the track. It was great. Except after
people love their sports cars. People love their multi-class racing. They love actual technical development and new cars being introduced. It's very inspiring.
Yeah, 15 minutes in, I just said no. I'm going to go watch the whatever you call it, the action from one of the grandstands. And to be honest, it was also quite fun just to see all the community aspect that's going on. I saw someone asking for commentary about the race. Well,
what race?
I regret to inform you that we don't have a single car that is within 5 seconds of one another. Excuse me, I lied, because the gap between second and third in GTD has just come under 5 seconds.
Woo! It's come under 5 seconds for a brief moment, but I think that's because it's been expanding over 5 seconds over the course of the last couple laps. It's not a battle for, it's not a three-way battle for the win anymore. Right now, it looks like it may be a two-way battle for the win, but it might only be a one-way battle for the win because Johnny Vecchio has just not been able to close that gap to Manuel Troncoso. I really thought that Johnny was going to be faster, but Manuel has been very, very fast, very, very consistent, and he's actually extended that gap over Johnny over the last couple of laps. It was as low as 14 seconds, now above 16. Manuel, when he gets on it, he can get into a reign of terror, and he is the fastest driver in this field right now, I think.
Yeah, I think maybe he was biding his time as well and just waiting for the conditions to maybe suit his car just that little bit more. The front light bar of the Lamborghini, by the way, is confirmed to give you a couple of extra tenths of a second per lap, and so that's why the Mahler Racing team has strapped it onto the front end of their car. We have GTP pit stops imminent for the likes of Josh Ladd, 46 seconds clear at the front, and so plenty going on. James also says, by the way, going back to IMSA Rolex 24 stuff, MX-5s, the amount of intensity and people that want to go and see that race now is incredible, because those MX-5s, they really do put on a show. Maybe the best show of the weekend, if we're being honest.
Yeah, any racetrack in the world, you put an MX-5 on it, it's going to put a good race on because they have no power, they have no aerodynamics, they can bump each other. It's like you're racing beans, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to race winners there, you talk about progression. We've seen sim racers go and succeed there most recently. You know, you look at people like Connor Zilic making the step up, and he had a good run out on his NASCAR truck debut today at the Circuit of the Americas, and someone that's actually helped some sim racers get into real cars. We talked about Racing Prodigy and the Prodigy Week adventures slightly earlier in the broadcast, but Connor Zilic was on hand as Gustavo Ariel jumped into a Radical SR1 for the very first time, as Sean Campbell into pit lane, and I wonder if he's going to take the 40 or 50 seconds that he has to come and say hello to us in the YouTube chat.
I'm looking at the chat right now. He's only got a little bit of time. There's a little bit of internet delay, so we may have to wait a couple of seconds, but if he doesn't say something, if he doesn't give us some kind of feedback or some kind of comment, I'm going to be disappointed, and I'm going to hope he crashes out.
Now the question is, if I pull this up on screen, does Sean Campbell's
there you go.
inner instincts, his Spidey, his Sean senses, do they start tingling, and does he open the YouTubes? I don't think the answer is yes, unfortunately. Come on,
very
Sean.
Stationary. Anything? You alive?
Still got about 5 seconds before we'd expect him to roll off in the way. I don't think we're going to get an update from his race clutch number 9.
He might be talking to other people who are cooler than us.
Maybe more important than us in the grand scheme of things as well, is off and away, sharing that car, the number 9 entry with Robin Mass, the 2-car lineup. You can see how much marbles we have, by the way. It's very interesting as he rejoined the racing service, trying to make sure that the new tires don't pick up too much of those accumulated bits, and then try and shed them off as you try and get back up to speed. One thing that we talked about at the start when it was raining a lot was how the LMP2 cars were faster than the GTPs in some cases, and so there was a very real chance that one of them may end up finishing inside of the top 5 overall. Doesn't seem like it's going to end up finishing like that, Although you have to give them some credit. They're only 6 laps down after going on 10 hours of racing.
Yeah, they need more rain. They need to start chucking down again. And who knows, if there's a year where we have like 12 hours of wet racing with no dry running whatsoever, we could have an LMP2 car win overall. So maybe we should look forward to that next year, hopefully.
I think we really have to try and wait for the year when it rains so much that the GT car ends up winning overall, like back in 2015 in Petit Le Mans, where Porsche came out on top in the GTLM era. What an interesting race that ended up being. And really, you know, in some ways, let's bring the weather radar back up onto screen for everyone to take a look. Just look at how the scale goes, right? There's a blue on the left side. That's the lightest amount of rain to expect from the cells that start to build. Then all the way on the other side, there's pink. We never really saw more than orangey or even yellow in terms of rain, and even that caused plenty of uncertainty for the drivers. Imagine what could happen, Joey, if we just got more intense amounts of rain.
I want to see this track flooded. I don't want aquaplaning necessarily, because that's just totally out of the driver's control. But I've turned the rain up all the way in some test sessions, and it's very fun. There's no visibility. You're sliding around. You do have to avoid the giant puddles. I want to see it all the way in. I want the heaviest rain possible.
Yes, so we need more opportunities to go and do weather reports at the end of the day, and so the heavier the rain, the more chance we have to do something different. Kimichev in the Drago Racing 696 is also now down on pit lane. And with 2 hours and 34 minutes left to go, he's not going to get out right now. You might see him out of the car in the next pit stop coming out. It means Josh Rogers re-inherits 3rd position in the VRS Coanda. Number 8, the purple and orange that heads out of the hairpin. And it's getting dark, getting very dark right now. Virtual standard time. We're going on close to 8 p.m. in sim. Mentioned, we're going to have a long amount of dark running here for the drivers to really make the most of.
Blinded by absolute darkness, but this is when it comes down to your knowledge of the track, comes down to your night practice that you've absolutely had to be doing, and this is really where the highest level of driver really takes their advantage, because you can see the track, you have headlights, you're not totally blind, but in those braking markers that you can't see, and in those orientation points that you really need, these guys have everything memorized like the back of their hand. There's so much rhythm, there's so much practice that goes into this that even when you shut the lights off, even when you make that visibility very, very low, it's still going to be a very, very high level performance, and you're going to see the fastest laps of the race set here, I think, in the last couple hours.
Looking forward to just keeping an eye on how much drivers are going to push the limits as well, because one thing that we often talk about when it comes to track evolution is as the track rubbers in a lot of ways it gets more understeery, and so have we seen resets as the rain has sort of, you know, washed away rubber on the regular racing line? I'm entirely sure. Peter Zuber brings the second of the race clutch cars down to the box, drops behind Mitchell de Jong in the VRS Coanda number 18 that, as Joey mentioned, is playing a bit of a sacrifice play in some ways, and just out there and trying to feed data or whatever to the rest of the team that's still out there and trying to fight at the front of the field. Door Esport pit in LMP2, followed in by BS Plus competition. So 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. 22 laps into the stint for Door Esports. Another 5 laps or so, then we'll get Rico Wenzel in the Grid and Go car.
I hope to see this battle kind of close up again, because once the Door Esports number 120 got by the Grid and Go car, it seemed like that battle was going to be over. But I want a little bit of excitement. I want second place to be fought at least, even if the win can't be fought for. We can at least pretend it's the win. We can eliminate Williams Esports Chill Blast. We can block them with our hand, and we can say that the battle for second is going to be the biggest battle on track, because it'll be exciting. And second is better than third at the end of the day.
Yes. At least that's what I've been told and led to believe. Remember as well that not just spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship on the line for GTD and GTP winners, but every single class winner and each individual driver gets a very, very spiffing trophy courtesy of VCO. It's been one of those things that we've really been enjoying. It just makes these special events even more special, a recognition of all the hard effort that the drivers put in. We saw Daniel Morad slightly earlier saying that the budget for the trophies means that there's nothing left for the commentators, so we're not going to get one of those. But I'm just saying again, we want participation trophies, Joey, just for being here in the commentary booth.
Yes, please. Do we have a photo of the trophy? Can we bring it up?
Unfortunately, no, we don't.
The glass cube or rectangle?
Especially not at the night lights right now, when it'll probably blind us with its dazzling brilliance.
Damn. I mean, there's cheaper options than glass. You could make it out of ice or plastic.
I don't know if the ice one would last very long, as race leader is in. There is Josh Ladd stationary on the jacks. Is he going to stay in that car? I mean, we were wondering if he was going to fall asleep. Now, he's still in the rig, don't worry. But it doesn't look like he's going back out there. Or is he just having a nice little swig of a coffee or something? And does he not race with gloves? He may not actually race with gloves.
Hands back on the wheel? No, he's doing a lot of motion. That doesn't look like hands are back on the wheel, but he also hasn't gotten out of the car, so evidence would suggest that Josh Ladd is going out, continuing this stint, and all he needed was a little bit of coffee. He's still good to go.
When did he get into that car? It's been a monster stint from him, hasn't it?
Yeah,
He's
been years.
He's on lap 307, got in on lap 220 or so he's been going for almost 100 laps at this point. Having said that, Ante Kalpanen ended up doing around 70, 80 laps before that, so maybe this is just the kind of way that they have built out the schedule, given that Ladd did end up doing a slightly shorter stint, I think, for a sequence of the race. Maybe Kalpanen going to get back in and push towards the very end. So someone mentioned that if we're ever going to get to rain and conditions that show purple and pink on that radar, then we're going to need to add hail.
Yes, please.
Isn't hail like a red flag condition?
Yeah, there's no red flags in sim racing.
That's
we can do whatever we want.
I don't think that, unfortunately, we're going to get that.
But we can do anything we want because there's no risk. There's no risk of drivers being pelted by hail at 200 miles per hour. There's no risk of injury.
Not yet. Not until
we can
they
fight reality, Arjuna.
Not until they buy my new invention, which is the... I'm trying to come up with a witty name on the fly, and I totally haven't already done almost 6 hours of commentary, so I'm struggling.
The helmet?
No, because it needs to throw hail and stuff at you, right? So imagine when you go off the track and you go into a gravel trap. Now suddenly, you've got gravel being thrown at you. You go off the track and you're into the grass. Oh, I'm sorry.
Interesting.
This is an element generator. It's an airbender.
I'm here for it.
There you go.
I like anything in sim racing where we can beat reality. Because with the power of sim racing, we can beat death. That's what it's all about.
All I'm going to say is earlier today, I made reference to how in the world of sim racing, we need to do some more unique things and make it esports. And we need to do an elimination race where at the end of every lap we eliminate a driver. I have definitely not got a message from someone that wants to do that proposal at a fantastic racing venue. News hopefully to come soon. That sounds like the crazy kind of thing that I am all on board for. What I am not on board for, though, is the fact that you take a look at those weather conditions. The first thing to note is that the first indications of light fog are actually going to come in about 45 minutes, so just keep an eye on that. It's not going to be clear. It will be foggy sooner rather than later, but again, I think we are getting potentially close to the rain, unless that graphic is misleading me into thinking we might have rain at the end of this race.
I don't know. It's been changing with every time we see it. Last time we saw it, rain was coming in at like 3:15 after the race ended, and now supposedly rain's coming with 45 minutes to go in the race. I don't know who to believe anymore.
The answer is not that graphic, because it was meant to say 2 hours and 30 minutes and 2 hours and 45.
That's the less fun one right there.
Yes, there you go. We are live updating all of this information as we get it. And again, because it's changing, right, that percentage has been slowly creeping up. And because we get the forecast at 15-minute intervals, it says no rain at 10:30 p.m. virtual standard time right now, and then rain at 10:45. Could the rain just end up moving in a little bit quicker? I mean, just look how dark the track has gotten now. I don't want to imagine what the rain would be like for the drivers to navigate if it was to come like at this point in time.
It would be totally blinding, but also They do have updated rain lights now. That was one of the recent updates in the recent patch. Rain lights originally weren't especially visible. They were somewhat visible, but they didn't do the same job they do in real life. Now you can very well see through the spray. It's brighter lights, so you're not totally blind, but if you're not racing around any other vehicles, or if you're in a pack of about 5 cars, you're going to be almost blind. You're going to be struggling a lot, and you better ride on your muscle memory of the track and remember where you're going, because it's not going to be the same Sebring you're used to.
It's not going to be the same Watkins Glen. It will definitely not be the same Road Atlanta when we go for those final 2 VCO Grand Slams of the year. Rogers looks pretty focused as he gets ready to switch it back and go to the outside of the Simify Audi, down in 7th position in class, still under control by Tristan Iglesias. He's not going to force the issue on the BS competition LMP2 car that he's now riding behind, and out through Tower Corner. This is not a place where GTP is necessarily going to force the issue. We saw Rogers make a bit of a dive on the GTD earlier through that corner, and as they continue just cycling through, you can see the hybrid kick into gear and just fire Rogers on forward, and being able to one by one pick his way through all of the traffic. You were mentioning as well, we talked GTD earlier, Manuel Troncoso building his advantage, not just running away from Gianni Vecchio. Felix Quernbach is being left in the dust in the Lamborghini as the sun continues to set.
Nope, it's unfortunate to be Felix. And at a level like this, unfortunately, there's always going to be a driver who is the potentially the least fast at a certain time. Unfortunately for Mr. Felix Quernbach, Barneveld and his other teammates have been, and Rainer Talvar rather, have been very, very fast. And Felix has gotten in the car, hasn't been quite as comfortable, I think, on this stint, and has been hemorrhaging a little bit of time, but it's not going to hurt him too much because Gianni Vecchio hasn't really been able to close down any gap either. He's been able to pull away from the Lamborghini from the Mahler Racing team, hasn't been able to close up to Troncoso still. I mentioned he needed to close down maybe a second every 15 minutes. It's been about half an hour since I said that, and he's closed down about half a second. The math is not adding up to a Team Redline win right now, but they've got 2.5 hours to try and change that somehow.
No, but in terms of their success already in the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Championship and at Daytona, they've already got 2 spots in the GTD class in the 2024 IMSA Esports campaign, locked and loaded. So, you know, second place, they might be frustrated by it, but they've already been able to get the numbers onto the board that maybe they would have wanted. Here comes Rico Wenzel. Will we see him jump out of the car and hand on over to a teammate as up onto the jacks? A nice and tidy execution of bringing that car in. Yes, he gets out. So Wenzel will be replaced by Jarno Koch once again, and now just waiting to see Jonas Wanner, who's coming out of Lamar corner on towards the Ulman straight. Can he be able to make that margin just that little bit closer and really put the pressure onto a driver that's going to have to get to grips with when he last was in the car? That was lots of sunlight. Now he's only got the headlights to figure out where his references are.
There's so many new aspects to this race now this year, because in previous years you had 2 situations to practice in. You had daytime practice and you had nighttime practice. Now, in the same amount of time you've had to practice, all of these teams and all of these drivers have had to practice day dry running, night dry running, day rain running, and night rain running, and also heavy rain running, light rain running, moderate rain running, absolutely drenched torrential downpour running. That's like 10 different Sebrings you have to run here, Arjuna, and I do not envy any of these drivers who have had to, one, set up all those sessions and figure out the rain settings themselves, and also basically have to learn all sorts of new things and spend probably a lot more time than a normal 12 hours of Sebring practicing for this year.
And some drivers did have an endurance race last week in which they had rain, and so, you know, they will have done their testing for that. And I talked to Ryan Barneveld in particular, who's in the Mahler Racing Team car. One thing he had mentioned is for that race, they hadn't really done too much in terms of wet setup versus dry setup. They had just built a car that was good in the dry, and it ended up working quite well in the wetter situations. Now, I'm not necessarily sure what all has gone on in terms of preparation and understanding for this race in particular, but you know, all that work ends up paying dividends now. And Lewis and I were kind of talking about how teams that have more resources, we're talking engineers, spotters, and all of those little things, it's going to be a big important factor just to gather the data that ultimately you need, and then to process it as well. Look at that humidity though, by the way. That's where the fog's going to come from, 94% in the Sunshine State.
And more humidity. I'm no meteorologist, I'm no weather scientist, but the more humidity you have in the air, the more water I feel like gets logged in those clouds, the more likely it becomes that it may rain. But I could be very wrong about that. I don't know about my science. I'm really hoping for a last-second finale, Arjuna. Even when I get out of the booth in 20 minutes, I'm going to go get dinner, I'm going to step away, and I'm going to tune in for the last half hour. And I really want to see some raindrops potentially falling in those dying couple of minutes.
What is the plan for dinner, by the way?
I haven't decided that yet. I need to figure that out in the next 20 minutes.
I was going to ask, is it pickles?
Oh, well, yeah. There's gonna be some of those involved, I'm sure. Also, if anybody at home is interested in shots of pickle juice, I have about 10 of them in a box in my room right now. So if you want any shots of pickle juice and you live near Stamford, Connecticut, let me know, because I got to get rid of some of them.
Big shout out to Sucker Punch, who are supporting Racing Prodigy on their journey of bringing people along the Eaterio pipeline. But yes, Joey has eaten pickles live on air. A braver man than I am, that is for sure. As
I was eating Hershey Kisses live on air today.
Oh, that's going to make me jealous. The 003 now ends up 4 seconds back from Door Esports, so see if Jarno is going to be able to pull himself into the fight. Now, I can't believe that I'm saying this. We've actually got a fight on track. Yes, it's only for 10th position, but it's cars separated by half a second, and it's Drago Racing versus the Falcon Sim Racing team. Two Audis going at it.
Top 10. If my noise cancellation wasn't so effective, you could hear me clapping right now. But yeah, this will be fun. Drago versus Falcon. Drago with their other car is in contention for the win, but the second car still going for glory. You know, it feels good to finish in the top 10 at the very least. It's a nice number, but they're not going to be in the top 10 for very long as the 44 dives into the inside. Luca Wunsch, but it was just a Luca to the inside. It was not a Muva. Wasn't able to make that work despite how brave he was.
It was a big old look, and that was kind of what we were talking about earlier, where that's something you often see in the real world, where drivers just lunge for it, and then when they realize they can't commit, they will back out. Whereas often in sim racing, we live and die by the adage where I'm alongside and therefore I'm entitled to the space, which is not necessarily always true. A jink back inside on the entry down into the hairpin. It's a very flat entry in terms of elevation, but bumpy, and you can find yourself just hitting the ABS and bouncing off of it and slightly increasing your braking distance, lowers your braking performance. But these are two teams, like you mentioned, Drago Racing, one of their cars up front running for the lead. This car down in 10th. They've had their third car that runs in 6th position as well. So basically running the gamut at the front, the middle, and the back of the surviving GTD pack.
And that Drago Racing number 269, by the way, well, it's the 269 team. It's the 22 car in the session, very confusingly. They had one notable moment in this race a couple of hours ago. They were the car that got into the number 10 for the Mala Racing team that turned Rainer Talvar around. But now they're trying to give themselves a little bit of extra glory. You got one negative story, and now you've got one positive story trying to hang on to the top 10. And Alfonso Urrutia has been pretty solid, but straight line speed and the draft maybe no match. LMP2 gets to the inside. I don't know. Maybe we'll see Luca in second try and go for the move again into turn 1. Try and scare Alfonso out of the way once again.
I personally quite like turn 1 as a passing opportunity if your car has got enough grip to really send it, because you just carry so much speed that if you're alongside, you can just really chuck the car in, and if it sticks, you'll be through. Now still alongside is the 22 machine, but with traffic underneath them, I think finally realized that you had to let the Falcon Sim Racing teal and blue machine slide on through, and the distinctive number 44 finds its way fired on forward. And now a full lap behind the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. It's basically just going to be these two tangoing to the very end.
And I think there was a little bit of contact through turn 1, but it was just the littlest of bumps, and and Alfonso Urrutia backed out of it to make sure he didn't turn the number 44 into turn 1. I have to imagine that'll be the end of this battle. You're going to see that Falcon car running away, and next car for them as Arjuna mentioned, is 2 laps ahead. Sotomuto, I think they're just going to be hoping for some trouble up front now. P10 is the best they can ask for right now. They got to keep it alive for 2.5 more hours-ish.
So it's still a decent amount of time left to go in this race, and it has closed to within 10 seconds at the very front of the field, albeit we're still waiting, for Josh Rogers to come down to pit lane in the next handful of laps. The reason why I stumbled there for a second is my timing screen said he did a 1:17.126 last lap, which, if that was...
New track record!
If that's true, not only is that a new track record, but he has teleported around the track seemingly, although if you're going to...
Well, if you think that's good, Alexander Davidson has just done a 6.2 second lap.
Yeah, there's a few little blips here and there on the timing. He has just taken 2 seconds, though. He did just do a 43.792 to a 1:45.366 for your race leader. So there is a little bit of speed out on track, that is for sure. But it's also because that car's, once again, much like we're talking about in that LMP2 fight between Door and Grid and Go, VRS Coanda light on fuel, a bit of a rocket ship, still a heavy car for Williams Esports Chill Blast.
I'm going to do some math calculations right now. I'm going to figure out how fast you would have to go around Sebring to do a 6-second lap. 3.741 miles, 6.2 seconds. Calculate, that would be 2,200 miles per hour. I think that's Mach 1.
That seems like something you're probably not going to do while taking corners as well. You might just have a chance of doing it, though, if you were trying to do it in a straight line and not from a standing start as well. You're going to have to take a look at the replay, because there's been a moment highlighted for one of the GTP cars that's still out there and circulating. Remember, we do have plenty of cars still out there and just trying to finish. That's the bright yellow, fiercely forward car that... Oof. Now, which of the Audis did they have contact with? Was that red line?
Good question. They all look exactly the same from the rear view.
It's a Drago car. Excuse me, it's the number 2.
Yeah.
It's the race leader.
Oof. And those are 4 incident points they didn't need. With every 50 incident points, you're forced into a drive-through. And poor old Manuel Troncoso gets absolutely dived or divin by Linus Stjernelund in the fiercely forward GTP. And I think kind of just doesn't lift there, but traffic interactions, they can always bite.
The fiercely forward car is almost a full lap behind the car it's fighting. I say fighting in air quotes. 2 laps in front of the next car in line. I don't really think that was necessary to go for, especially knowing that that is the GTD class leader, because imagine you take them out, and again, that would have been on them. I think if that, based on what happened in that situation, that was close. I don't think it really cost Troncoso time in the end, but that's a
little bit awkward.
Yeah, a little bit awkward.
And it's a shame. It's a shame because Fiercely Forward have actually been on a pretty good streak recently. They just came off a win, kind of an underdog win in the Ivor Endurance Series at Spa with Dennis Wolf and Linus Stjernelund, but Sebring's not quite gone their way so far.
Yeah, and again, if you're going to take out a GTD leader, there's going to be some questions asked. So in situations like that, maybe better not to force the issue, especially given that we're now down to 34 left out there and running. It does seem like relatively normal attrition for an iRacing Sebring 12 hours, but a lot of that attrition, as we'll talk about once we get to the results, I think at the end of this race, ended up taking place at the start in those first couple of hours. Danny Shivishabo says almost Mach 3 to get around this track in 6 seconds, which would be
SR71 speeds.
Which would be SR71 speeds, so, you know, that's something just to keep in mind.
I bet I could pull it off. SR71 speeds, though, with taking the corners, I wonder how many Gs that would be. It's got to be a lot. That's got to be like... I don't know. Is there a physicist in the chat? I asked for a linguist earlier. I kind of need a physicist now.
So 2:12 left to go. We're less than a regular race distance right now, as for an IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race. If we were to have, you know, IMSA Michelin endurance points and whatnot, those would have been interesting things to also look at various marks through the race, not just points paid out at the end, but points paid out midway through as well. Although I say that would be fun for us to have. I'd like for us to get that into the sim. The one thing I don't want, NASCAR stages. Stay as far away as possible from us on iRacing, please.
Yeah, not yet, at least. Maybe in, like, Maybe in oval racing, but on the road courses, nah, I don't know. The reintroduction of those is somewhat disappointing. I like seeing a race develop. I think we just saw the first reintroduction of the stages, or I guess after the Roval today, with the Truck Series. I mean, I like a long race. I like an uninterrupted road race, I think.
Yeah, yes. And the great part was, right, NASCAR last year, they made the right call, to take away cautions at the end of stages and to remove effectively the stage breaks. They get one boring race because no one crashed in that, apparently, and didn't bring out any other cautions, which is not the problem of the decision that was made. It was just a function of how the race played out. Yes. Anyway, that is getting us very, very off topic. I am keeping an eagle-eyed view on the forecast right now, and it's still 10:45, showing that chance of rain, although it's starting to go down in terms of chance of rain. Forecast still not showing us at least anything in the area.
I don't think it's happening. I think I'm losing all of my hope. I hope I get surprised. I hope something magical happens, but it's been a lot of gray. It's been a lot of math that hasn't added up to a very good outcome. I think we may be dry all the way to the end. I think it may happen.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately on that same page. If you want to get wet at this point, the only place you can go is onto the other side of the fence at the hairpin, where there's a pool at the hotel on track.
Ooh.
So, I mean, you know how Kimi
Can we
Raikkonen...
like suck that up, spray it on the track?
Yeah, you know how Kimi Raikkonen in Monaco went over to his yacht. I mean, you just go over to the Sebring Hotel here.
Yes, please. Freshly squeezed orange juice, trackside windows. One day.
I'm trying to think where the best view in a hotel room could be in motorsport. Like, if you're going to have... So, because Yas Marina's got a hotel. What other tracks have got, like, hotels built into the structure? I'm not talking like, oh, there's a hotel next to the track. I'm talking like, you know... Because otherwise you can include the motorsports resorts, the Virginia International Raceways and stuff. But I want to think about specifically things that are like, you know, we put it onto the track itself.
You can live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. There's condos.
Can you really? Like,
Yeah.
in the main building?
I don't know where they are, but they're like, yeah, I think they overlook the track.
We're going to have to go and figure this out. There's no apartments inside of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There are some apartments quite close by, but there's not one actually that gives you permanent track access. We might have to petition Doug Bowles to let that be a thing in the future. But yeah, that's a good question, actually. I know there's hotels that actually, you know, let you drive your car basically right up next to where you're actually going to sleep. So if you have a fancy car, you can go and open your balcony door or something, I guess, look at your car or something. But, you know...
A motel by other names?
No, Joey. These are like... You drive your car into a garage that's next to a hotel room, but you're driving your car into your hotel room. I'll have to go and find the video to explain it. The video I'm thinking of, the hotel or whatever I'm thinking of, is Germany or Switzerland or something. It's nice.
It sounds like a motel.
Lewis
I've been to those.
Lewis knows what I'm talking about. Is all that I care about, because at least I'm not crazy and dreaming of something. Danny Shivishabo says there are houses next to Imola's last turn.
Oh yeah, we see those every year. Like on the outside of it's got like the red roof. It's like traditional Italian.
Shows you pay more attention to me. Here comes Josh Rogers though, 26 laps into the stint, 7 minutes before the top of the hour. I don't think he's going to be out of the car just yet though. It's probably just going to be top off of fuel, fresh set of tires onto the car, and send Rogers back out there. Maybe Charlie Collins to get in the next stint to bring this car to the end.
I like Daniel Sivishawa's other comment, by the way. He says, when I said I could fly an SR-71 at 2200 around the track, he said that's the most male response possible. And I agree. That is my most toxic masculine trait. I could fly an SR-71 around Sebring, and I always bet I could swim across the Long Island Sound to New York. Those are my only two.
Yes. I'm going to hold you to that second one.
I'll try.
I'm not actually going to. It's like one of those things where someone says they're going to swim across Alcatraz, and you go, yes, you know you are.
Well, yeah, if you go to Alcatraz and you like see it out there, don't you think like,
No.
yeah, I can swim. I bet I could try that.
No, you do not. No, at least I don't. Charlie Collins, Sir Charles is going to take over from Josh Rogers because the water near Alcatraz is very, very choppy, and I want no part of it. So there are people that actually do that every single year. Crazy, crazy people. Mike de Turk says there are 2 in Germany that he can think of that match the description that I'd had. One where you drive your car straight into the living room of your suite. The other one, though, has a car elevator that moves it up to your balcony.
But when I drive my car into the front of a motel, it's not okay.
No, it's not. I don't have a car that warrants being in the living room of my hotel suite, though, is the problem, you know?
I think that was an episode of House one time where House drives his car into the living room of his ex's house or something.
Dr. House. You know that how many seasons did that show end up running for?
Many. Probably too many.
Too many? I think
It is all on Peacock.
It's available on a streaming service, I'm sure, somewhere for you to watch. But it's just crazy. You know how Suits has somehow had a big uptick in popularity recently. I remember watching Suits 10 years ago and going, oh, this is a fun show, and then falling away from it, and then seeing it on Netflix and going, wait, how many seasons have they made on this now?
And then, like, what else has been on for a while? They're still making The Simpsons, of course. That'll never end. That'll be until the end of time. They're still making Family Guy. They're still making Bob's Burgers, but that's actually still good.
Yeah, but, you know, what was that Netflix show about NASCAR that had, what was it, Kevin James?
The Crew.
The Crew? Did you ever watch The Crew?
I did not. That was a 1-season order, I think.
It was a 1-season order, and I will just say, as someone who watched it, it was a 1-season order for good reason. The new Netflix content that we have about motorsports as a whole is a lot higher quality. 50 cars started, we're down to 34, we're about to kick Joey Tebbin out in 4 minutes time and head into the final 2 hours of this race. I mean, Joey, you didn't really unfortunately get to see much of the rain, but you got to see the impacts that it's brought into, let's be honest, one of the toughest special events of the year in many ways.
Indeed, I'm such a shining force of the sun that I forced the rain away. I was the one-man vortex theory, thank you very much. But yeah, it's been back to normalcy for Sebring in a way we really didn't expect. And in that way, it's kind of abnormal. We expected a weird Sebring. We expected wet and wild all the way. And we got that for the first couple of hours. And now suddenly you've got to readjust and kind of take it normally and kind of run it without those extra factors. So if you're on the back foot, if you didn't have the greatest run for the first 10 hours, you're not going to have the same wild cards. You're not going to have the same help from the unpredictability of the weather. If you want to win this race now, you've got to do it the old and hard-fashioned way.
And that's what we do like in some ways, I guess, with no safety cars, is that, you know, you have to do it on merit, but, you know, it doesn't allow you to make a mistake and to be brought back into the fight. Grid and Go in our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat saying that they actually like The Crew, one of the few series with Kevin James that they actually like. I'll just be clear, it wasn't a bad show. It was just one of those shows where after a few episodes you'd kind of seen all of it at that point. It never really ended up going and being anything different.
Maybe it was funnier in the German translation.
Good point. Maybe
Ja, mein Nazca ist gebrochen.
Yeah, maybe it was funnier in that in the translation. I guess other thing is we haven't really ever had a motorsports TV show like that. So I guess it's just the novelty is quite cool as well.
And they had like racing episodes of Home Improvement, but that was about it. There was nothing much else. Why does Michael de Turk know so much about the car loft hotels of Germany?
Yeah, because he's probably gone off and done some research at one point because he wants to go and stay at some of these hotels. Because I'll be honest, I have done that too. I've actually done research on automotive museums and racing museums around the world. We had that discussion on some special events last year. And so I've got a whole list circled. At one point, my goal is to try and slowly, one by one, knock them off. What I will say, #1 museum in the world is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, which is closed this year, but next year when it reopens, it's going to be even better, and you're going to get access to some of the Skunks Works areas at the bottom of the facility. We'll take a look at the replay, and the 003 third in class off the road at Cunningham.
And that's the second time that 22 car has been involved in turning around a higher class or a higher placed car. Last time it was the third place GTD runner with Mala. This time it's the third place LMP2 with Grid and Go. Yeah, that car is just had a magnet on the front end of it. Unfortunately, that's just the way it goes sometimes. It might not be your fault, but people, when you're about 2 laps down, they do kind of bowl you around a little bit, and it blended together at the bad moment for them as well.
Mike the Turk does say, by the way, he had a Germany trip that didn't end up happening. The dream is at some point to buy a European car, and then when you go and you are at the dealership getting the order signed off and everything, you tick the box that says European delivery, and you go and you pick your car up wherever the factory is, you drive it around Europe, they ship it back after you're done, and then that's your car for the eternity. Well, that is, unfortunately, eternity with Joey Tebbin in the books here. And now 2 more hours left in this second of our VCO Grand Slams, the 2024 iRacing VCO Sebring 12 hours. Lewis McClay is going to rejoin me to take us through to the very end. And Lewis, we're in the darkness, we've got some excitement, but it's not because rain's on the horizon.
Why do we have excitement?
Because we've got cars on track. I tried.
I know. I mean, the thing is that I am the voice of truth and reason. As Joey will attest to, I was correct on many a point towards the end of my stint. I was very impressed with myself. But the voice of truth here will be this race has been fairly unchanged, and thus sort of boring over the last, let's say, 4 hours. It was exciting with the last battle rain. But we do have the potential for some decent fights, particularly between Williams and Coanda in the GTP category I've seen. It's not too far away in the GTDs where we're definitely not going to get a fight. We still might, but for the most part, this is, you know, that picture of like the drawing of like the stick man with like a stick being like, "Come on, do something."
Yeah. Oh, we're right there.
That's
right now.
this. That is me and this right now.
Yeah.
It's close. It's not there yet.
Now, do you think that if we had had more rain, we would have seen more unpredictability? I mean, the answer is obviously yes.
Yeah,
But
I,
it sounds like a silly question, but the reason I ask that is because let's say we didn't have periods where it came back to dry and then went to rain. If we just had solid periods of rain, what do you think that does to the racing?
well, I mean, look, I think, okay, so I think had we had another like rain period, I think it would have been more interesting from from a technical perspective. But I think it would be less interesting in the race right now because things would be even more spread out. That if you only had it though, to what you just said there, where it was rain for, let's say it was wet for the entire first 4 hours of the race, and then it dried up once, and that was it. That was all we saw in rain. You would have a much more interesting race because it's the transition periods that make things awkward, that make things different, and that spread apart the entire field. When it is fully wet, everyone's fairly close on the same kind of speed. When it's fully dry, everyone's fairly close on the same kind of speed. It is that transition period that causes problems, which is why I said earlier when we had the first one, I told you, I was like, this race is going to be really spread out in a moment, and it was.
You have commentated on more of these variable condition races than I have, but you know, from the few that I've done on other platforms, the one thing that I kind of thought coming into this is it was going to be a bit samey and that it wasn't going to be such a wild swing, right? Because we haven't seen all the mixed condition racing on other platforms at this level be like this, and that's where the intrigue has come. Like you say, we're looking at Johnny Vecchio in the Redline GTD. That's still 14 seconds off the back of Manuel Troncoso in the Drago Racing car. And a Drago Racing Audi that, at least right now, I do have to say, looks very, very comfortable out front with the gap that it's got in hand.
I do like, I'm liking Drago Racing. I'm liking the idea of them potentially winning, although I can't help. But deep down, part of me is like, it would kind of feel right seeing Team Redline win, and that's not about because they're the great team or whatever, blah blah blah. It's more of they've had 2 cars that retired out of the race through their own fault. Fair enough, but then there was that unbelievable netcode for the 71 earlier on in the race with the semi-fied car going through the final corner that kind of just makes me feel really bad for Redline, where it's like, yeesh. But Drago Racing, I don't care about that. They're only focused on one thing, and that is taking the victory and booking their spot into the IMSA Esports Championship later on in the season. Into the pit lane that they will go for their penultimate stop.
I'm quite amazed, by the way, for someone that doesn't believe in the commentator's curse. It's only very generous to Team Redline there.
Why?
They should win because they've had their cars crash out.
No, it wasn't the cars crashing out that's the problem. It was the netcode that was the thing.
Okay.
If it was just like the GTP's been in it, I'm like, it feels kind of rough.
But that was all on them.
It's like you've done it, right? You were the ones who binned it in those awkward scenarios, and even if it was kind of like around like a crash with another car, like I feel bad for them, but I'm not sitting there being like, oh well, they should have, would have, could have.
Yeah.
The thing was, the 71 got removed from the race through absolutely no fault of their own, and no fault of the Simify either.
No,
right?
I agree with you there, 100%.
They got removed from the race through absolute rubbish, and that's why I feel a little bit bad for Redline, and I say maybe they should win. Let's be honest, whoever crosses the line first will win.
Woo! What happened there for... I think that's one of the Williams cars. That must have been Jaden Munoz, because race leader hasn't lost much ground, but technical issue that sees you get loose? Not very often I've seen something like that before.
Yeah, obviously it is the number 1, so it's the Williams Esports BenQ car.
Whoa!
It must have been a screen freeze. It must like
Right.
a large lag, like a lag spike or whatever, on their end, which potentially would have caused a screen freeze, because that's the only one thing that kind of makes sense with that kind of sharp sort of like spin there. It was very weird. I've seen that kind of stuff before on like other platform stuff where you have like a screen freeze, and then once it stops, that's where you have like the really large moment. It just kind of looked like that might have been what happened with the number 1 car there. So very weird.
Suboptimal, but it is still Williams 1 and 2, albeit as we wait for the pit stop window to cycle on through, and for both Williams Esports Chill Blast, BenQ, and the Drago Racing cars to make their way down towards pit lane. Yeah, the rain's not indicating that it's going to come anytime soon, and the percentage chance for it even to come at 10:45 is starting to fall away, but I do quite like that, Lewis, there's uncertainty, right? We're not 100% sure that at 10:45 there is going to be rain. It's leaving us a little bit on the edge of our seats, even if we're not thinking that it's going to come at the end. It's just the fact that, it's changing. That's exciting for the future.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the like I said, it's not going to rain as far as I'm aware in the next 2 hours, so that's which is fine. It happens, but like I say, it's close enough where there's a little bit of a maybe, a little bit of uncertainty, which is great. We've had conversations before about it, commentating elsewhere in the world of sim race and stuff. I've seen it where it's it'll rain in you know exactly where I'm going with this. It'll rain. It gives you like a readout. It'll be like 50 minutes, 30 minutes, in 60 minutes, and it'll say it'll rain in 30 minutes. That is 100%. And I've said before, this is on a different platform, obviously. If you time it from when it says it'll rain in 30 minutes, it'll rain on exactly 30 minutes from that point. And I absolutely hate that.
Yes.
Because that doesn't happen with weather.
No.
We've all seen it where you've been sat there and all the weather forecasts, like every single weather forecast is it's sunny, oh, it's a bit cloudy, it's a bit cloudy, and you're looking outside being like, it is about to, like the heavens are about to open. No weather forecast says it's going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, and I like, again, unpredictability. That's the main part, because when that second rain shower came in, and you were commentating, right, we had the moment where it started to rain, and then it stopped raining, and people freaked out, and then it started raining again, and it was like, oh, this is what the fun that we're in for is going to be like. you know how some of these teams have to, they pay their drivers. I'm just saying, some of these engineers are going to start thinking and realizing that they're going to be worth a lot of money moving forward.
Yeah, we're going to start, like I say, from our point of view, we're going to need to keep an eye as to who's got what race engineer, because that whole side is going to be worth a fair amount now. Now, obviously, your drivers and stuff, they all know their stuff when it comes to this, but that is going to be far more intricate, understanding the nuances as to how to deal with such a complicated system. I've said before, I still think in 6 months' time, or even let's play this with this race next year, right? I don't think, even if it rains in a similar fashion, on and off and on and off, I don't think it will be as wild as it is now, because people have a lot larger understanding as to how to deal with the wet weather. It's kind of one of those ones, because it's brand new, people don't know how to deal with it. In a year's time, everyone will probably be fairly set and having the solid knowledge. So that solid engineering is worth a lot right now. In a year's time, it'll be worth a fair amount, but nothing crazy.
And that's where I've already started thinking about how we're going to play God when we create these weather timelines, so that we can specifically plan out the rain in a way that's going to cause maximum chaos.
That's very easy. What you do is you make sure that everyone can go around in the fuel tank for an hour, and then you have it rain in an hour and 10 minutes. Make it really awkward. Maybe an hour and 5. An hour and 6.
You see, I was thinking even I've got some plans to be more evil than that.
No.
The problem, I say problem, it's probably a good thing, but the only thing is that you cannot control where the rain is going to be. Like, you can tell it that you want it to rain X amount, like heavy, medium, or light, but like, imagine the Nordschleife. Imagine if you could tell it just to rain right at Hoa Act, and then for a couple of corners after that. But when I say rain, I mean Nordschleife level rain.
Yeah, like that time when going down into Schwedenkreuz, everyone binned it because it just started raining very, very heavily into Arenberg, and everyone crashed. Good times.
Or we need to be able to replicate the time when it was what it would be at YouTube Corner, around that section where it went from dry to slightly rainy to really rainy to hail to snow, back to rain to hail, and then eventually back to dry conditions, seemingly in all about 30 minutes time.
Yep, I have been through Nordschleife. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah. It's also very foggy, which is not a shock to anyone, but it is. It's that whole area is more foggy than I thought it would be. I thought that was a myth. No, it's thick. And like when it gets foggy, woohoo! Yeah. There's that. I think it was 2018, and it was very foggy. And it's kind of one of those ones where you watch it on YouTube and stuff, and you watch it from home, and you think they've red flagged it for fog,
right?
Like, really? And I'm like, I'm there, and genuinely outside, you could see clearly for about 20 meters around you, and past that point, you were getting a little bit hazy on what was actually there or not. It's thick. Oh, Becky's finally arrived.
He's finally been able to come and join us.
He's not in the right channel yet, though.
No.
We'll leave him to it for a sec.
No, I tell you what, let's not give him any time to waste.
Oh my God.
He's been waiting for about 8 hours at this point to try and connect to TeamSpeak. Dylan Shrivens, do we have a copy?
Hello.
Hello. We were told you were retired from the world of sim racing, but what is this? You're back in a GTP.
I thought I was retired as well.
So what happened? Come on.
I don't know. Sim racing is kind of fun.
Glad to hear you're having fun.
Especially with rain.
Yeah, so tell us about that, Dylan. What's going on?
It's wet.
Not now, it's not. Come on.
No, but it was. It's fun. I don't know. I have no idea how realistic it is, but it's fun.
What's it been like for you jumping in with the Fiercely Forward guys? I assume that you haven't been doing much sim racing, so...
I've done next to nothing.
What's it been like preparing, doing all of those hours? Are you understanding all of the pain that you went through in the last couple of years?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't put that much effort into this. So I'm just happy to be able to be somewhat competent and still be able to somewhat compete.
I mean, you've. I'm jumping in now. I'm kicking Arjuna out. It's fine. You've obviously driven wet weather in other platforms. Because I distinctly remember a certain victory on RF2 in person in 2019. Or was it? Yeah, time's flown. That obviously had quite a lot of wet weather on it. This has had a fair amount of wet weather. How do you compare it?
Completely different. In fact, the weather just ends up being a grip multiplier, and so I don't know how to explain it, but even in the wet, you just want to drive on the racing line, drive on the driest part of the track, and here it's nothing like that.
Perfect. I mean, you also avoided Cam earlier.
Yeah.
Any reasons to that?
None. No.
Nice. We'll let you jump back to it, mate. Have fun.
Oh, it's good to have Becky back for an interview. And the problem is now that he's back, he's no longer Bobo. He's back to being Becky.
He is back to being Becky. As to be fair, Bobo rolls off the tongue really nicely. We do like doing these scribbles. We've missed him. Obviously, to give you the story a little bit, obviously was one of the drivers from Urano at the end of last year. That when that team folded, didn't really have anywhere. Well, I wouldn't say that Dylan had nowhere to go, because I think he absolutely did have somewhere to go. I just think that probably was like, now's a good time for a break.
Yes. It sounds like he's having fun, right, as well. Like, that was the first thing he said. It was just like, there was nothing serious. It was just, oh, I'm having fun. It's great.
Yeah.
Right.
Which, to be fair, there is this whole thing of sim racing, is that too many people take it too seriously. Present company. A lot of drivers take sim racing too seriously, and there is a point where sim racing, when you're taking it seriously, but you're not doing it for a job, but you're taking it the kind of level of seriousness as if you are doing it for a job, it's not fun. It is not an enjoyable experience. It is stressful when it's supposed to be your calm and relaxing hobby. Whilst, you're taking it seriously to a point of you want to do well, you want to win, everyone wants to win, but you're then removing the side of it being fun. And that is so easy to do, especially when you're in top split. And I think there is that point where a few drivers sometimes need to step back a little bit and think, how do I make sim racing fun again? Some drivers can't find that, and that's okay. Some drivers have to take it seriously, and again, that's okay. But if you can find that balance, that sweet spot, that's where you'll be happy in sim racing for a long, long, long time.
Yeah, and I think, again, it goes back to the point where competition is so high at this level, you're not always going to be on top, so you got to enjoy what you're doing more than be winning a bunch and be out there. I mean, off topic from iRacing competition, but we've been commentating on the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland. I don't think, Lewis, you or I have ever seen Max Benneker look so happy and relaxed when he goes racing, and that's also just seen him dominate in terms of speed and pace.
Apart from Red Atlanta, he wasn't particularly chilled there, was he?
Yeah, but he also did tell us that he wasn't looking forward to that round. He'd already qualified for the final round of the championship as the #1 seed. Hey, you can give him some excuses, including some technical issues.
Will you? Yeah, he did have some technical issues, to be fair. Will you be giving him some excuses in the absolute final of that when it is at Road Atlanta and it is for money?
No, because there's
exactly
15,000 euros on the line there.
Different thing, isn't it, mate?
Yes, but yes, that one didn't matter so much. I guess that's the only saving grace that you can have there. It's a pit stop time for Grid and Go's 003. Now, I just want to say one thing. 03 is a fake number. 003 is even more of a fake number.
Again, if it is purely a branding thing, right, where it's like, it is the 3, but you've branded it as the 003, I have no problem with it, because it's still the 3.
No, I have got a problem with it.
I don't really care.
And Kalla, who is team manager at Grid and Go, knows exactly why I have a problem with it, because he is a fellow programmer. And we're not going to talk computer science anymore, Lewis, because I don't want to bore you and put you to sleep. It's already dark outside, both in the real world and the virtual world for you. But fake number. You know what's not fake is this. It is a fake number. 100% is a fake number.
But it's branding, isn't it?
You know what's even more fake than that, though? I'm going to take us into a direction that I think you will agree with me on. You know how in dirt racing, where they have like hundreds of entries, they'll do the 17A, the 17B, the 7. Those are fake numbers. Come on.
Oh yeah. No, well, it's a letter for start. It's just not. It's just not the same. I know when they do like for example, like the Bathurst 12 hour, they'll have like the 97A or whatever. The letter there is the distinction of class, not so you won't get the 97A, 97B, 97C. It's the fact that it is in the whatever the classes of A, right, and then the 97 is the number. That's fine because you'd still classify it as the 97, right? That's fine. Whereas in dirt race, the A is only put on the number board as a distinguishing feature for one, the broadcast really, and the technical side of it, but also for the fans and stuff that are there that are looking at a car going round. They've got no idea what class it is, but it says A on the side of it, so they know it's part of that class. Yeah. It's the same class as that car. That's fine, fair enough. But like you say, when you're having like the 97A, 97B, 97C, that's not okay. That's alphanumeric numbered, like the systems for car distinguishing is not acceptable.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's yeah. You were able to articulate it much better than me.
And it's 11 o'clock at night. I'm really tired. I want to go back to bed. I've been up since 7 o'clock in the morning. I had a round of golf at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. 7 o'clock in the morning. I wish my alarm was 7 o'clock in the morning. That's a weekday for me.
Yeah, but at least you can get to go to bed after this or something. So do I, to be fair.
And
then wake up.
I was going to say, what am I doing after this? Staying up to watch the Formula One?
Oh, I'm definitely not staying up to watch Formula One. I'm going to have a nap. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to watch the first 5 laps,
and then
watch
go back
Max
to sleep.
Verstappen clear off to a 10-second lead, go straight back to sleep, wake up for the Dutch national anthem,
nice,
and then regret my life.
You know what? It's funny you mentioned Max Verstappen. Do you know who joined the Team Red Line stream?
Yeah, it's probably Max Verstappen.
30 minutes ago, he joined the Discord and just went and said, hello, guys.
I thought he was going to be on there when I tuned in before I jumped on again, and he wasn't quite there.
I'm disappointed he's not racing. I'm not actually.
Yeah, he can race in a controller. No, he can race in a controller, it's fine.
No, he's
missed out on the first ever wet special event in iRacing.
That's not a bad point. Max Verstappen is as much a sim racer at this point as he is a multi-time Formula 1 champion. And, you know, he is the reigning defending Daytona 24 winner in GTD.
Yes, it's unacceptable. It should have been here.
Should have been here.
Should have been here for the team. Well, to be fair, if he might have been behind behind the wheel of one of the cars, they might not be in the race by this point anyway, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
I do remember, was it Petit Le Mans a couple of years ago when he was sharing the car with Enzo Benito? They were 30 seconds clear until just one moment out of the final corner saw them caught up in traffic. I think that might have even been the same year that the two of them teamed up at Bathurst to not only win the race, but become two of four drivers to do the entire race with 0x. I wonder who the other two were.
Same. I'm going to go see Dan actually in a week's time on the way back from Alton Park. So I'm sure we'll relive the memory of that moment again. Just being on the same list as I'm pretty sure I brought that up to him in Saudi Arabia, and Enzo as if he didn't care. Honestly, I was heartbroken.
I mean, it's okay. You should just take that picture of Enzo Benito that I have and send it to him, and he will care.
See, this is the thing: is that I know that it was something to do with what was written on that board, and I cannot remember what it was.
This is what's so great. I have a picture of Enzo Benito writing on a whiteboard. No one knows what was on the board except me, because I've got the picture and the proof of it.
But the thing is, it's one of those ones. It's the same thing as like half the replays today. As soon as I saw it, I'd be like, "Oh yeah,
yes.
now I remember."
Yes.
But right now, I'm like, I can't remember.
So I'll tell you what it said.
It was.
Just so you know, it said Arjuna is better than Lewis.
That is not what it said.
It definitely was not.
Because Enzo doesn't believe that.
I don't know. I don't believe it, to be fair. So I wouldn't be surprised if Enzo didn't believe it.
I do.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm surprised that someone thinks that we're good enough to give us any Simi awards, but, you know.
Yeah, but who else are they going to give it to?
Apparently either you or me at this point. The funny thing is...
They're not going to give it to George Morgan. He's not watching this. I know I'm like firing shade at him, but... Ewan O'Leary. Yeah, exactly.
They're not going to.
He wasn't even nominated.
They're not going to give it to anyone who is not part of Team Tie. So if any commentators want to win the Simi, just put a tie on. That's apparently all you need to do.
But when was the last time we wore a tie on a broadcast?
I'm thinking.
Like 2 years ago, mate.
I'm thinking.
It is genuinely like it was 2 years ago. It would have been the VCO Pro Sim Series, because we wore a tie, Ben Constantine and George Morgan didn't.
I'm still thinking. I can't think of anything more recent than that, though.
No, you didn't. I think there was plans we were going to wear a tie. I still got the.
We've got a VCO green tie.
VCO tie, yeah, which is
More
hilarious.
choice of colour. More choice of colour, but still.
It was the first. I think like we both looked at it the first time. We're like, hey, that's kind of cool. Can't wear it though.
Well,
green.
I can now because I've got a background that I don't need a green screen.
That's
for.
true.
But you're not wrong. We basically looked at it and went, right, so we're never going to be able to actually wear this tie, even though it's really cool. And what other? Okay, so VCO, we've got VCO ties. What merch do we need for this?
I need a sim racing team shirt. I still want all of the Red Line stuff, all the Red Bull stuff, all the Porsche stuff.
Where is? We're going to have to find a way to dial up the guys over at Coanda and get them to give us some stuff.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, when I've brought it up to them twice last year about at least even some like Porsche stuff.
Right.
I was like, I'll take any of that. And they every time that I've said it, they're like, oh, no, we don't have enough. So,
How do they not have enough?
I don't know. In the same way that Apex apparently don't have enough.
No, that's just because you're not good enough. They turned you down to join the academy, Lewis. They don't want to give you a shirt.
Oh well.
It's okay, don't worry. I'm not good enough either. That's why I had to steal the shirt in Saudi Arabia.
Speaking of the Apex racing team, I completely forgot to watch the end of the Formula 3 race. I watched the first half of it, then there was a safety car, and then I completely forgot to watch the next half to find out what happened with Alex Dunn.
Alex Dunn, of course, making that step up, and we saw him at Daytona with the Apex Racing team, so he's still actively part of the sim racing community as well. Did get involved in a bit of contact in free practice. We won't get into that discussion because...
Well, we can do.
No, we're not, because I think we both have the same opinion, which is that penalties this weekend instead focus on the fight for the lead.
Deafened by this car.
And that too.
God.
We're going to focus on the fact that Sir Charles has now brought the gap down to within 5 seconds. That gap's been cut in half since the last time I was really paying attention to it.
Yeah, even when I was last, it's like 2.5 hours ago. Let's call it 3 hours ago. When the rain decided it was finally time to give it a rest here at Sebring. The gap was about 35 seconds, so it's taken them a long time to get the gap down to 5 seconds, but they have closed it down. Sir Chollins, as he should be known.
No, Sir Charles, because it.
No, Sir Chollins.
You know why Sir Charles?
No.
I have a logical case here to make to you, because would you ever actually call Charlie Sir Charles?
Would you ever call him Sir Chollins?
No, but because it's such an absurd name, I think it's just funnier to call him Sir Charles. When I think probably
you didn't call him Sir anything.
No, that's why I think you don't have to take anything more to it. You remember we doing Chollins and Brollins at one point?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Sir Chollins.
Too much.
No, that's fine.
No, too much.
What do you mean Chollins and Brollins isn't too much?
Are we going to... is it Sir Brollins now? Is Bryn Collins becoming...
Yeah, well, no. It's...
there you go.
Whatever the step is below Sir.
What is the step
Mr. I don't know. I got no idea. I guess it probably would be Mr. Brollins.
Mr. Brollins.
Mr. Brollins and Sir Chollins.
Mr. Bryn.
It's fine, it works.
Sir Charles. I don't know. We can put it to a
Mr.
YouTube
Bryn and
vote.
Sir Charles sounds so terrible, whereas at least Mr. Brollins and Sir Chollins sounds like a terrible animated series from like the 1980s.
So what are you saying again? Sir Chollins? Is that what we're saying?
Sir Chollins. That's what I'm committing to. I don't care what you do.
We are putting a poll into the RaceSpotTV chat.
Sir Chollins or Sir Charles?
Sir Charles or Sir Chollins. It has gone up. I will leave it up for... Should we say 10 minutes?
Until you're right.
Or until I'm right, whatever comes earlier. We'll say about 10 minutes. We'll leave it up. Sir Charles, Sir Chollins, let us know. Because we need more nicknames. It's been one of the focuses that we've had here today. Haven't had much on-track stuff to focus on in the last handful of hours. So if you're just joining us, you're wondering why the commentary team is, well, going crazy. You're not wrong, we are going crazy, and it's because there's not much to really focus on track. This is the only grouping of cars where they are within 5 seconds, and it's been like that for going on almost 90 minutes now.
Yeah, like I say, a lot of the battles are brewing, right? There's just not really anything happening within them right now, but they're fairly close. Obviously, you got the Virtual Coast GG by Grid and Go here, very close with the back end of the Williams Esports BenQ car, which obviously disconnected from the race a bit earlier on. Problem is, in the GT3, what I'm finding with the GT3s is that it's really hard to make a pass in them around here. We've seen more passes in both the other categories than we have in GTD.
That's a good point. You know, I wonder what compromises are being made on setup for this particular track because it's so bumpy, right? That maybe it's actually meaning that you're a bit softer in your suspension, which actually gives you less aerodynamic performance, which means you can't follow through some of those faster corners. Maybe like through Sunset Bend, for example, you might struggle. It might also help you if you're running a softer suspension with some of those curb strikes, and explain why some of the drivers are taking such liberties with the curbs around this track.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, let's be honest, Sebring at the best times is actually quite difficult to overtake at, generally. And it's always been a bit of a tricky one for GT3s in particular to race around here, because I think part of it, and for quite a lot, for one, it is quite a difficult circuit to overtake at the best times, but for two, everyone's so well practiced around here. Yep. Like, this is not a circuit where, like, in normal circumstances, particularly in GT3s, in normal circumstances, i.e. being dry, clean, clear and everything, right, if we had an entire GT3 field, I would be shocked if many people made a mistake at all. Like, just generally. You just, at this kind of level, you just don't see it very often, because they're all well practiced in the GT3s, they're all well practiced around here, so we don't really see that much, which means your opportunity to make passes is a lot lower. In the other categories where they're higher speed, missing your braking zone by 5 metres and just going a little bit deep into the corner, missing the apex slightly, is a lot more likely. It's still not common, but it is more likely when under pressure. The GT3s, they're used to just soaking it up and getting on with it.
Especially with ABS and traction control, if you're a little bit, aggressive with your inputs, you don't necessarily pay as harsh a price depending on how you have those parameters configured, and parameters as well that we didn't talk about it during the rain, but iRacing did release some information about the traction control, the ABS settings, and recommended adjustments for teams to make in the rain to move the brake bias back so you avoid locking the fronts as much, but at the same time also adjust the traction control so maybe it's a bit more aggressive in cutting in and out and giving you a little bit more assistance if you get too aggressive with the demand out of the rear tires. Gap for the lead's now down to 4 seconds. They are still very offset in terms of pit cycle though, so as much as I want to get excited, Lewis, I don't think there's much to get excited by.
Yeah, maybe. The thing is, at the moment, from what I was basically working out, is the VRS Commander has the simplest strategy from this point, i.e. they will stop twice more, they will take fuel and tyres on both. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car, I still reckon, unless they save a bit of fuel, which they might be saving fuel now, fair enough, from what I'm working out, they're still going to have to stop the same 2 times. One of them, though, is going to be a splash, obviously. But as far as I'm aware, they've both kind of got to come down pit lane the same amount of times, but then, you know my rule.
What's your rule?
Never trust a commentator's maths.
Yes. You have many rules, so I was just making sure which one you were referring to there.
Thinking about other rules, but then most of them aren't really appropriate for broadcast.
No.
Insert imaginary rules here. One rule, I don't care whatever the vote says, I'm still right.
Because you've just noticed which direction it's trending.
As soon as I saw the first few votes coming in, I was like, everyone's Sir Charles or whatever. I don't care.
Sir Charles.
Sir Chollins. I don't care. I'm still going to say Sir Chollins. I don't care.
That is a binding resolution in the RaceSpot community.
Sorry. The same community that voted that the car was brown, was orange on the front when it was definitely still brown. Williams actually went out of their way to change the colour on the front of the car.
That's just because you're colourblind and they wanted to make sure they helped you.
But if they were colourblind, if that was the case, they just wouldn't have changed the livery. They'd just been like, tough.
Okay. Should we scientifically prove this?
No.
We can go in to the RaceSpot archives. We can open up the paint file.
Yeah.
And we can check what it is.
No, because that's not the point. That's not what that is.
No, I know that's totally not what the point is.
Sorry. Let's be honest. You've all done it where we've all made a livery for a car in iRacing or whatever. You pick, whilst you're making it, you be like, oh yeah, no, I really like that blue. and then you stick it on your car and you think, that looks terrible in that light.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. Remember, we were talking about the Williams Esports and the new livery and the way that, especially from the rear, sometimes you get purple hues, sometimes you get the bluish hue coming out of it. So, you know, yes, you're right. But that was orange. At the end of the day,
It was, well, no, it wasn't.
no, it was not. Team
Well,
management.
they've changed it.
They've changed it just because, Lewis, we complained enough.
What colour have they changed it to?
I don't know. We haven't actually seen what it looks like on the new
Well, they've
livery.
changed it to orange.
Well, so you were apparently arguing with Joey about whether the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, which is now only 2.3 seconds ahead of Charlie Collins, is grey or silver.
It's definitely not silver.
It's grey. Was he saying it's silver?
He said it was silver.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's
So,
definitely
okay,
not
I'm
silver.
agreeing with you on this one then. Okay.
It's grey and not to be that guy, but it's not very nice grey either. Because I said it would have looked better as a silver or a chrome.
Okay.
I still think we've agreed it would look better as a white.
White, yes, because I just associate Chill Blast with white. At
But
this
it's this weird, like, gunmetal, almost like slight hint of greeny grey.
Right.
That I'm not a huge fan of.
The good thing is that in the dark,
You can't see it. Yeah,
exactly.
great.
Yeah, but you
I
can't.
love this. I love this new livery.
Also, can't really tell the difference between this and the Williams Esports BenQ livery, which just had purple instead of the grey/silver hue, whatever you want to call it. That is definitely grey. So Charles is there. He's within 2 seconds now with an hour and 25 minutes to go. And we got told by drivers that the Porsche was expected to struggle in the rain.
Yes.
How much of a variance do you think that we would have had? I'm phrasing my words carefully here because mistakes aren't often in the sim racing world, frequent occurrence from the likes of Rio Squanda. If they had chosen the right tyre, might they be leading right now?
Possibly. Also, they might have not pitted at that point, and then maybe they wouldn't have. I don't know. Like, there's again so many ifs and buts. Basically, the wrong tyre you're alluding to is Josh Rogers and the team went onto the slick tyres when it was wet, and they were losing genuinely about 11 seconds a lap at one point. And yeah, it was an absolute disaster. I actually kind of think Attic Alpinen in that Williams car, by the way, I think they are desperately trying to save as much as possible, so they're only pitting once more for me. I don't think it's possible, but I'm not going to commit either way.
You say that, I'm not going to disagree with you, but the best lap time from that car is a 43.4. Last time by a 43.9.
Yeah, but it's cold, isn't it?
It is cold. It's consistent. So maybe you're right and they're hitting a number because it's another 43.9 at the line. And through traffic past the Marla Racing car. Cut underneath for Sir Charles. That now, by the way, has 64% of the vote. The binding resolution is very close to passing, Lewis.
I don't care. I'm going to say, do you know what? As a commentator in the world of motorsport and sim racing, I don't care. I'll say what I want.
It was hilarious where I made a joke slightly earlier when I jumped off the broadcast and you jumped back on, and I made the comment that what was it that I was going to fire you in real time?
Oh yeah, yeah. Again, I don't care.
That was great.
I can't remember what it was about though.
Nothing important.
No, I can't remember. But, whatever it was, whatever I was saying, I stand by it. It was about your horrible weather report.
Oh, the weather report was great, and
which I respect, but it was the worst weather report I've ever seen.
Okay, which weather report are you complaining about?
But to be fair, both of them. For one, you were too tall.
Yes, I'm too tall.
And then you took a seat, which was the exact opposite problem, because then you looked about the same height as you and O'Leary.
Right, so the problem was that on literally 2 minutes before the weather report, I decided, you know what, there's not much really to report on, so instead we're going to see if we can get this telestrator to work. Because,
right.
Lewis, what I have discovered is a way that you can be in control of the yellow pen.
I don't want to be in control of the yellow pen.
Do you not want control of the yellow pen?
No, God, no.
That's fine. I will have control of the yellow pen when Hugo's producing then, and I'm going to draw all sorts of analysis on the screen.
This is the problem with, like, the danger with me and the yellow pen is what will be drawn.
Oh, yes. No.
And it will be exactly what you're thinking right now. That. 100%.
Yes.
Right away.
Yes.
2 lovely circles. And then the rest. Yeah, it's just, no. It's not worth it. Also, by the way, can we talk about your second weather report for a second?
No, let's not, because that was the one that was really thrown together.
Here's the weather report. Here's what the weather has done, and here's where the weather that has passed us is right now. Good day. What about the weather that's to come?
There was no weather to come, though.
Didn't say that. It was terrible. It's very funny.
I think
0 out of 10.
I think we need an Emmy for the best production of weather reports. And I think we will be nominated for that moving forward.
No, I don't think so.
No, I definitely don't think so. The first weather report, though, I love how because I was so concerned that I wasn't going to fit in the frame, I don't know if you could tell that I was basically just talking about colors because I had no idea what else to look at.
All of it.
All of it. It was great.
All of it was
High quality.
horrendous.
High quality is what you mean.
That's the RaceSpotTV guarantee right there.
Yes, and we are trying to work on ways to try and visualize some of this stuff as well, because, you know, I was looking at the dry line that started to emerge as, you know, the rain dissipated, and it was very difficult actually to really try to get the sense for where drivers are wanting to place their cars.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, we had a couple of angles, which obviously we saw at inopportune moments because Dane was the one bringing us the cameras at that point. We had some really good angles of showing, like, particularly down into T1, where you could see how narrow the line was. The thing was is how narrow the line was at some parts of the circuit and how not narrow it was at others. It's all very, I thought it was very interesting. But that was ages ago now. And we could probably do with some more spicy rain. I think Charlie Collins has started fuel saving as well.
He's 26 laps into the run, so he's probably going to be into the box 2-3 laps at most anyway. So that's why the attention's turned away from them momentarily. We jump on board with Gianni Vecchio, who has closed the gap to Nicolas Matteo. I mean, Manuel Troncoso was flying and had the gap up to 16 seconds at one point. 8 seconds, it's been cut in half.
Yeah, I mean, this is one that, again, it could be them controlling the gap, which sounds crazy, but there could be a little bit of that in it. I think let's see how it looks in 40 minutes time. If the gap's half it's 9.2 seconds. If it's 4 seconds in 40 minutes time, they're in trouble. Because if there's a team that you do not want breathing down your neck in the final moments of an iRacing special event, Redline's probably very high on that list.
How many races has Redline won here across of the years? Of course, they won. They are 61. Well, they're back-to-back defending winners in GTD. So, you know, they're trying to make it 3 on the trot there. 2021, they won the prototype and the GTE class as well. So that's 4 total class wins in the last 3 years. Then if you add in the pure racing team to that, another 2 wins. So, you know, they've just got some history here.
Yeah, probably they've won would have won one of the races in BMW Sim Cup. I can't remember. I think they might have won Le Mans Virtual. Honestly, that stuff is so far in my memory behind. They would have won in the, because when we had the VCO, that would have been ERL. Obviously, we came here. We did the school circuit in the touring cars. Probably would have won some in that. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of chances where they would have won races around here. Do
you remember that ERL round at Sebring when we had cars on fire? It was an Apex Racing Team car. It was either Johan Hart or Gao Valero, wasn't it?
That was when my internet decided that I didn't want to be a part of that broadcast.
Oh, okay. So
that was that broadcast.
You don't have a memory of that.
I don't remember any of it. I don't even remember who won. To be fair, that's not a shock.
Fair enough. Sebring BMW M Sim Cup Sim GT Cup, by the way, I was just thinking, they definitely would have won here, but my memory of Sebring and BMW competition is always back to that iconic race where Phil Denez
where they didn't win.
Yeah, where they didn't win, where Phil Denez and Reina Talva were able to close them down on the final lap, and there was contact at the hairpin. That left us a little bit unsure as to who would actually be declared the winner after race control had their say.
Who was in the car? Was it Holtzman?
It was Holtzman.
Yeah.
Of course, no longer with Redline.
No. Disappointed not to see a Mouse car out on circuit, by the way. No Mouse entry to the Sebring 12 hour. Of course, I did jump into the into the Bathurst 12 hours. Sir Cholins, don't care, in the pit lane. It doesn't look as nice with the yellow light, the yellow ambient light, does it?
Which one, sorry?
No card. Just any car, to be honest. With that, it's particularly coming into pit lane with obviously some of the GT lights that are all that sort of like sickly yellow.
Right.
No car looks good in that.
It is nice though, because I think you were commenting on an incident slightly earlier and trying to figure out which car it is. White for the prototype, yellow for the GTD.
Yeah,
it actually
easy.
does make it a little bit easier, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it makes it. That's more so to do with when you're driving around. Let's say, for example, you're in this car right now, the 001. You look in your mirrors, you can tell that the car behind you is a GTD, right? I.e., a car that's at the same speed as you. Whereas when you see a white light, that is a car that's faster than you. That's really the main reason as to why the lights are differing colours. Is so that you know what's happening, who's lapping you, and what the dealio is. Whereas if you didn't have it and they were all just white lights, you'd be looking in your mirrors thinking, I've got no idea what's behind me, what's catching me, and I've been battered off the road. Cool.
So as Sir Trollins, I'm going to say it once just for you, leaves pit lane, hour and 16 minutes to go. We saw these cars go as long as 50+ minutes in that first stint when the rain elongated the stint, but that is, like you were saying, going to be a splash and dash for them at the very end. And I'm going to assume a splash and dash that's not going to see them take tires. It will be fuel only for them to the end.
Yeah, I don't know, like I say, it's fascinating moments on strategy, on the build up towards the end of this race, to the point where I'm glad I'm not on anyone's pit wall, because it's far too complicated. What are we going to call Josh Rogers then?
He's got a nickname already, doesn't he?
What is it?
Isn't it Bogle?
I don't know. That's terrible.
Yeah, but that's apparently his nickname.
Surely it's Karen. It's Josh K. It's Josh K. Rogers.
For people who did it, I was internally struggling not to cackle because for people who don't know, Josh Rogers, middle name, middle initial K.
Yeah, we don't know what it is though.
Oh, that is great. Oh, that's amazing.
No one knows what the K means. Well, I'm pretty sure Josh does.
I hope he does.
I'm pretty sure I brought it up on one of the ESL one on one of my Thursday streams. His girlfriend wouldn't even tell me.
We're gonna have to do some forensic investigation here, aren't we?
It's going to be something really boring, like Kurt.
Yeah, that's not a very Australian middle. Is it an Australian
Kurt,
middle name?
yeah, Kurt's like. No, I nearly did the accent then, but I can't do it without swearing.
It's very easy to fall into the
exactly
trap with the Aussie accent, isn't it?
We are live on broadcast.
Yes.
Don't do it.
Or maybe you do it, and that's the way I win another Simi Award.
I don't think you're winning it this year.
I hope not.
I got faith in one of my boys.
I mean, I don't think I'm still surprised that people think that we're good. We've got so many talented commentators. It was great as well when we had Joey Tebben join you, Lewis, because you got to experience his terrible puns as well.
I've dealt with worse. He's not
going to be happy with that. He's going to be trying even harder now.
I've dealt with much worse. Honestly, I'm not going to name names, but there was someone I was commentating with on a Bathurst race on a set of Corsa Competizione once, who, I am not joking, every sentence there was a pun. To the point where it genuinely started to annoy and impress me at the same time.
Being in Lewis's good and bad books at the same time.
It's impressive.
That's an impressive feat, yeah.
Normally, most people are in my bad books.
Yes,
and they know about it immediately.
Your good book's pretty thin, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not BBB.
No, it's not your big book.
The old big
BS.
book. Yeah, exactly. That is full with other commentators. What they've done right and wrong.
We're going to start talking about wrestling at some point. I know you're
not.
I know you're not a wrestling fan, but there was a really there are a lot of wrestling fans in the world of sim racing. I don't know what it is.
I don't know why. It's terrible.
Wrestling fans, there's golf fans. I know that makes you happy, Lewis, at least.
Golf fans does make me happy. There's cricket fans as well.
There's cricket fans, makes me happy.
There's Manchester United fans. That makes no one happy.
Except Manchester United fans. Don't want to alienate, Are they technically still the biggest club in the world in terms of fan base?
Probably less so recently, because I think they all hate each other with all the ownership drama they've all been having.
Yeah, but now they've got a new owner, don't they?
Sort of.
Yeah, it's okay.
The Jim Ratcliffe.
Yes, they're still up against the mighty pool. Of course, John Henry, who owns iRacing, is also part of the investment group behind the scenes that owns Liverpool. And it's always interesting to see iRacing tweet about the Premier League when Liverpool are doing well.
Well, they might not be tweeting about that too much after the season.
Or maybe they find a new manager to replace Jurgen Klopp. And you know how we talk a lot about doing virtual to real, Lewis, in sim racing?
Right.
What I have just figured out is
Oh, God.
Liverpool Football Club. New manager challenge. Football
Manager, no.
Football Manager 24. They'll put an open call out to anybody that can bring Liverpool to win 5 consecutive Champions Leagues in the next 5 years. And whoever can do that gets the job.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
Look, we're all interested as to who's going to take over. Well, I say we're all in. Anyone in likes football is interested.
Have
Anyone
you
doesn't like
played
football.
Spreadsheet Simulator, by the way?
No, I don't. Well, I've tried a few times. Every time I'm sort of like, I just don't enjoy these kind of games.
Fair enough. I do enjoy a good Football Manager game, although
Can't
has been a while, because the problem is you get sucked into it. You get sucked into the spreadsheets. And
Oh, I don't.
You don't?
No. I like that it keeps all of the stats and stuff, right? Which is the main thing that really irritates me about things like FIFA, right? Is that if you play a season, then you play the next season or whatever, go and find out what you did last season.
In Football Manager?
Yeah, in Football Manager, it's all there. That's
yes,
great.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
Right? In FIFA, it's not. You just lose all of it immediately. It's like
not
brilliant.
FIFA anymore, mate. EAFC.
Oh, I don't care. So I like that side of things, and at the same time, just kind of like, I don't know. I just don't really care about this.
What we will have to do at some point, we've threatened this in the past, but we do need to do a sim racing EAFC competition where we get each of the sim racing teams to go out and do. You say, oh no, but Lewis, I don't know if you know this, but like the likes of Team Redline, they will actually go and play where they get 6 or 7 people going and controlling just one player and playing together. And our good friend Luke Crane has been apparently dubbed Luke Craninho.
Nice.
Which rolls off the tongue.
That really does roll off the tongue. Nice. No, I mean, look. The reason why I don't like playing games like that against people is because it's not that I'm not good. It's that I'm terrible.
Okay, don't worry. But Lewis, I'm
really bad.
You'll play EAFC with me, and I'll play VR golf with you. You'll suck in one. I'll suck in the other. Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, I'm a top 1,000 player in golf, in virtual golf. Don't worry about it.
Lewis is making the rounds
worry about it.
in virtual golf right now.
Don't worry about it. Good fun.
This
must be so boring to watch, though.
Yes, this broadcast as well must be pretty boring to watch at this point, given all the different.
It's two people waffling about cars driving around the circuit because literally nothing's happening.
And when we say literally nothing is happening, something happened.
Whoa! He had a moment.
Something happened there for a moment, but we don't even want to get too excited about Gianni Vecchio half losing the car out through Sunset Bend, but it's that phase of a 12-hour race where you've got 34 out of 50 still out there and running, and all just trying to make it to the end of the race. We saw the attrition come with the rain. Attrition hasn't really been because of crazy traffic incidents, Lewis, or even silly mistakes, really, outside of the changeable conditions. It's crazy to think how many strong names have been taken out through, I was going to say no fault of their own, except, they could have not crashed.
Sorry, I honestly, I'm not going to lie. Okay, prepare this for some information. I was not listening to a single thing you just said because I'm so sorry. I was reading. I feel so bad for saying it. I just got a message from Williams. Okay.
Okay. Here we go.
They said it was brown. I was right. That's not what they said. They have. I've sent. By Javier, the logo of Chill Blast, and I've also been sent by all people, Seb Hawkins, who has checked the colour and has found the name. with a 97.9% match of the Chill Blast, the grey.
Okay.
Right. What colour do you think its 97.9% matches?
The one that's actually on the car?
Yep, apparently.
Grey.
It's dark mint green.
What?
That's what it says. So, you know, if the whole brown-orange thing, if it's orange and that's what the world says, then clearly it's dark mint green. Because that's what computers tell me.
Wow.
I'm fuming.
Wow.
It's grey.
Wow. All I will say, by the way, is during Daytona, I had Stephen English Lewis message me to tell me that it was orange and not brown, because our conversation managed. We got onto that conversation in literally the first 15 minutes of the race.
And we're still talking about it a month and a bit later.
And we're never going to stop talking about it at this point, even though they've changed their livery. Maybe in a way to try and get us to stop talking about it, but in the Streisand effect, you know, you try and divert our attention away, we're just going to become even more intense about it.
Also, the picture that you sent, right? The top, the actual TGA file.
The Williams Esports Playseat car, yes.
Yeah, right. So the top right of that is definitely orange. Which I don't know which part of that was. Was that from the wing? Well, it's just Williams Esports.
You know what that is? You remember? You weren't around. I think it was with Joey a couple of hours ago, where I was talking about how many of the teams had pit boards where in the pit lane they've actually got them painted and with their logos. I think that's what is very orange.
That makes sense. That is very orange, right? The rest of it, not really.
Not really.
No, it's a little orange. To be fair, it's more like. To be fair, it's kind of yellow in that. Again, this is the whole thing of though is that when a livery when you're in Photoshop does not look the same as the livery in the game when it comes to colours. So you need to go through and find out what colours actually work and then apply them to your livery by taking the hex codes and learning from them, rather than just slapping it all together and hoping it looks good. And then trying to change the colours afterwards. Don't try and do that, because you're going to be there all day.
Juan Sanchez does confirm that it is dark mint, apparently, so...
I don't care.
Being educated. We're learning here on the fly with 64 minutes to go.
I did say there's a bit of green in there, to be fair.
You did. You gave them a little bit of leeway. But 64 minutes left to go. We'll give you a rundown at the top of the hour as to how things stand, but at least right now, margins at the front of each of the classes. We're talking 60 seconds between two Williams Esports cars at the front of the GTP class, and we're talking a full lap at the front of the LMP2 class. In fact, there is the leader coming out of Tower Corner. Where is the second place car? Heading off to the hairpin. It's almost a lap and a half lead at this point now.
Yeah, I think Carl Jansson's going to be into the end of the race, so I was having a little chat with him earlier on. We were actually talking about food.
Swedish
of all
sausage,
things.
yes.
Swedish sausage, absolutely. And after all that, we were discussing apparently a certain member within the Williams Esports camp, and he couldn't remember which one it was. He gave two suggestions as to who it might be. I don't know if I should say, just in case. Because if I'm perfectly honest, I think what he said was a crime.
Uh-oh, pineapple on pizza?
No. Which again, we'll come back to that topic in a second. No, it's not. It's just most people who say pineapple on pizza is terrible have just never tried it. They're just thinking they're one of the cool kids because try it. But obviously you're not going to, it's fine, whatever.
Oh, I've tried it.
Well, yeah, most people haven't. It's the same as like a gammon steak. Typically that's served with pineapple on it. Right? Because it works, because the salty and the sweet, blah, 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 blah. Same thing on a Hawaiian pizza. It's just whatever. It's just a method of it. No, the point is someone in Williams Esports apparently has a pizza or only likes pizza with no tomato sauce.
What?
That's bread and cheese, mate. That is a glorified cheese sandwich. What are you doing?
So we're not even talking about a pizza where they do like an alternate sauce, like a white pizza.
No, bread, cheese, done. What is that?
That's not a pizza. No, it's not a pizza.
It's a cheese sandwich. It's an open-faced cheese sandwich.
You know how I said forensic investigation is going to need to start? I mean, I think we need to find out what crime against pizza is going on inside of Williams Esports to make sure that we root out the riffraff.
And again, how Jamie Fluke eats his pizzas, almost a little questionable.
How does he eat his pizza?
He gets a slice of pizza, gets another slice of pizza.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. He eats it like a sandwich. Again, it's more sandwich talk, weirdly enough. No, he does. It genuinely, in Saudi Arabia, like, I walked past, because they were eating in the, obviously, you know, the cafeteria, so obviously where our little green room was, where there was a little cafeteria, and all of the Apex boys were sat there as, by the way, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car has come into the pit lane now, so Carl Janssen brings it down. Yeah, they were all they'd all grabbed themselves a pizza from, I think, pretty sure it was Domino's. There was Domino's nearby, and they were all sat down eating it. I walked past. I genuinely had to stop and turn around and be like, "What have I just seen?" And he was eating 2 pieces of pizza in one go, one on top of the other.
I distinctly remember walking past them eating pizza. I'm glad I didn't see that, because Jamie Fluke is one of the nicest people in all of sim racing.
Love the guy.
But that has just made him public enemy #1, at least in my humble opinion.
I kind of get it. The thing is surely if you're going to do that, the toppings get lost a little bit, because you've got a lot of bread in there, a lot of dough.
Yes.
Surely it gets lost a little bit. Oh, also, Janssen's not finishing the race because he's passed over to Gulbranson. Never mind.
Oh, interesting. 60 minutes to go. They think it's worth changing back over. I mean, at the end of the day, they lead by a lap and a half. They could pull over to the side of the track for 60 seconds, wait, and still go and be a considerable margin out front. So there
60 seconds less ahead.
Exactly. I didn't want to be as obvious as you, Lewis, but we can focus on still fight for second. Now that Grid and Go have come out of pit lane, this is their outlap, just to keep you guys informed. Jonas Wanner is still in second, but what was once a 5-second lead, last hour or so, has been slowly being chipped away, and the pit stop cycle has seen them close back up.
Trying to work out what the cut-off will be for Williams Esports Chill Blast, for them to pit as well, and it'd be their last stop. I reckon they might be able to do it from 50 minutes. Bearing in mind what they are currently doing on terms of lap times and distance. I reckon like 52 minutes maybe. We're on 358.
That graphic is having to work hard right now as well.
My brain is having to work hard right now. Oh my god. They're not going to be pitting for... Oh no, they can do it on one more stop.
Can they?
I think so. Because they'll be pitting in, what, 6 laps time?
I think so.
6 laps time's going to be 50 minutes left to go. They're already extending the stint anyway. They're doing 28 lap stints. Yeah, they can get to the end on one more stop.
You can see how they've been offset as well. The number 6 and the number 8. It's a handy graphic. We'll get that working a little bit more useful in terms of giving us the information on tire compounds and stuff as we work through the rest of our special events. The first time, Lewis, we've actually been able to analyze their stints.
Very helpful. Dane couldn't get that graphic to work, though, could he?
Did he not?
Well, he didn't pull it up once.
Clearly.
In 4 hours.
Clearly, I am...
No VCO Simi Award nomination for him for Best Producer. He did, though, show us a replay of absolutely nothing.
Okay.
And gave us a close-up of the safety car at one point accidentally.
I did hear you get very excited about a safety car. I wasn't sure where that came from.
At one point we just looked at the safety car. Not 100% sure as to why, but we did.
Might just have been like one of those glitches where someone was, blinking out, and there was a just static camera that happened to be where that No, it was just,
No, he was definitely looking at the safety car. No, because someone was leaving pit lane, and I think he wanted to move to the car ahead or something like that, and then just focused on the safety car. And I was like, well, it's a safety car, great, thank you. And then we started looking out to see if people had ponchos or umbrellas or anything when it rains.
Joey did mention
they don't.
The poncho discussion. Did you know, by the way, we've known that the iRacing safety car driver has got a name for quite a while. Did you know that iRacing has named him as well?
No.
Yes, but we're not going to listen to what their name is because it's
not
Benny.
Named him?
It doesn't matter, it's not Benny.
But why have they named him?
I think it's Fred.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's not Benny, is it?
That's unacceptable.
Benny's got a Twitter account.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Got a Twitter account. He's been voted driver of the day in a series as well.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
Oh,
iRacing, mate.
Endurance racing commentary. We're not totally unhinged, but we're getting there.
Do you hear my suggestion for the iRacing April Fool's Day video?
No, what is it? Come on.
Well, they need to. I even set the scene and everything. I said that what they need to do is they need to have imagine it, plays dramatic music, the clouds roll in, and then it's just loads of people opening umbrellas and stuff because we're going to have an update which is going to introduce umbrellas for the fans because they all got very wet earlier. We did no one had an umbrella. Are you joking me? It was raining so hard.
I love how, Lewis is... We've got this brand new weather that we're all trying to figure out, and Lewis is like, you know what the biggest problem I've got now? Spectators don't have umbrellas to protect them.
Yeah, but they don't.
That is where the attention to detail comes in. Now we've got pit stops underway for what should be final pit stops for GTD, especially with 56 minutes left to go. Nicholas Matteo up on the Jackson waiting to go. Gianni Vecchio sitting and currently waiting as well just to drop and get the final amount of fuel on the car. Let's keep an eye on the margin between these two as they roll off and away, Lewis, because what was it you were looking for? About a 4-second gap, 40 minutes left to go?
All right. Yeah, I mean, because it was 9 seconds. So if it's around the 4-second margin, then yes, we will be all good to go. There goes the Drago Racing Team car. More than 4 seconds. That is cut. It's probably not far off the 9 that it was.
Little bit more. We'll get the update as they leave pit lane and get back up to speed. Can also tell you that Ray Natalva brings the Mahler Racing Lamborghini to the box. So followed by virtual coach by GNG. Cody D takes over from Nicholas Rubelar in that car. I think it's actually going to end up being around 7 seconds, but 7's still closer to 9 than it is to 4.
It's not looking great for the idea of the 70 being victorious this evening. But it does lean towards very heavily the Drago Racing Team. Again, as much as I say, realistically, considering the day that Red Line have had, it kind of would be right. I mean, let's be honest, Drago Racing just not put a foot wrong. You can't fault them.
Not that car. Unfortunately, the other cars have had issues because they, of course, entered with a 3-horse stable into the GTD class, and this is a team that we've seen be fast in prototypes, in downforce cars as well, but haven't necessarily seen them be able to put it together in the GTDs in the same way. I feel like this is the first time when it's all come together, and Nicholas Matteo going to take that car to the end alongside Manuel Troncoso. It's always hard to make the judgment as to which of the team cars is the strongest one. But I'll just be completely honest in saying I'm not sure this was the car I would have thought would have been their forerunner. I think that the more logical call would have been to say that you'd have thought that Aaron Vasquez and Ricardo Rico, who currently sit in 6th, would have been the ones pushing the pace up front.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know how fast Aaron Vasquez and Ricardo Rico are. Aaron Vasquez, though, wasn't in top split of Daytona, though. So
that's what it was, because he was the Drago driver that had a lot of I rating, and the others didn't, and they didn't make top split, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Pick better teammates. I understand why they did it. It's because they were hoping that... Well, see, Daytona, there was the split cut off a lot of the GTDs, so that we only got 12?
Yeah, there weren't many.
Yeah, and they were, for one, expecting more GTDs, fair enough, it's a good assumption. And also, by having your higher I rated driver with a couple of lower ones, you're kind of spreading the I rating out across them so that you're more likely to get 2 into top split, or 3 into top split.
Right.
It was 2 in the GTDs or whatever it was. And I think they were, as far as I remember, when looking at their entry into the second split, I think they were out by 2 cars, which is not a shock. But
fine margins in terms of I rating nowadays, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's I mean, again, when there were a couple of cars at Daytona where their average I rating, well, there was especially in the GTD category, there was a lot, where your average I rating across the drivers in the car was over 10k. I think the strength of field was 9.8. Right? At that point, you can't afford to have let's stick our 11 point whatever K drive with a couple of 9s and hopefully, and we'll be in top split, because you won't be.
No. Yeah. Cody Deeth.
9.5 wasn't enough, apparently.
Oh, it's just insanity to even hear those sort of numbers, and it's not enough for top split. Cody Deeth, a small mistake. He ran wide out of turn 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the exit, and doesn't lose too much time to Parker White. Parker White, that car started on pole position. They've been through their share of woes, the disconnection that they had earlier as well. They still find themselves within a minute of your race lead. It goes to show, as much as we're saying Drago Racing haven't put a foot wrong, I think it's very easy to say that Williams Esports could have made it 3 for 3, although having said that, why has Kenneth Gould-Branson brought this car down pit lane? This is a drive-through penalty, isn't it?
What's the pit lane? What would it be for speeding in pit lane?
No, 50 incident points, I think.
Oh, right, yeah, that makes sense.
I think. Let's message Carl and find out.
Are you going to message him, or do you want me to message him?
Let's both message him.
At the same time, poor guys get spammed.
You say spammed, I say that welcome to the life of a commentator. I've had multiple people ask me if there's going to be a replay provided of this race afterwards so they can go and see what happens in qualifying. Now, that was nervous, and that was 2 Williams Esports cars that almost came together. 2 Williams Esports cars in the lead. 2
Chill Blast cars as well, with their dark mint green. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm in shock right now because Carl's just responded that there may actually be something going on. They apparently had a 55-second hold.
Oh, right.
And they've just come in for a drive-through. I think they have to come back in to serve the 55-second hold.
Oh, right. I said, oi, mate, what happened? He didn't respond.
Because he's too busy, unfortunately, I think, trying to fill me in. And
he responded to you.
He's also trying to figure out what's actually happening now. So if this is a 55-second hold, Lewis, add the time in pit lane, they're losing 90-odd seconds. There are going to be cars back on the lead lap for sure.
Oh, yeah, back on the lead lap, and they'll still be leading. It's hilarious. That's how that's how much they've been in the lead of this race. Because they built up that gap and didn't get complacent with it, isn't it?
Yeah, but they've legitimately given up almost 2 minutes from this then, haven't they?
Yeah, which is really weird. Don't really know what's happened here. Let's see if it's going to come into pit lane. It is indeed going to come back into pit lane for this hold. So we're not 100% sure as to what's happened. You can see the stress. Really, really important to just remain calm. There is Carl Janssen messaging you and not me. It's okay.
So let's just watch it here, because genuinely 55 seconds may be the time it gives you if you're taking service. If you're not doing anything, you're just here to serve the penalty, maybe it's actually a slightly shorter amount of time on pit lane. But already door, grid and go, back on the leading lap. Still 90 seconds though off the pace. Ate Kalpanen has brought in the race leading machine though, and I think that will be the final stop of the day.
Yeah, very stressful moments here for Williams Esports. There's probably going to be plenty more, much less than 55 seconds. It was just 30 there. So like you say, I think once they've turned off the various bits in the pit stop, they are now rolling. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything is set and sorted. But the 1 lap lead now shifts down to only, God forbid, 60 seconds.
You say only, Lewis, but we've got 48 minutes to go. One more disconnect. We have had some teams that have had repeated issues with disconnections as well.
Williams Esports.
Never say never. You want the margin. Are we going to see a swap for the lead? Kalpanen off and away from pit lane, releases himself from the speed limiter. Charlie Collins is there, but Sir Charles still 2 seconds back and still owes us a pit stop as well. Williams have got them covered off.
Yeah, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. At absolute worst, they will have a splash. An absolute worst. Realistically speaking, they've got enough fuel to go and reach checker flag. They should be able to save. Nice grey box that appears in your bottom right. Nothing's happening.
No rain. No rain, and the chance that it will actually even start 15 minutes after the race end, Lewis, continues to go down as well.
Yeah. Speaking of things towards the end of the race, by the way, I did get told that there might be a little bit of... I don't know, I think it's fine. There might be a little bit of drama in the GTD category. Team Redline apparently took 1 lap less of fuel than Drago and Marla. I don't think I'm meaning it. I think it's fine.
40.4 seconds stationary for Vecchio. What's the time compare for Nicholas?
1.6.
So that is it's a 1.2 second delta.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuel rate is. The fuel rate is probably something like 2 or 3 litres a second, which is probably not far off a lap.
You know, the only thing that's concerning is that because they're GTDs, they've got no certainty as to how many laps they're going to go. They are at the behest of Ate Kauppinen as to how many times that he is going to put a lap on them to figure out exactly how many laps they needed to put into the car. See if the gamble pays off. Gap down to 6 seconds though, not at the 4 that we're waiting to see it come down to, but it is starting to close. There's second place, Charles Collins, still only 1.6 now back from Ate Kauppinen.
Now, most of the time, I'll tell you a second and a half on your fuel stop. You should just take it the safe option, just take the extra second and a half, blah, blah, blah. But I will say, Gianni Vecchio and the Team Redline squad, they're closing down on Nicholas Matteo. But it's at such a slow pace, they may only get 1 chance to pass. If you take a second and a half out of your stop to try and close in, well, that's a second and a half you no longer have to catch, meaning that you might get more than 1 chance.
That's not great, though.
I don't think they're going to get a chance.
No, yeah, you can see that the last couple of laps, Vecchio, as much as he's trying, managing the fuel situation as well, over the last 3, he's actually bled a couple of tenths of a second, and the give and take that is... Give and take that is motorsport. Now, he's flashing the lights a lot. He also ran very close up to the wall. Don't know why he's flashing, to be honest. There's no one in front of him.
Pure boredom? I don't know.
Does he have his push to pass map?
Yeah.
Same button? It's going off again, so...
Exactly. Maybe he's trying to communicate with the team and is pressing the button constantly. I don't know. It's happened before.
Yeah. Let's see if it starts to fire again as he exits out of turn 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, there you go.
There he goes.
So it's not frustration. It's probably just him communicating on the radio or something with his teammates. Do have some cars that are now getting closer and closer together, though. So let's hopefully build to some excitement in these final 45 minutes with the gridandgo.com LMP2 car only around 1.3 off the back of Door. Fight for second in the prototype category and fight for 4th in the GTD category. This is the one that we've been keeping an eye on for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say a couple of little battles kind of like lingering out on circuit. This one's been separated by more than half a second, but less than a second for a very long time. Chance of a move in the last part of the race. I'd say chance of at least an option fairly high because they're right there. The Williams Esports banking car. We know they're very fast. We've seen it earlier on in the race, but it's just not. I don't know. I'm trying to work out if them not getting within half a second and getting right to the rear end is out of skill and pace,
right,
or if it's out of strategy. And I can't work out which. I don't understand why it would be out of strategy.
So Williams Esports BenQ are 2 laps longer into their stint than anyone else around them. They pitted 7 laps or so ago, which I think if you work backwards mean they basically came in right at the top of the hour. I heard a breathe of the throttle into the hairpin from Parker White. Another slight breathe there, but hard to tell because maybe you just want to shift the momentum of that Audi on the entry into Tower Corner. Might be just a little bit of fuel mileage at play here. Listen to the car into Le Mans. Yeah, that's fuel saving.
Isn't it? I don't know. I don't think they are fuel saving as much as
It's a small amount, but it's there.
It is small, but this is where, like, if you were close, this is one of those ones, right? If you're close to the car ahead, you can save more fuel because you're getting more slipstream. And this is the thing, is why they're holding it around that sort of, why they were holding it rather around that sort of like second. And they're not lifting that early going into sunset.
No, that wasn't early at all. You're correct.
Well, I don't think there is fuel saving. I think it's just where the balance is. Very weird.
Have to keep it. You also correctly have highlighted we haven't seen much passing in the GTDs. It's not easy to get alongside, let alone to actually make the move happen. And maybe that's something that these drivers are really struggling with back over to GTPs, because Charlie Collins has brought it down to under a second to your race leader.
Thankfully, we might actually see a change for the race lead, even though it might be completely pointless. Well, I say completely pointless. That's not fair. Moderately pointless when it comes to the race victory. Could be important for VRS Coanda and at least grabbing second place from this race, because Williams Esports BenQ car 55 seconds behind. They'll want to get past the Chill Blast car and pull as much of a gap. To be fair, Williams will want a 1-2 here. They feel that, I guarantee Williams will feel that they were absolutely robbed a 1-2 at Daytona because they did have a disconnection late.
Right. You know how Urano was the dominant force in many ways, I think, in GTP last year? Have Williams taken that mantle over from them?
Me and Cam had a conversation about this earlier on. About we had the same conversation we had at Daytona of like, who's the best team in sim racing? We all reckon it's Redline. Blah blah blah. Who's the second best team? And we came to the point that it probably is Williams. Yeah, it's Williams. No doubt.
Yeah. You're
No
confident?
doubt. Just look at how they are in the special events. Look at how they've been across the world of sim racing and ACC. Compare their results over the last 3 years on RF2 and things like that. And I know they've lost like Nikodem Wisniewski and Q Brzezinski. Compare how they've been on in ESLR1 and Rennsport. Like, yeah, they are almost certainly the second team to Team Redline. Plenty of points. I think they do have the capability of beating Redline on their day, and we've seen that before.
Yep.
Today's one of them, Daytona, one of them, and on various other events. We've seen it. I think they're absolutely one of the top two teams.
I'm trying to think who else really can make the case across of the sims, and all of that, and I think you're probably right. It's only maybe the VRS Coandas and the Apex Racing teams that you can really include in that mix. It is interesting, actually. We're talking about big sim racing teams that we didn't get to see the Mercedes-AMG Petronas esports team here today. They were going to have James Baldwin paired up with Bono House and then a third guest driver as well, but apparently not enough I rating for them to make it up to top split. It's crazy. That's absolutely
sorry,
insane.
no, I shouldn't laugh at that. I mean, to be fair, it's not a shock. I can't remember what the average is of their car.
I think it was like a 9K something.
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be that high.
I think it's lower.
Yeah, I think it's a high of 7K.
Okay.
Because I think isn't Baldwin's around 7K?
I thought it was high, to be honest. I really did.
I don't think he is. I don't think he's. I'd be shocked if he was much above if he was. He's certainly not in like the 9K kind of category. I don't know what Bono is and stuff these days.
Bono's probably not bad. I know Bono likes to pop into some random IndyCar oval race and stuff on iRacing.
Very easy way to find out.
Yeah. Oh, you could just go and search it. That is not a bad point. And go and take a look at the iRacing.
Let's stalk some people, shall we?
Yeah, the iRacing stat book will tell you all.
Bono House. Oh, go have a guess. But we'll go because it's slightly different. Obviously, it's more relevant to this. Go sports car, because even though he's not done many races, but they are slightly different.
Let's go 5,078 and 3 I rating.
For Bono House?
For Bono House.
8,377.
Whoa,
Why do you think it was that low?
I've no idea. Because
Why did you think it? He did the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship.
you said it would be a high of 7K, so I just assumed that Bono had lost a bunch of iRacing.
Yeah, I think it's James Baldwin that's dragging the team down.
Look at you, throwing me under the bus.
Yeah, but now I have to find out which James Baldwin's which, because there's 9 of them, and 2 is missing. Why? And 7's missing.
So what those accounts probably did is they added like a middle name, and so they're now no longer with the number.
Yeah, so we're never going to find James Baldwin. Rest in peace.
You may never find James Baldwin. I think we might be able to go and dig it up afterwards, but that is a topic for after 40 minutes from now.
Actually, no. See, I know exactly where I can find it because I was talking to Henry Moore, who was in the same race. Because I joked about how Henry got beaten by James Bolban,
Right.
and it showed the I rating. So give me 1 moment.
There you go. You'll go off and you'll do your investigation. We're still watching Virtual Coach by Grid and Go. Cody Deeth holding off the Williams Esports Ben Q car. By the way, Cody Deeth, former Williams driver, so I'm sure he's wanting to hold off his former teammates here today. Back up front, it's within half a second. And Sir Charles is going to owe us a pit stop in probably around 6 laps time or so. And this is where I was kind of speculating. A full service trip down pit lane is going to cost them going on over a full minute. That's going to drop them behind the Williams Esports BenQ car in the fight for second on the podium. Do you think that right now, Lewis, they may just save a bit more fuel, try and extend this stint a bit more, and then do a pit stop where they don't come in and change tyres?
No. What's
No?
the point? What's the point? You're not going to save that much time in doing so. You might as well just push to the end of the race.
I'm pretty sure they can cut the stop in half or something.
In half? I don't know. I mean, their normal stint's been 45 minutes. I don't know how long they'll be going for. I don't know. Maybe you'll be able to save enough fuel, but the thing is, because of how the fuel and tyres work, stationary time in the stop, blah, 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 you're only realistically going to shave maybe 5 seconds off of that, which you would probably gain back from fresh tyres anyway.
Much like you earlier, Lewis, you said something that probably was very intelligent.
And you just didn't listen, that's fine.
No, because I'm trying to send a message to Josh Rogers
fine.
asking how long they expect the pit stop to be.
What his middle name is.
Oh, and thank you for reminding me of that. I'll also ask him that right now.
No worries. James R. Baldwin, by the way. So that's another middle name we don't know. The I rating is 6,000. Told you it was going to be low. Low comparatively. 6,727, at least at the point of that race result. So definitely not high enough for top split.
No.
Definitely not high enough for top split. Obviously, quality driver, fair enough. And we know, like, James realistically is the pace of the driver that I'd love to see in top split. But
He brings experience. I think that's what we want to see as well, right? As the Mercedes-AMG Petronas team gets more and more into iRacing, those drivers spend more time. We want to see where they stack up to iRacing's finest, because we know they're at the top of sim racing across the board. There's the look on board, though, with Charlie Collins. You can see Ate Kalpinen, those rain lights still blinking. There are still some puddles around the track, but no moisture for us to worry about with the 34 minutes to go. It's a fight for the lead, but a fight only momentarily. We'll pretend to get excited. Kawanda can clip this, and when maybe Collins goes for the lead, Lewis, we can get all excited. They can post it on social media, and we'll just pretend that they don't have to come down to pit lane still one more time.
can you get excited about this, considering how they just pulled to one side and lifted off?
Pass for the lead. It's Kawanda on top. There you go, Lewis. You can always get excited.
I can't.
No,
I can't get excited about a move which doesn't really matter.
no,
Sorry.
It doesn't matter at all, does it?
I'm so sorry. We're not Debbie Downers. We're being realistic with you. And realistically speaking, whilst it's great to see VRS Commander doing strong again, whilst it's great to see them on great pace, great form, they're finishing second in this race. Williams have been way too strong.
Are you actually going to say that the Kawanda number 8 car finishes in front of the number 1?
Okay, they're going to finish at best second.
Yes. It's already pulled 2 seconds out on Ate Kalpinen, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's because that's the gap. Of all of the gaps between them, that's the gap that matters the least. It's more about the gap between Collins and Farrow. That's the gap that really matters now. We have to wait until the pit stop and see what the whole dealio is.
Josh is typing something out, so we're going to figure out what the pit stop strategy is going to be for them. 57 seconds to Matt Farrow. That, like you mentioned, is the gap to keep the eye on. At least 3 laps or so before they're into the box. Back over with Virtual Coach and the Williams Esports Ben Q car. Still waiting to see if Parker White's going to get any closer than a couple of car lengths to the back of that yellow and blue machine. Really hasn't ever given us the side-by-side that we've been waiting for, the promise that we've been sitting here and waiting for.
It's bad that I can't think of any other name that begins with K other than Kurt or Karen.
Kyle.
Oh, see what I mean? Genuinely never crossed my mind.
I know a bunch
Josh
of Indian
Kyle
names,
Rogers.
but, you know, they're not going to fit Josh. You know, that's the problem. Josh Karthik Rogers. That's not.
Josh, see, this is the thing, is that Josh Kurt Rogers kind of rolls off a little bit. Right, it feels like
He's
it's most
told
likely.
me what his middle name is.
What is it?
Do you want to guess? Because you haven't got it yet.
Well, no, I was going to say Kurt, so no.
No, Kenneth.
Oh, that's... oh, no. Oh, bless him. That's so much more middle of the road than I was expecting.
It's not a bad middle name, actually.
It's absolutely fine. It's not the worst middle name I've
No,
ever heard.
it
That's
fits
Oscar
it.
Hardwick.
What's his middle name? Oh, come on.
Rigsby.
Really?
Yeah, it's
His
hilarious.
parents thought that was a...
So he, again, this is what I've always said. The fake name
Oh,
that I
poor
always
guy.
go for in sim racing is always Rigsby Hufflepuff, because it's 2 digs at Oscar Hardwick. One of them is Rigsby because it's his middle name, and I think it's honestly it's one of the funniest things I've ever been told. And the second is he absolutely hates Harry Potter, but everyone always says to him, "Is like, if you were in any house in Harry Potter, you'd be in Hufflepuff." So I was like, bang, slap those two together. That is my fake name.
I am absolutely dying right now.
Poor guy.
Poor guy. I mean, I like how we throw him under the bus with stories about 24-hour races. And
Oh, it's true. I've got so many. Yeah,
Yeah,
indeed.
you know the one that I'm thinking
Oh
about
yeah,
in particular.
absolutely.
But yeah, wow, poor Oscar. Poor Oscar. Josh has also said that they do expect to be behind the Williams Esports Ben Q car. So, recognition that when they come in, they're going to have to push in order to fight their way back forward.
Yeah, I don't know. It's look, they've gone for a moderately aggressive strategy, I guess. But then it was the whole position they were put into with with the wet weather and going onto the slicks too early and experimenting with that. There is Cholins. He just. Do you know what? This is the interesting bit of information of the day. Are you ready?
Go for it.
Charlie Collins looks far calmer behind the wheel than Josh Rogers.
Especially in the rain,
entire of the day.
right? Yes, I agree. Oh, I'm pretty sure I've never seen Josh look this stressed before. Never.
Meanwhile, Charlie looks bored.
Yeah, it's almost like he could go and grab a burger and wolf a bite down on it and put it back in the bag, but no, that would be his younger brother Bryn. He did actually do that, by the way.
No, sorry, my alarm started going off. I think it was me getting ready for a Formula 3 race yesterday. I've honestly, from Zach Campbell, as I'm sure you have been told as well, the exact same stories. I've been told many a story about the younger Collins. Most of them I find very interesting and bizarre.
I'm just getting old, is what I'm clear. Whenever I hear a story about Bryn, I just realize I'm going to be 30 this year.
Only 30?
Only 30. How old are you, Lewis?
Because you come across as someone much older.
How old are you? Come on.
18. Charlie Collins enters pit lane. I'm not 18. Charlie Collins enters pit lane as we'll move swiftly off the top of the range.
I'm trying not to think about the fact that some of these drivers that we commentate on still can't drive a car in the real world, but are faster than us in the sim. He's got Ben Q out of Tower Corner. That was past the Apex Racing Academy car of Lorenzo Benfregoni, who are running in the 8th position. Just got to now navigate through onto the Almond Straight and then really fire it out of Sunset Bend, and then we'll get the sense of the gap. Collins has been stationary already, for 20 seconds and doesn't have long to go before he can release himself off the limiter.
Yeah, and then we'll see exactly where they're going to be comparatively with the Williams Esports BenQ car, which is coming down. Oh, there we go, in second place.
31 seconds. So they were able to chop about half the time off, and so now, what's it, 6 seconds, something like that, the margin between the two?
Should be able to hold it. 28 minutes left to go. They've had the pace. We'll obviously wait and see how they're vibing and how things are going to be, but it could be a close fight here for seconds. Well, it's 5 seconds basically.
And they did go up on the jacks, by the way, Lewis, so you are 100% correct. There was no point in them risking it and not doing it.
I've been honestly, I've been right so many times today. It's
worrying, right? Because now you're going to have a broadcast coming up where you're wrong about absolutely everything.
That's so true. What broadcast am I on next?
What are you on next? What's the schedule? Lewis?
I think it's probably Porsche Esports Canada, isn't it?
Oh yes, we've got another round of that coming up this Thursday.
And then at the weekend, I have that ridiculously long Saturday about things I can't talk about.
Oh yes, you do. And then, what's the weekend after that? Is there something the weekend after that?
There is some. Yeah, there is actually something the weekend after that.
What is it the weekend after that?
Porsche Esports Germany.
That is right.
NTK Esports Cup.
You know what's even funnier about that Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland? Same round of the Porsche Esports Super Cup finale.
Yeah, right. I know that is hilarious. So I get to sit back and enjoy it in Germany.
Yeah, and I will be jumping from one Porsche broadcast to another. We've got a lot of that coming up in the future as well, as Lewis mentioned, here on the Porsche Twitch channel. Coverage powered by RaceSpotTV, Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Canada, and Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge Canada. We've got double dose of competition. And join us on Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, which at least for one more week, Lewis, is not going to be too early in the morning for you.
Yeah, to be fair, I've blocked out work on Fridays for now, so it's whatever. Is PESC on a Saturday or a Sunday?
Saturday.
Season finale. Yeah, but isn't Porsche Germany on a Sunday?
No,
the season finale.
Season finale is on a Saturday.
Why wouldn't it be? That's
the entire season's been
way.
on the Sunday, but you know the final's going to be on Saturday. I know. Yeah,
that is a hard schedule. That is when you could just leave it on a Sunday and it's fine.
I would highly suggest, by the way, if you are in Germany, based in Stuttgart, the Porsche brand store in Stuttgart is going to be hosting a whatever you want to call it, a celebration of the season that has been. You can go and you can watch the action from the Porsche store, and I wonder what you'll buy at the Porsche store. I'm sure they'll have Porsche watches, Porsche shirts, Porsche pens.
Not me.
Do you not want a Porsche pen?
I'm not really bothered about a Porsche pen.
What do you
take
want?
A Porsche watch.
You want a Porsche watch?
Oh, no, actually, I don't. Do you know what? Okay, I don't want a Porsche, and this is how I know I'm getting old. What do you think the reason is that I don't want a Porsche? Fuel mileage. Genuinely. All I think about is I'm like, so I've got to drive this car to Alton Park. Oh, well, it's going to cost me this much in fuel. I'm like, God.
Yes.
That's such. That's a ridiculous thing to be thinking about.
You're not wrong. Is all I am going to say.
Yeah. Well, what's the fuel mileage in your car?
It depends.
How many miles to the gallon does it get to?
Depends on how heavy my right foot's feeling.
Normal drive down the highway. Whatever, I don't know what is over there.
We'll get back to that in a moment, because finally we might have a chance to see a pass. It's been a while, side by side. Parker White the long way around and try to set this one up out of Sunset Bend to get the momentum into turn one. Wide exit from Cody Deeth, who gives the Audi a bit more room than maybe I would have thought initially on corner exit. No move made. Action picking up.
Yeah, indeed. These drivers, they don't care about their fuel mileage. They've already made their last stop. They've got themselves ready. They've got themselves in the window to go on the attack, or in some cases on the defence as well. So you'll see the virtual coach car pull over to the left-hand side, take the defensive line down into two. Now hopping over the curb on the right-hand side, firing out towards Big Ben. There is going to be an opportunity. I mean, the pace advantage is definitely in the hands of the Williams Esports BenQ car, but the times isn't really. It's 24 minutes. Yes, it sounds like a lot of time, but trust me, that will go very quickly if you don't get the move done instantly.
And I think at this point, just trying to pressure a mistake out of Cody Deeth, he realizes that if the 001 can place the car in the right place just to block the momentum, to block the lines, I don't think there's going to be the chance for White to take advantage. Parker White has been a revelation in the last 12 months or so, just getting stronger and stronger, more confident on the road side of things. Last year grew with the Apex Racing team, and now with Williams alongside, they've got prototype traffic taking it 3 wide for a moment as through Tower Corner. That was the Kawanda LMP2 that got on forward. Cody Deeth holds the position for the time being, but nervy moments for sure.
It was a good attempt. It's kind of one of those ones where you're sat in there ruining the idea of lap traffic. Had there not been any lap traffic, I'm pretty sure we would see the position switch having already happened. Obviously, these two fighting outside of the podium positions, but Still, it would be very frustrating there for the Williams Esports BenQ car. Still plenty of opportunities to go. Like I say, all that grid the virtual coach car is going to do is it's going to focus on holding nice, clean, defensive, predictable lines to make sure that car does not get an opportunity to pass.
Into Sunset Bend one more time. Time is ticking away. 22.5 minutes to go. We are estimated to hit probably just under 400 or so laps in this attempt. I'm not sure what the distance record is, but one thing I can guarantee you,
we ain't hitting it.
we're not breaking any distance records anytime soon with this rain.
No, absolutely not. I think the time of distance records are absolutely done in the world of iRacing. Unless we get incredibly fortuitous with some conditions in a race with cars that are running pretty quickly. There is the 003 car rolling off of pit lane, second position in LMP2. Jarno Koch departing the lane.
24.8 seconds stationary, and that means you may be wondering where's Door Esports, not even out of Sunset Bend and back to the line. It was a full 10-second delta between them in terms of pit stop times, and so I think Grid and Go now, 21 minutes to go. They'll feel pretty confident about holding on, Lewis, to that second step on the podium.
Yeah, which, to be fair, seems just about right for the 003 car. Been good all day. LMP2's been a very chaotic class. I think the main team that's probably sat there thinking about what could have been is probably the 199, the Apex Racing Team car that obviously had that incident with Standards Landis. I know there would be plenty other ones, but they were battling for the race victory. And from that point on, after that point, which was in the opening hour and a half, basically, in the opening 90 minutes of the race, from that point on, Williams Esports Chill Blast have been in control of this category, and comfortably so, even despite having a whopping stop-and-go penalty, which, by the way, I'm sure you got sent the same video of.
Yes.
No idea where that came from.
It was just the issue with the car being, considered out of the track because of the technical issues. It's unfortunate, and it's a good thing they had the buffer that they did, because otherwise we may very well have actually seen a change for the lead. Be a tighter exit for Parker White there, as almost looked as though for a moment Cody Deeth was going to be heading off to the tyre barrier. This is where, as well, if you're Parker White, you want to pinch the car you're fighting with, really compromise it on the entry, give yourself the chance to sweep around the outside, carry more speed through the corner. Whoa. But a big wobble. Parker White saves it, but back into line.
Great attempt, though, from Parker White. Great bravery from the Williams Esports BenQ car, but no opportunity to pass. Great defence being dished out there by Cody Deeth. Really nice attempt. Really nice attempt. Instantly on the replay machine. Dent it in hard. Problem is just a bit of mid-corner snapping. I'm assuming it hit a bump, maybe. No, it just went just a bit too heavy on the right foot, to be honest. I don't know that move wasn't going to work anyway, but good catch. Just got to say it.
Had to go for it as well, I think.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, like, you haven't had many chances to pull alongside. When you get the chance, go for it, force the issue, and see what happens. Race leader is in, and Kenneth Gulbrandsen, I think what Williams Esports have done here is covered off any risk of a potential issue. Carl Janssen is going to take back over and leave the pit lane with 20 minutes to go to bring Williams Esports to victory in LMP2.
Yeah, like I say, I think it's the right call. For one, you're just covering off any major issues. Also, Carl Janssen's not had any real technical problems throughout the day, so at least taking that one out of the equation as clearly one of the two Kenneths on the grid now jumps out of the car.
Kenneth's apparently a race car driver's name.
Apparently so.
Are there any actual racing Formula One drivers named Kenneth? I'm sure there are. There have to be. Like, there can't be none.
I don't.
No?
No, surely not, actually. I was going to say, surely there'll be one in the 50s and stuff, but I don't think Kenneth was a particularly common name back in the 50s, so I don't really know.
I've got
Do
one.
you?
Kenneth.
You've looked up list of F1 drivers in alphabetical order.
No.
Let me guess the year.
I literally just went F1 Kenneth. So that was great. I guess, by the way, we should also have realised, technically it's not Formula One, but there is one great Ken that I promised Kenneth that I promise you know, and I've just spoiled it there.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, as soon as you said Ken,
I know.
It's like, oh, right, yeah, Ken Miles, yeah, fair. No, I'm going to say 19, whoever this driver is, I don't know, we'll figure it out, but I'm going to guess the year, 1962. was when they did Formula 1.
That's what you're going to say, 1962. No, this driver was born in 1957. So unless they drove an F1 car at
Why
the
not?
age of 5.
Look, Max Verstappen was driving it quite young.
That's true, but not at the age of 5, I would hope. Ooh, whoa! Dane Warren, like a bat out of hell, trying to make amends for what was a difficult start for him in that VRS Coanda car, alongside Lucas Perez. That was scary.
Bye. Lots of connection issues there. I'm going to blame Arjuna for that because they both disappeared at the same time. But who knows? I wasn't checking them out myself. No, who is this driver that you were talking about, and when did they race?
Kenny Atchison.
Kenny
Atchison. I don't know how you say it. Aitson. Maybe that's how you say it.
Where are they from?
Northern Ireland.
Oh right.
Took
Where
part
did they race?
in 11 races. Started 3 in 1983.
There we go.
There you go. There
Which that coincidentally was when Arjuna was born.
Oh, no. I'd be going on Lewis. I'd be going on 40. I could not be in sim racing.
No, I'm going to play golf. A good friend of mine, Greg Samfire, it's his birthday on Monday. It's his 40th birthday. We're going to play golf, obviously.
I already feel quite old in sim racing at 30. I don't want to think about what it's going to be in another 10 years' time, assuming that I haven't been run away from commentary. Still focusing on Parker White, Cody Dean, because, well, Dane Warren made that desperation lunge. Desperate Dane makes it happen. And now no one else really within a second or so of one another, so we'll have to just wait and see if Parker White can make a way forward. Desperate Dane, that's a good one, by the way.
Desperate Dane. Goodness me, that sounds like a horrendous nickname. I'm going to call Dane Bed that. Desperate Dane.
Yeah, I just realised what I've done.
Poor guy. Hashtag blame Desperate Dane.
I was going to say, it just rolls off the tongue as well.
Yeah.
15 odd minutes left to go. No rain again expected. The rain that we thought might be coming about 15 minutes beyond the race finish. It's almost looking like a bit of a certainty in some ways right now in terms of the percentage chance that we're seeing. But if you go and check out the radar, as far as I can tell, still no change, about as dry as you could hope for.
Yeah, that is looking pretty dull. Like I say, it's expected to rain 10:45 in-game time. It is currently 10 minutes past 10 in-game time. So in about 35 minutes, it'll rain. Whereas if you look in the top left of your screen, 15 is slightly less than 35.
Is it?
That's what the maths people tell me. So, yeah, we ain't getting any rain in this race. But if you were doing the whole podium ceremony, I would ask to cancel it because it's bedtime and also I don't want to get wet.
Yeah, we would definitely be having to deal with that. I do see a bit of damage on the left rear grid and go machine. I did think I saw some contact as well between these two drivers, so once more into Sunset Bend. We're running out of time. They may get another 7 or so laps after this one with which to fight, but at some point Parker White's move is going to become just that little bit more aggressive. Alongside it to turn on this time by. He pulls out late, really opens up the entry. He tried committed around the outside once, got a nasty snap of oversteer. This time the car's settled.
Much better.
Contains its momentum, and on the outside, not last of the late breakers, door-to-door contact through turn number 3.
Yeah, bit of contact. It was definitely with the front wheels. There was the brush there, but once again, getting much closer to a potential overtake coming off from the Williams Esports BenQ car. Not quite able to complete it, but certainly a good go. Maybe threw it in a little bit too hard going down into turn 2, and the virtual coach car was able to hang on. It's tough. Like I say, it's really hard to pass around here. I do like the overtake, the attempt into T1, but it's such a hard move. And this is what we're talking about, is that we said, well, you know, I said 24 minutes left to go. It'll feel like you've got a lot of time to play with. You really don't. Here we are 10 minutes later. Half of that time basically gone, elapsed, and still you're sat behind. It takes a long time to get past.
It's not easy. It's not easy. Identical cars as well. They may have slightly different setups, but iRacing, you know, all the Audi R8 GT3s in the field are identical, the amount of horsepower they put out, etc., etc. So you don't have to be too concerned that you have a bit of a dud car. It's more just about the setup that you bring. And one of the lines in the release notes that was really amusing to just see was that iRacing removed, I think it was a 1 in a million chance that your engine could randomly blow. Hopefully no one too worried about that here today. Parker White again, not close enough to look to the inside into the final corner.
No, but again, this is more about setting up the move down into T1. We'll go for the up and under, and once again, we'll try and get to the outside. But maybe we'll try and sneak one to the inside, but no, surely it's going to be forced once more to get to the outside of the circuit down to the first corner. Oh, nearly contact between the pair of them. Surely this one's not going to work out. Picking up a bit of the marbling and running out wide. Now coming down towards turn 2. This time it's closer, Arjuna. Maybe he is going to go for it.
I got the traffic behind. He'll give it a good go. Will Parker White GTP stays out of trouble. It's the Drago Racing entry that's going to hold its hybrid power and kick it off the corner here. And still single file they'll stay as they work towards the hairpin one more time. Not close enough for White to have a good look under the brakes, like we've seen a couple of late lunges come. They do have a driver closing from behind, but that is not for position. That is a car, I believe it might even be the Lamborghini of Reina Talvar. No, it's an Audi.
I was going to say, surely it's not. But then again, I can't remember. I think it was on ACC once. I thought there was a Porsche and it was actually a GTR. Because at night time, lights are just shapes, and normally with a lot of bloom, and you just guess.
Yes, I'll be honest, I guessed just because I saw the LED number board. I kind of saw it at an angle, and you know how the Audi's got its flush? I just assumed it was the Lamborghini.
Yeah, fair enough. Each their own. I will tell you, Reina Talvar's just come through the final corner. It definitely ain't a part of this.
Definitely not him, no.
Either way, again, a couple of close attempts, but still 10 minutes and 50 seconds left to go on the clock. It's just not long, and again, every opportunity you go and you don't manage to work your way through, they're going to be painful ones to swallow at the end of the race. This could be a bit close coming down to the sunset.
He's going one lap after another, just trying the same thing. At some point, though, insanity in some ways is the definition of it, is trying the same thing over and over and expecting results to change. Now a lot wider. Cody Deeth didn't have enough fuel. He comes to pit lane with 10 minutes left to go. Or is that a drive-through penalty? Because there is no way that is on fuel. That surely is for incident points.
Surely. It's just disappointing, isn't it? Well, what a battle robbed. Back to podcast mode, ladies and gents. Sorry.
We're getting so excited as well.
That was a good battle. In fact, that was for this time in the race, that was a great battle. Well battled between the pair of them. Very disappointing end to it. Alas, the 001's not going to lose any more positions than where it is. It's just going to drop down into 5th spot. But what an anticlimax.
Yeah.
That is actually kind of similar to the end of the real Daytona 24 Hour when they threw the checkered flag too early. One anticlimax.
Or even, I guess, kind of Sebring this year, right, where we had the caution drop at the end of the race, and I guess some will say you ruined the finish, but you know the fact that you needed the safety car is because we were having such a great finish anyway. There is.
I was going to say it's a little different.
It's, like you say, very different actually. I guess there's the Lamborghini Mahler Racing Team. They sit now 22 seconds off the back of Gianni Vecchio in the red line, number 70. He's now within 5 seconds of Nicolas Matteo, but it's not going to be enough to really see a fight for the lead, you'd have to think. The Lamborghini did seem to start to lose ground once we got into the nighttime running.
Yeah, just maybe not kind of adapted to the slightly cooler conditions of the race surface. Don't know. Maybe it's terrible strategy run. Who knows? We just don't know. All we know is that Drago Racing are leading the race. They're looking pretty comfortable with it. They're probably controlling the gap more so than anything else. It's fairly tight in the GTD category, but it's just at the point where no one can make a mistake. One mistake and this is wide open. But for right now, yeah. The only issue that I don't expect there to be a mistake from Nicolas Matteo. But that's not the only place that a mistake can come from that would end their chances of being victorious here. It can come from an LMP2, it can come from a GTP, it can come from a completely outside source, and they'll have no control over it.
Right, yeah. 8 minutes left on this clock. Sun has been now set for going on almost 2 full hours. We've enjoyed these nighttime conditions that have seen some close action here and there, but for the most part, as Lewis mentioned, you've been sitting through us in podcast mode, so hopefully you haven't been too bored along the way. But as much excitement as there was going to be with rain, there's always a bit of a climax after that, right, where all that adrenaline is dumped, and I have to assume that for many of these drivers, Lewis, tomorrow they're going to be drained.
Yeah, but at least they get to wake up nice and early for Formula One to get aboard. So, you know, every cloud
has a grey lining.
Yeah. Look, to be fair, the Grand Prix might be all right. Who knows? In all likelihood, it won't be, but it might be. The thing is, I'm going completely off topic because now I'm going to go into an old man rant about what they've done with Albert Park.
Oh no! Don't get me started on
Park?
that. Don't get. They've made one good change, and you know the change I'm talking about, I hope.
Which I actually still don't believe is that great of a change.
Really?
No.
I think what they've done to reprofile one of the final the corner, not the final corner, but one of the final corners, which is now a
13.
heavier. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, 11 now, isn't it? Yeah.
I was going to say I don't know the corner numbers, but that's the only good change they made to Albert Park.
Yeah, I think it's no. I think it was better how it was. I think.
I agree. I agree. Better how it was. Yes.
The thing is, right, is I sit here. This is why I know it's old man talk, right?
Okay.
It's because Albert Park arguably races better now than it used to, right?
Okay.
But it is a worse track.
Yes.
Which is again such old man talk. It was like, yeah, but it races better. Look at the F3 races, so like they've been crazy, and the sprint race yesterday was so good, and yet still I'm saying, being like, yeah, but the track's worse. Getting rid of the 910 chicane sure has made that run into a very fast corner way more dangerous, but I guess better. But it's removed all the character, and making the circuit wider everywhere has just made it worse.
Well, they have to make it wider because we keep making Formula One's car big, cars bigger. So what we should really do is make them the size of these hypercars, which are compact packages. I think Drago, by the way, they're going to have to pull to the right-hand side and come down to pit lane. We have 5 minutes left on the clock. Oh, does Williams Esports BenQ have enough fuel to get to the end? Have we seen many stints beyond 27, 28 laps?
Well, they've done 28 laps. In fact, pull up old stint.
The problem with that is it's very difficult to actually figure out what's going on with it.
Yeah, we can do some maths. It's fine.
Okay, are you going to do the math?
We'll do the maths.
What lap are we on right now? We're on lap 3.
Oh, I don't care about that. That doesn't really matter.
No, you do.
I need to see the previous 2 stints.
That's the thing, though. You do need to see all of that. There you go.
See, look, 363 to 334, right? We know it's on 25 laps, but 336 to 334 is 29. That's a 29 lap stint. Previous one was 28 before that. Previous one was 28 before that.
Yeah, I'm not talking Shield Blast. I'm talking BenQ. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. But kind of the same thing. It was 28. It was 29 laps in the previous. They could do a 29 lap stint.
Okay. I think BenQ might end up being 1 lap short here. 3 laps. Where's your race leader?
They're on 25.
In towards Cunningham. 2 to go this time by?
Nah, I think they'll be fine. They're on 26 now, so it'll be 2 to go from there.
It'll be a 29 lap stint.
So it will be on 29. They did 29 on the previous stint.
Right on the money.
Yeah.
Did they do 29 the previous stint? They did. You're right. Yes.
Thank you. God, I'm always right on this broadcast. How dare you? How dare you doubt me?
All I'm going to say is I hope you're ready for Porsche Canada when you're not going to be able to make the excuses of it's early in the morning anymore, because after today, I'm digging in.
It's way past my bedtime. I want to go to bed now.
I didn't want to wake up initially.
Oh, I don't care. You yeah, got no words.
I'm the maker of my own pain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
there
could have stuck yourself on for only 2 hours at the start of the race.
Probably should have.
Stuck Mr. Too Busy blogging or whatever it is about football on.
Yeah. Get Ewan O'Leary to come and join us at Sebring so that we can talk about how much he wants to repave the entire track. Which,
Who
by
was
the
it?
way, have we gotten through 11 hours and 58 minutes without really bringing that up too many times?
No, I brought it up twice.
Okay, you did? Okay.
Yeah, of course I did.
Good.
No, yeah, no, he's I can't remember what he was doing. It was something like live. I can't remember what his
It was
role
Tranmere
was.
Rovers, wasn't it?
Tranmere Rovers and Crawley Town.
He was logging some football. So
But
great.
yeah, so it's like some blog or something, I don't know.
So Ewan O'Leary,
Good man.
unfortunately, not here to talk us through all of the racing action. Instead, his words describing to you, I'm sure. Do you know what the score was between Tranmere Rovers?
Actually, I was literally about to look it up. Part of me is like, I really hope it was a boring match. It was 3-1 to Crawley Town.
Okay, so at least he had a fun match, it sounds like, to talk about.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Crawley Town scored twice in the first 10 minutes.
Tranmere brought it back then 10 minutes later.
Yeah, and then Crawley Town.
We're talking
Good.
about the football that you play with your actual feet, by the way, if you're curious.
Yes, because generally speaking, if you're going to call a sport something like that, you should generally use the thing that you named the sport after. It's called American football though because they run.
American hand egg.
American hand egg. Yeah,
Just doesn't
exactly.
have the same ring, but regardless.
It's great name though.
One more lap to go. I mean, it started off as a wild 2024 Sebring 12 hours. The dryness has brought a little bit more calm and sanity into the proceedings of Williams Esports Steel Blast. One more lap around Sebring before they can go back to back here on the VCO Grand Slams in 2024.
Yeah, really continuing on the old sweep. And to be fair, I don't hate seeing it. The way they've been, it's been fantastic. And also it means that they can win in back-to-back VCO Grand Slams in 2 different liveries as well. And this one has no controversy about being brown.
No, but it does have controversy about whether it's mint green, silver, or grey, apparently.
It's apparently dark mint green. Yeah, actually, no. Actually, this is becoming a theme, isn't it?
Colour controversy, yes.
Yeah, with them winning a race with a car colour that's wrong, from what they've said.
We've got a few of the race leaders overlapping right now. LMP2 and GTD leader on the bottom of your screen. I hope the Americans, by the way, don't take too much offense to us poking some fun at.
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, about football and soccer, because let's not forget the Europeans are the one that called it soccer first. Yeah, if that makes the Americans happy that we called it hand egg, I just wanted to make sure we were clear. We don't care. Enjoy your sport. All sport is great.
Calling it soccer doesn't bother me that much. Calling it American football. Yeah, but it's just not, though. Also, calling it a touchdown when you can just run into the area, joke.
This is the rugby side of Lewis McClay that is coming
really
out
is.
as we come down
Really
the
is.
Alban Straight for the final time. I mean, we knew the rain would be the great equalizer. We didn't know quite what it would bring. It's brought victory for Williams Esports. On top of the success at Daytona 24, they continue the momentum. New livery, same form, same victory. It's Williams Esports Steel Blast victorious, not just in the GTP class and heading to the IMSA Esports Global Championship, but in the LMP2 class as well, as Kenneth Gulbranson and Carl Janssen dominate across 12 hours of racing. Drago Racing, Nicolas Matteo, as well as his teammate in that number 2 car, Manuel Troncoso. Fireworks go off for them in what was a well-earned victory in the GTD class. Lewis, what a great way to get the new era of iRacing underway.
Race of 2 halves, and one of those halves being filled with rain, the other one being filled with boredom. But it was still great to see Williams Esports Steel Blast victorious and very deservedly so. Drago Racing keeping Team Redline at bay. And again, they needed a perfect drive towards the end there, and they got the perfect drive. Drago Racing on top of the GTD category, and again, very well deserved. But how many more callers can we throw towards Williams Esports so far this year? They have been absolutely fantastic, apart from whatever on earth this is.
They're trying to make a baby Williams right now. A combination of the GTP and the LMP2 car. Should be, like you say, very proud with the performance they put on and the drive that they were able to deliver over the not just changing conditions, but even across of the dry running, a relentless speed that they were able to build.
This is going to be an interesting lap.
No headlights.
Oh my God.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one for Janssen. Trying to do the in-lap in Stealth-mobile. I'm sure, to be fair, those two that were messing about, you might, what car was that that's just driven past?
Got one more car to come to the line, and we'll get the results on screen. Hopefully get a chance to chat to some of the drivers as well before we can look forward to the next of our iRacing special events. That is it. All cars are officially across the line. The fireworks have also come to an end as well. Let's take you down to those results where Ate Kalpanen in the Acura leads across the line by 36.3 seconds. Dominant drive, and Williams Esports 2 for 2 in 2024 in the VCO Grand Slams. Charlie Collins, VRS Coanda, a call in the rain for the wrong tire may have cost them, but their Porsche was flying second for them. And then Matt Farrow, the third car and final car on the lead lap. It shows just how much some struggled in the unpredictability with this GTP machine. Dominic Kaufman 1 lap down after that late pit stop. Race Clutch in 5th position, and then just in front of Fiercely Forward and Dylan Strivens. VRS Coanda's second, number 18 machine, and then Race Clutch are the official final finishers, I would say, and then HS Racing along with Parnell just puttering around at the back along with some others. BMW M Team BS Competition, Brabham Esports Hissing Sid, Apex Racing Academy, and then two Team Redline cars that both had big crashes through Sunset Bend. Hops Custom by Drago, and then Altus make up the top 17, of course, and, well, big drama for many of them. LMP2, Carl Janssen, that margin of victory slightly brought down by some issues in the final 2 hours, but still 50 seconds clear of the gridandgo.com machine. And interestingly, not quite sure where we saw the Door Esports car end up falling away, but they don't end up finishing even inside of the top 10. Team PGZ third, VRS Coanda fourth, Simufy PGZ second car through the top 6, and then BS Competition, WSI Esports Butt Kicker 8th and 9th, and Shera Esports. The first time I've seen them in a prototype, showing some speed on occasion and getting to the very end. Simufy, Apex Racing Team, BS Competition, SimRC, Door, Grid and Go, and Brabham amongst the troubles. And I just wonder if seeing Jonas Swanner drop down to the very back of the grid, if potentially drive time infringement has meant they are not classified. We'll get you an update hopefully before we wrap things up. One more class, GTDs, where Nicholas Mateo and Drago Racing heading to the IMSA Esports Global Championship in front of Gianni Vecchio and Team Redline, who of course won at the Daytona 24. Reina Talvar third for the Marlow Racing Team Lamborghini. Williams Esports BenQ, Virtual Coach Grid and Go through the top 5 and all on the lead lap, and then 2 laps down for Drago Racing, 5 laps down for Simufy, and then Apex Racing Academy, Williams Esports Chill Blast, as well as the Falcon Sim Racing Team, all do see the end. Drago, Door, Fira, Redline, Williams Esports Academy, and gridandgo.com esports. That's the look, top to bottom, at your race results. Don't feel as though we're going to get the chance to talk to any of the drivers, Lewis, unfortunately. So I guess instead, let's look forward to the next of our special events. I don't think rain's going to be much of a factor, but instead, you've got 2 rip-roaring machines, that Nissan GTP, the Audi GTO. We're going vintage IMSA racing for the Road America 500.
Yeah, something crazy, something different, something a bit of fun. I'll be fair, I'm all for it. Love events where we kind of dabble into the joys of what you can do with sim racing, kind of venturing into the historic, but still done to the highest level. I do want to update you, by the way, the Door Esports car that you were kind of alluding to, I do believe it was a drive time issue. Nicholas Lauwish was on the car, but did not do a single lap from the day. So, DQ.
I did actually notice that he was registered. I was waiting for him to drive and he didn't jump in. That's a bit frustrating for them. And I guess that's not how they wanted this VCO Grand Slam to go. They wanted the podium. They also wanted to be able to fight and contend up towards the very front. Here's a look at the schedule that lies ahead, because Lewis, what a schedule it is. We have a lot of endurance races at the start, and then we'll really get to diversify in the second half of the year to explore motorsports, dirt road, dirt oval, oval, and endurance. We get it all in this special event journey.
Indeed, obviously taking some of those best events from the world of motorsport and turning it into their sim racing counterpart. A lot of events in there that I'm kind of got my eye on a little bit. Obviously, I'd love to do the Indy 500. I don't think I'll get the time to do so. But still. I'm sure I'll be watching and keep my eye closely on it. Obviously, the Spa 24 last year. Might have to give that one another go.
And hopefully you can have a run with fuel saving being not such an important factor, if rain is going to be a factor for that one. Lewis, though, as we get ready to say goodbye, closing thoughts from you. I mean, we had a wild opening 2 hours, settled in after that, I think, in many ways. You got to experience more excitement midway through the race. I think now, like you said, though, when we return to Sebring 12 months from now, teams, drivers will have so much more information, hopefully not as unpredictable.
It's the first stages of a very long learning process, getting used to the wet weather here on iRacing. Yes, I know everyone's been playing about with it in various races, in practice sessions, in testing, but taking part in the real thing, dealing with it in an actual race, very different kettle of fish. Some teams have dealt with it very well, Williams Esports being the prime counterpart on that, winning in 2 of the categories, and realistically without the disconnection from the BenQ car, could have been the clean sweep today. They are working well with the wet weather conditions. Everyone else has got to find ways of keeping up.
You say ways of keeping up, but I think in a lot of ways when we make our way to those next special events that still lie ahead, not all of them are going to have the rain. It's these VCO Grand Slams where, at least initially, the rain's going to be the great unpredictable factor. For the team behind the scenes, though, thank you so much for joining us across 12 hours of uninterrupted coverage. So much that it managed to scramble my brain. This does not happen for our team, so thank you to all that have not just joined us on the broadcast, but those behind the scenes that have made it possible in the weeks and months that build up to it. So much work, so much effort, and we'll be back and ready to do this once again for the next of the VCO Grand Slams. That will be, though, as we head to upstate New York, to Watkins Glen. That's a ways away in the middle of the summer, but for everyone, thank you so much for joining us. The new era of iRacing is underway, and the rain had some surprises to tell here at the Sebring International Raceway. See you next time on the iRacing Esports Network.